we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free, so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we
everyone, and welcome to the LCS and the LCS waiting room. We're lucky enough to have one David Freak Turley joining us today.
It is me, David Freak Turley.
To kick off the show. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. Yeah, fun to be here. I'm casting letter today as well, so I'm here for the entire experience.
There it is.
Nice.
Start
Start to finish. You doing interviews?
I don't think so. I haven't done.
Okay.
I don't think I've done interviews.
So you're not on Emily's level yet.
I am not on your level, and I know that to be
believe in
true.
you.
That's fair.
I mean, I could ask okay-ish
can't
questions.
cast.
I would like nerd about like item builds like too much, and just like miss on the like, actually good questions.
Hey, but there's, you know what? That would be an angle that not many LCS interviewers
It
have
would
taken
be
yet.
an angle,
So,
not a cute one.
It would be new and different at the very least. As we always do on Saturday, we like to tweet out to see what anyone in the community has to say around how things are going in the LCS. And one Vulcan, I don't know if you know who Vulcan is. Vulcan decided to weigh
That's
in.
one of our old teams, right?
Yeah, you're right, actually.
yeah. Okay, the team came
so
back.
maybe it's the team as a whole. Let's
went
get
to
the
World.
tweet up on the board, if you will.
Yeah, what was the story here? I was watching and I just saw the camera.
Oh my God.
I was just told that all of our technology is broken. Oh, there it is. All right. Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's going on with this?
Yeah.
And we were effectively ratioed, by the way.
Of course we were.
So, but
I do have an answer, by the way. You
okay,
asked the question.
yeah. What
so.
is?
So this is I mean it's two parts. It's one a throwback to G2 where like Broken Blade has Yankos written on his forehead, Yankos Broken Blade,
Caps,
and then
all that stuff.
Yeah, I think Yankos has caps on his head. And so he's like, oh, so at first he's like, wait, can I like, oh, is our forehead like just free branding space now? Like, can we just use that? And also he's just made it a habit to find every single double if tweet and just
Oh,
reply
yeah,
with a
yeah.
ratio.
I've
The
seen
ratio
that.
And he's 100% hit rate.
It's amazing.
What I want to know if that's actually Sharpie, like if he comes in today and it's just like faded.
There's a faded version of it. Notice how even though the pen was also running out of ink, so if it fades slowly, soon it'll just say rat.
Right.
Because the IO is going to disappear well before
IO.
the RAT.
They're gonna pick Twitch.
I just wanted to bring this up because I think it's so cool how Vulcan has kind of cemented himself as one of the like big primary faces of the LCS, right? A
Yeah.
couple of years ago, we were talking about what happens when faces like Doublelift, who he's ratioing on a consistent basis, leave the league, right?
I like him already.
And who will kind of backfill that? And I think it's very cool to see Vulcan stepping into that and challenging other players to do the same. One other question from the community that I thought needed to be addressed, and that is, can we please get more Emily Rand interviews? I've got good news for you there, Wilbur. We will have some more Emily Rand interviews today.
Yeah.
Boom.
I'm still subbing in for those that don't know. Since she tweeted it, Gabby is out with COVID, so everyone should wish that she gets better.
It was also her birthday earlier
It was
this
also her
week, so
birthday,
you
so
should wish her a
happy
belated
birthday.
as well on that.
But yeah, I've been subbing in interviews. I think it's been going okay.
Have you been having fun with it?
You're
Yeah.
just asking whatever comes in your head in question, which is like a dangerous game.
Yeah, I
The
love.
Stixay interview was really funny.
I love doing interviews. For anyone that doesn't know, I used to do them for ESPN like all the time. But post-match interviews are a different beast because you only have, like, you get up there and you're like, oh man, I'm gonna ask all these questions. And then producer in your ear is like, you have 3 questions.
Yeah.
And then we're out. And I'm like, okay.
There's a really weird pressure with post-game interviews, right? Where you want to try and get something really great out of it, but you also recognize this incredible amount of like confine, you know, that you're kind of stuck into.
Also, when I was tweeting that I didn't know the interview meta, it didn't show up on broadcast, but what happened is I forgot that they do a bow, so I was getting up into position.
Nice.
And what people didn't see is
the
a very
Golden Guardians
awkward
bow.
U-turn in the first game. Where I'm like walking up on stage, I see EG coming around, and I'm just like, like okay.
You know what? No, I
into the
petition
bow.
that interviewers should be involved in the bows.
No.
Team bows from now on.
How was that gonna go?
Just get out there, bow with
No.
them, and immediately pivot into interview. I think we should go for it.
My one good memory, well, yeah, sure, from doing
Your only good memory.
My only good memory.
Everyone, this is Freak's only
the
good
only
memory.
one I have.
Okay?
Everyone pay attention.
Out of his life.
So I was doing post-match interview with Jensen for Cloud9, and I come up and just like he's like really new to the LCS, like it's like the second year here or whatever, first year, something like that. And I just called him by like his actual name, like Nikolai Jensen.
Yeah.
And I was like, hi Jensen, and he's like, no, it's Jensen. I was like, oh, I know, that's your actual last name. But he like almost like the first conversation we had was like correcting me like, no, you pronounce my name like an American, right? Like, okay, sure.
And that's how we knew.
really
he was-
funny.
Honestly, though, I
He was, like,
appreciate
so forthright
I
about it.
appreciate that out of a pro because there's a number of times when we're like iffy on someone's name and we're like, I would
Yeah.
give anything just to go talk to that pro and have them say their name to me like 10 times in a row.
Uzi.
Yeah, exactly. Like, please
Yeah.
just say it so I know and can stand behind it. Moving on, Belveth. Now we're getting into some real League of Legends stuff here. We talked plenty about Belveth
Whoa.
yesterday and how much we maybe expect her to show up in pro play.
Yep.
And she was largely absent from yesterday's Play Freak. But as well, I'm glad we have you on the desk because this is
Right.
a scary set of tooltips to look at. And we've
Sure.
heard a number of players actually kind of support the claim that she's not an easy champion to pilot.
Yeah, I mean, she is a relatively squishy melee carry, right? So, like, the closest analog is Master Yi, or maybe even kind of a Yasuo, where it's like, you have, like, one tool for not instantly dying, and that's Royal Maelstrom, you get a bunch of damage reduction and lifesteal, and that's it. You gotta play, like, a melee squishy fighter. Like, good luck, like, if you're playing Fiora or Camille, it's like, I can split push all game and, like, TP flank once in a while. It's like, well, you're a jungler.
Right.
You're not taking side lane from your top laner, probably, right? Yeah, she scales really well. Even looking at pro data, because I was getting ready for the first cast, because I was on the first set on Saturday, it's like, oh no, like even the pros go Kraken Slayer on her. You're playing a melee auto attacker without a wind wall or invulnerability. It's like, you're building Kraken Slayer first item. Like even the Viegos don't do that, and they self-heal and turn invisible and stuff. So yeah, I mean, she's definitely a good champion. She's crushing every MMR. What's cool is you have two ability maxes. You can max, I think it's Q or E. Maelstrom actually has pretty good damage ranking, but it's close. And yeah, you're a melee carry. You're all about like actually pushing down a lane. She's a really good reset champion. Like the ceiling is there. Across all the leagues that have played on 12-12 so far, it's like 50% pick and ban rate. Like she's in the meta.
Right, she's there. We just
But-
haven't seen her on the Rift yet here.
Just
in
haven't seen her
LCS.
yet.
Yeah, and I think I know Dash, you and I talked to a few people yesterday behind the scenes where the things that people are concerned about are clear speed, obviously, because a lot of pro junglers are just going to heavily prioritize clear speed. Time is, in my opinion, the most valuable resource for a jungler early on in the game, so that makes a lot of sense. And then they're also concerned with like level of difficulty, squishiness, and then the fact that she has really specific timings. Like I went over this yesterday in terms of how she raises Herald priority, especially
Yeah, for
second
both
Herald.
teams.
Yeah, especially second Herald, which wasn't all that like prioritized previously, or certainly not as high as the first. And the fact that there are these specific timings that if you can draft against her a really good team fight that has early itemization that can beat you in a 5v5 at Herald, then she's kind of dead in the water and then just kind of a squishy champion that can't do much if she's not snowballing. So I know those are the concerns around her. I still really like to see her because I think she's kind of broken.
We're going to get it to that, I feel like.
So
Yeah, I do think she's broken. And the 50% pick ban almost reaffirms that to me because her style doesn't fit what I'd call like the slot of current junglers, which makes it harder for teams to adapt. So this is something I noticed back in like 2020 when like Volibear released. He, at the time, fit the jungler slot where it's a general bruiser type champion who is good at ganking lanes and okay in team fights, and the rest of the team comp could stay the same, and you just slot in Volibear. But when you have Belvath, who is this like not super fast clearing early prio jungler who wants to be a squishy melee carry, that's not the current jungle slot. Like the current jungle slot is Viego, Xin, Udyr, maybe Hecarim. It's the bruiser AD in a lot of cases. And now you have this like, you can kind of do a bruiser build, but you really want to go Kraken Slayer in a lot of cases. So the fact that we're seeing it tells me that it's actually very OP.
Yeah, that said, again, some of the rumblings I've heard behind the scenes is that people aren't necessarily set on the current build path
Yeah.
for Belveth.
I mean,
and that there
if you
is
can
some
make-
discussion around can you move her more in the direction of
fits the
those
slot better.
bruisers. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she is good. She's not universal, to your point, at the moment. So we've talked a little bit about Belveth, and there's still a lot of questions about how to play her optimally. Luckily, we have our own literal world champion standing by with some tips and tricks for Belveth. Azael, take it away.
Hey everyone, Azil here with some Belveth tips and tricks. Champion is enabled on Pro, so let's jump right into it. The Q does have a little bit of travel time, but works as a pseudo auto attack reset. One of the things that is really useful is similar to Vayne Tumble and Kane Q. If you're tucked in against the wall, you actually cancel the travel time, but still get the damage out. That is going to be really useful for your jungle clears and situationally for things like a turret dive. You can also Q flash, which is kind of cool, but really not that useful for the most part. The W is going to give you Q resets, which is something you should really keep in mind. It's based on where the enemy champions are to your champion. So, you know, if you W a champion to your right, you're gonna reset that sort of Q. If you W a champion to your left, you're gonna reset that Q angle. One thing that is really cool is that if you reposition yourself into the middle of a bunch of enemies, you can actually get a 4-man Q reset, which situationally can be really useful. W flash is not going to reposition the W, of course, but in situations where you're having a duel and say you need to reset your Q to the right, you can W, you can flash to the left, then you're going to be able to reset that and actually Q over to the right to reset. So can be situationally pretty cool. The E is one of the most important parts of the kit. Even at rank 1 with no attack speed, it full stacks Conquer, it full stacks lethal tempo, which is really, really, really powerful in these situations. It's also worth noting that while enemy CC will cancel the damage, it does not cancel the damage reduction. So if you buffer this when something like, you know, a Scatter the Weak and a Syndra ultimate is going to come through, you're going to keep that damage reduction for it, and that is going to be absolutely game-changing in some of these fights. Also worth noting that the E, if you try to self-cancel with the E, there is a little bit of a delay on that. So you have to wait, you know, about 0.75 seconds. But if you actually E and then you Q right away, or you E and then you W right away, you're going to be able to insta-cancel that, which can actually be quite useful. One of the situations that you can do it, similar to kind of Master Yi Meditate, is say you're taking a tower shot, you actually take that tower shot, you E at the last second, then you Q out before a second tower shot would shoot off, which is going to be really, really helpful with things like tower dives, or even situationally if you're about to tank a Caitlyn ult and you don't want to be stuck in positions for the enemy to catch up. There's a couple things that you can do that are pretty cool playing around vision with this champion. The E will actually hit enemy champions even if they're out of vision, so you know, think of Kali Shroud and things like that, and it actually shoots out these little spikes towards those enemy champions whether you can see them or not. Also, if you want to check a brush, you could Q towards that brush, W, and you would get that Q reset. If there's someone there, you could Q back to safety. Another thing that is really helpful when you're playing against things like, you know, say a Shaco or a Wukong or a LeBlanc is that your autos and your Q apply this little circle, and that is going to reveal which is the real enemy champion when an enemy clone does pop, which is going to be really, really handy to make sure that you are targeting the correct champion. Hopefully these tips and tricks will help you guys out in your game, and hopefully we'll get to see some Bel'Veth today, as I'm really excited to see how it's going to perform in the LCS.
Thank you very much, Isaiah, for distilling all of those words that we saw on those tooltips down to something that now I feel like I can actually take into a game with a relative understanding.
Yeah, but smart. It's why I, you know, claimed him as part of the Doug duo. I get to like leech off of his brain, and like almost pretend to be on his level.
I didn't realize that was all of your making.
I was intentional with who I could. You know,
gotcha.
Wow.
They said free
Freak
you
is a
want.
theoretical.
yeah, exactly.
All right, let's dive into some discussion around some players in the LCS. This one coming from our very own Kelsey Moser. Year is 2024. Teams no longer scout support mains from solo queue. They just have their oldest player in any other role swap to support at the end of the year.
Oh, no.
Excited to see Pearson transition to support in 2030. I mean, it's like I think there's like a legitimate kind of like exploration of thought here around like. Is support best suited, or rather are veteran players from other roles best suited for moving into support because of the nature of what that role demands? So I want to sort of take a serious approach to this and see kind of where we go.
I think of the swaps, it makes the most sense. Right?
Yes.
It is generally the least hand-reliant role, right? Like you're not playing a lot of like brand AP Shaco kind of stuff where like Rakan is kind of meant to be like the assassin-esque, like the first like really try like a mechanically complex sport. People are like, oh no, I just R-flash people. And it's like, oh okay, just kidding, haha. You know, like, but he was meant to be tricky, right? He's meant to be like the block of supports, which is like, oh, okay, cool idea. You know, Pyke does a little bit of that as well. But yeah, most supports are like, I hit R on Leona on someone, and I did my job. You know, like you're just not doing, you know, 200 APM vein kiting, right? So yeah, I do think like that does line up, right? If you're like your mechanics out there, whatever. Also, it does need the most like map knowledge, like map awareness, like overall communication skills. Those are skills you tend to develop as a pro player. Where it's like, hey, I'm 17, fresh out of solo queue, like. I haven't done a bunch of voice comms with people before. I haven't had to do map rotation with people. Like, I just lane good, you know? I'll play Syndra. But yeah, if, you know, you're 27 and it's like, oh yeah, I've played pro for 9 years and like I really, like, I know all the metas, I've done all the map, like, I've seen all the objectives, like, you are well suited to be a strong support. Even, like, yeah, I haven't played more than 5 Nami games before, but like, that's okay. You know how to roam and like what words are supposed to do, right? Like, and not in that stupid of terms, but I think there is something there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously this is hyperbole.
I mean, it is and it isn't. There's four supports here that we have listed: Corday, Aframu, Sven, Huhi, that have all been long-time pros. Aframu a little bit less because he switched to support back.
It's so long ago, but yeah.
But like, we're very proficient at a key role, and then we're better at support. We don't know if that's going to be the case for Sven yet, but it is true for the other three. So there is a lot of validity into like, if you eventually want to be a pro support, you probably want to play another role to a very high level first.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think when most people scout from solo queue, they tend to focus on mechanics first, especially for the positions that we've seen people role swap to support from, which is AD carry and mid lane for Huhi. And like, you can take the knowledge you have and the experience, but in those roles, I think those two roles specifically are the ones where you're going to get outpaced by young and upcoming talent who's just going to grind solo queue or grind champions queue or whatever. And this isn't just an NA thing. Like, this happens in every region, especially for those two roles, because they're typically so mechanically intensive. So I definitely think this is hyperbolic, but there is a grain of truth there. The other part of this, or like the other context of this that's kind of frustrating, is for a while North America wouldn't scout their own mid lane talent, and a bunch of NA mids would just swap to support so they could get on a team, which is another thing, but hopefully that is no longer the case.
Let me pull in our next tweet because it's related to this conversation. A bit of a hot take thrown in by one of our viewers here. I'm just going to read. It's just the top one that I care about here. NA as a region doesn't know how to use or develop talent, which is why imported talent eventually fail, or rather, fall off through their tenure in the LCS. Danny and JoJo are exceptions at the moment and not the rule that should, dictate whether, not we should invest into developing talent.
All right, so this is massive because part of it I agree with, and part of it I think there are certain factors in the United States that people don't necessarily think of when it comes to internet infrastructure, how spread out people are, the fact that PC gaming is not a thing that you can do cheaply for all income brackets across the entire country. Just being able to travel, since everything's concentrated in NA, not having dedicated servers that serve like the majority of the country at a really low ping. And then additionally, the talent development part of it, I think NA has been really poor at that. I do think it's getting better with a lot of infrastructure changes that have happened over the past, I would say, two years now, in terms of like looking at how we're treating proving grounds, how they're treating academy, just the overall like money and kind of eyeballs that have been on that over the past year in particular. But yeah, I mean, there's like a lot to this. Like I could talk for hours on like the socioeconomic factors alone. And I'm not making excuses. I'm saying like there are fundamental infrastructure problems with the United States that are actively working against this.
Because my thing here, I'm just gonna add one little tiny thing because there's a lot. But for me, I actually do agree. Danny and JoJo are the exceptions and not the rule. But in my opinion, they are the exceptions that prove that we should be actually investing, right? Because I would argue that they are the exceptions in a league where investment in developing talent has been very low, not been a priority. And so they are just the two young talents who have managed to break through in spite of that, not because of it. I don't think that they're good because the development has been good around them. I think they're good because they're good. And so I think that all it does is prove that those players exist in North America, and it is up to the league, the orgs, to do more to find those players and develop them.
I want to go.
Go.
So I agree with what Emily said, but I also agree with what you said, because I think both can be true. NA talent was under-scouted, but I don't think we'll ever get to a point where NA talent can bring as many pro players as an ERL or as China.
Gotcha.
So I think the ideal version of like NA is you have maybe like double or triple the amount of JoJo's and Danny's, but still like a largely imported league.
Okay.
Where you do have more experienced stars from other leagues coming over, because the one advantage that North America would have over Europe would be, and this is getting like really meta, but like better access to monetization, because the market is not as fragmented as it is in Europe.
Yeah.
When you're trying to monetize an LEC team, you're dealing with like 10 different countries that all have their own marketing wings, whereas someone in North America, you can market to all of the United States, which is why you actually end up having higher salaries in North America because of the marketing stuff. So the ideal way that NA competes is a better job of talent scouting while also using the advantage that they have to bring in talent from other regions.
Then can I push you on the first point he makes, which is he claims that imported talent eventually falls. Do you even agree with that statement, that assertion that imported talent eventually fails, they gradually fall off?
I have a follow-up to
That's
this.
for a different region. I'll do this one quick.
Yeah.
I think it's because there's an expectation from a lot of imported talent that it's going to be easy, and it's not easy. So
Okay.
then they fail.
Okay. Did you have a final point? I want to make sure that if you have a final point, you get it in before we start the show.
My point is a lot of things that I've been very critical of NA orgs on in terms of talent is scouting, and that doesn't just go for North American talent. It also goes for bringing in talent from other regions. I wish people would. Obviously, like, we have... You can't do tryouts always, but I would love to see teams put more effort into tryouts. I would like to see more scouting done other than X player was good on Y team in other regions, so automatically they will be good here. Yeah, I mean, again, I could talk about this for a really long time.
Sorry, I'm not sorry that I opened a giant can of worms only to not be able to deal with all the worms. Maybe this is
There's a lot of worms in
We're
here.
3 minutes overdue for talking the show start.
all right. Maybe
Stomp on the intro.
that's also fine too.
Maybe a
Maybe a
podcast.
future JLXP.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah.
This topic, because I'd love to explore
There
it
are
further.
fewer ranked League of Legends players in North America than in Europe. It's like 1/3 the size. So we generally produce about 1/3 the number of pros.
There you
That's
have
just
it.
like,
makes
unless
sense.
we're just built different, that's just going to be true.
Working from a
There's
deficit.
my 2-sentence answer.
In that
Yeah.
regard. Thank you very much. I look forward to that episode from us to you. Get up there to go cast. We're going to
fun.
start the show. Kick off this Sunday. Welcome back. That is the most brilliant opening shot. Freak in the shadows to the LCS. Raz has joined us
actually
on
always
set.
there.
Yeah.
I love
We
it.
just
Yeah.
barely show it.
He lives here.
Freak is always in the shadows.
I love. Yeah, definitly.
Yeah.
he's right there off camera right now. I promise you.
coming
back.
Let's take a look at the standings. EG.
He's judging.
Just wandering through. EG's alone in first at 5-1. We got a 3-way tie for second between 100 Thieves, CLG, Team Liquid, Honda, Cloud9, FlyQuest, Golden Guardians just behind them before we close things out with TSM, Dignitas, and Immortals Progressive.
Yeah, just
Brings
like
us to our
freaking
schedule for
behind
the
me.
day. We're going lightning fast because I want to get to some conversation around our first matchup of the day, which sports Dignitas versus TSM. Before Evil Geniuses and Golden Guardians take to the stage, Cloud9 versus FlyQuest in Game 3 of the day, CLG versus Team Liquid, Honda to follow. And we close things out with Immortals Progressive versus 100 Thieves. A quick note that there is no LCS next week. Mark your calendars. You can come join the Twitch channel, but we will not be here.
What am I gonna do with my
I'm not
life?
going to be mad if you add to our viewer accounts. We just won't be live. I just want you to know that ahead
Meet
of
you
time.
guys in the channel.
Raz will be there. Have a nice little Q&A.
Yes.
Ahead of us, though, lies the battle between Dignitas and TSM, which these two former teammates face off for the first time in North America. We got Maple, we got River, reunited halfway across the world.
Yeah, for people that don't know, they were both on PSG Talon together, and it was kind of when Maple joined that PSG really absolutely dominated the PCS. They were doing well before already, but he kind of added a new dimension to the team, especially for River, because they played a lot around pushing lanes, right? Like they would always have pushing lanes. River would always have coverage. He had really good lane communication. They even, upset a lot of people, I think, at MSI by performing so well. They had a really good matchup into RNG, in my opinion. So yeah, I mean, these two players work really well together, and now they're on opposing sides of the rift here in the LCS.
Yeah, it's fun to see because I remember when we were talking about them when they were on PSG, it was the creativity that they had, the TP Talon, jungle.
I loved that. You knew that was going to end up in there.
Yes. Yeah, the moment I knew you were a part of this segment, I was like, yeah, for sure. She's going to have a hand on this TP Talon. And it was because something that we talk about, what Maple is so good at, is something that River excels at, is that they move around a lot, and that they're incredibly intelligent in how they play around vision. And the fact that they're going up against each other with the history they have is fun.
Yeah, former teammates. We can talk about them all we want, but who better to hear from than the players themselves? Let's get a word from River on Maple.
메이플 선수가 되게 베테랑 선수다 보니까 전에 있던 팀 PSG 팀에서 되게 잘 맞았었고, 그리고 이렇게 지금은 적으로 붙게 돼서 되게 좀 재밌는 것 같아요. 전에는 제가 생각했을 때 라인전은 그렇게 안 세도 좀 중후반으로 가면 갈수록 잘한다는 선수라고 생각했는데, 여기 와서는 이제 라인전도 잘해서 좀 다 잘하는 선수인 것 같아요.
I love hearing River talk about his experience with Maple because I also think there's something about Maple that maybe is underrated in his career. It's how well he works with junglers. I don't know if you've heard of a guy called Karsa.
Yeah, I know him.
He was pretty good as well.
True.
Yeah.
When River came over, he played at an extremely high level on Dignitas, and now Spica just lights up every time he talks about
Yeah.
Maple. So I think there is a lot here with how Maple contributes to his jungler's success as well.
Yeah, I mean, he moves around the map really well, like Braz said. And I think I know River said, I didn't think his laning phase is that good, but he's been laning really well in LCS, so now it's an extra dimension of his play. But it's how he meets up and kind of covers and all these small map movements he makes for his jungler that make their job so much easier. And then additionally, on picks like Galio, like Twisted Fate, like Rise, he can affect side lanes really well.
Yeah, and that's the key part. The fact that it ended on the point that he expected him to be worse in laning and still be great mid to late game, but his laning is good. So the fact that he just said, yeah, he's a well-rounded player, and this is a great fit for TSM, a team that really needed that in the mid lane, where last split, catastrophic split for the team. Ninth place. A lot of the times of the mention of just developing players. Now they have the most developed player in Maple. And it's only going to help them succeed this year.
But I love drawing the line, right, between the point you just made and what Jap made earlier, right, around how that supports a player like Spica. Again, part of our frustration with the spring split, right, was knowing the kind of player that Spica can be, and just seeing him in a situation and environment where that was unattainable, where it was unreachable to get back to that MVP kind of status. Now with Maple, the way he talks about playing with him, it seems like Spica's got a little bit of that MVP fire back.
Yeah, I do want to couch this though, because there's a really positive energy around TSM. Who's 2-4?
Yep.
Yeah.
And if they lose to Dignitas,
then there's going to be,
then maybe it was just a little preemptive.
People will walk it back pretty quickly. Likewise, I think we also have to talk a little bit about River just specifically because, again, he has so long been the focus this year of Dignitas' key piece to success, right? In spring, it was Jarvan. We saw the Jarvan come out on stage just yesterday. It does still concern me that they seem so reliant on him and his playmaking in order to find wins, but it at least speaks to his ability.
Yeah, very disjointed this team is, and so the fact that they are starting to get better since last week is nice to see because my question was always on their solo laners. Blue and specifically Gamsu, two players who I think in terms of how they've been playing in their early lane has been rough, but also just their bot side team fighting has been the struggle early on in their games. They will just fall catastrophically behind because of their early 3v3s or 4v4s bot side, and they just, at that point, can never recover the game. So the fact that, as I said last week, starting to play better and be on the same page, something that was actually making this team so successful last split in the early portions, was the fact that Biofrost played incredibly well with River. Neo and Biofrost had a great lane. And so those three can just control the tempo of the game that hasn't been happening this split.
Got a minute to go. Teams are finishing up Champion Select currently. Anything to add?
Why is it that we've all crossed our right leg over our left?
Oh.
Wait.
I was about to do two, and that would have been too weird.
Sorry,
That's just what came to mind.
What is the correct meta? Is it towards? It's actually probably this. I should probably be towards Kale.
Or
I should probably be this way. No, Raz. And
so.
that is my cue to cut away from us and out to the arena. As we head out to the arena, they may be enemies today, but Maple and River are friends for life.
在 PSG 的时候，没有被我跟凯文欺负吧？没有被我跟凯文。凯文跟我会骂你吗？我？有一点。不要乱讲话啊！凯文还是我，凯文还是我。我他妈的最好是啊！
Who doesn't love a good bromance? Welcome back to the LCS here for day number 2 of week number 3. I'm Captain Flowers, and this is our resident Belveth expert himself, Mr. Isaac Azale Cummings-Bentley. I'm impressed that not only did you manage to compile that video with all the knowledge, but you were also able to read the entire kit. I've been working on the ulti tooltip for about a week now. I think I'm about halfway through.
You'll get there.
Yeah,
You'll get there.
You know, just gotta work on it a little bit. Anyway, we're jumping into a draft that is already underway, so we'll be getting into Champion Select, or getting through Champion Select more quickly than normal. Let's take a look at what we got. We got Zeri and Yuumi over on the side of Dig, the Azir for some scaling. Gragas gonna be up there in the top lane.
Okay. Yeah, this will be interesting. I'm curious what the last pick here is for Huni. Rumble, GP not banned out. Those are kind of the Huni specials when you think about top lane. Gnar, of course, would be a pretty safe standard option. Give them a little bit of front line that they don't actually have in the draft so far. I gotta say, though, I love the joking back and forth between River and Maple. He's like, yeah, I didn't bully you, right? Now get out of my damn seat. just giving him a little bit of shit there. So Gnar gonna get picked there. Looking like both sides scaling mid, pretty standard. Aggressive bot lane over on the TSM side. I think that's where you're going to see most of the potential early action here.
Should be. Isaac, I'm having flashbacks right now because this TSM draft looking kind of similar to what I saw TL play, or should I say what I saw TL not play for 25 minutes yesterday. If you're picking Kalista Renata, I better see PvP at level 3.
Yeah, let's see it. I think they could definitely go for it here. You know, there is the ability to catch the Yuumi unattached, right? And Yuumi has to play very, very carefully around that because if Yuumi detaches to go for a passive auto and you can flash in and actually Q him on Renata, then that is a very easy kill in this matchup. It's one of the things that you're gonna have to really watch out for as the Yuumi player. So I do think they have the ability to get aggressive. I do think they have the ability to try to stack Dragon, so pressure on Tactical and Mia to really be able to execute on this lane and get things done early, get things done often. Because I agree, you know, the analyst S was talking about there's quite a lot of positivity about TSM, but you cannot be losing to Dignitas, who is, you know, down at the bottom of the standings. If you want to be climbing your way back up, you know, move closer here to 50-50 and really try to hunt for one of those top spots.
Yeah, TSM's currently sitting in 8th. Nobody wants to be sitting in 8th. It sucks. But you know what's even worse than being in 8th is being in 9th. Or being in 8th and losing to 9th. TSM really wants to flex on this one. They want to get back to those glory days. They want to be able to stomp people again, and it's got to start somewhere.
Well, and they've been looking a lot more competitive, I have to say, this split than they did, at least at the beginning of last split. You know, the end of spring, they were starting to get more competitive with teams. You know, they went about 50-50 down the stretch at the end of spring. So I do think things were kind of turning around a little bit, and Maple, I think, has been a good addition for them. So we'll see if they can start picking up some more wins here, move closer towards, you know, the middle of the table, which I think is where a lot of people are expecting them to be.
One thing I do want to point out here, because of the double cleanse summoner spells here in the bottom lane, a lot of times I feel like when we see Yuumi, you get the aggressive summoner spell pairing of the exhaust with the ignite. This time around, though, very, very defensive stuff. So we've got the cleanse for the Zeri, heal and exhaust on Biofrost's Yuumi. They are really prioritizing staying alive here for Dig.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, worried, I think, potentially about the Renata R as well. You know, Yuumi getting caught by that, want to have the cleanse available for it. One thing that is interesting is you've been seeing a lot more people go for double exhaust as well against some of these aggressive matchups, because it had become very, very meta for champions like Kalista and Lucian to actually just take cleanse, even just for the enemy exhaust, to be able to look for these sorts of all-in plays. So one of the answers that we've been seeing teams do is actually just go double exhaust bot lane. But of course, because Zeri is playing cleanse and not exhaust, that is not going to be able to be the case here. So in the case of the 2v2, really all there is for Tactical to cleanse is the exhaust. He doesn't have to worry about an ignite. You know, in pre-level 6, there's no CC from the Zeri Yuumi bot lane, so going to be pretty nice. The early invade going to be working well for them. Spica starts enemy red, and he starts it leashed, so he's actually faster than River on this clear. And I'm going to be interested to see where Spica wants to go from here now, because Spica has a lot of options. You know, when you are starting here, you can go here and you can actually cross map to try to go up to your own red buff and then clear back towards down. You can also go straight up towards your blue. I actually prefer the cross map play here, because what this is going to do is if you actually go up to your red quadrant now, where is Xin going to go? Xin is either going to have to go all the way cross map over towards your blue and do a very inefficient path. And this just gets you clearing straight up towards top. You can go back towards bot. You can do like essentially an 8-camp clear here as the Viego, and it denies the obvious counterplay of cross mapping and stealing the enemy red. So I think it's really smart.
It's not only building yourself a solid plan in terms of the path, but by denying a good path for Xin, who's now just walking through his own jungle.
Now he
just
just does
empty
Krugs.
chicken camp and empty
That's
red.
rough.
Just Krugs remaining. You put him further behind, and it feels really good. So River is going to be off to a bit of a slow start here in this one. Spica did go back into his red side jungle, but he didn't get his own red. He left that one up for now. Going to be down here for this bottom side Scuttlecrab spawn instead.
I think this is a little bit of a mind game. I think this is saying, I went top side, of course I did my red, like don't invade up there. So he just does Raptors, so he gets one extra camp of CS, then comes back down towards bottom. You would probably assume that he did take the red buff. This way, if Xin did go down towards bot and actually invade the blue, he would have been there in time to try to defend that. So I think it's pretty clever stuff, and he can also extend the duration of his red, which is going to give him, you know, that additional combat power here early on. Xin just had to do 4 camps in base. Spica is going to be able to have the early red buff, then refresh his red buff when he takes his later on, potentially even double scuttle. We'll see if he's going to be able to do that. I mean, Huni's moving down to kind of guard this topside scuttle, so River already set way down in this game compared to where Spica is.
All from a level 1 invade that ended up working out. Nicely done there from TSM to be able to get Spica ahead nice and early, especially on a champion like Viego. This is a snowballing, carrying capable jungler that can really just absolutely destroy the game if he gets that start that he needs. So setting him off to be able to do this feels great. River's now down 1 level against Spica. He was at least able to grab the crab, so that's something. He didn't lose both of those.
But what can he do? Like, there's literally nothing for him to do on the map right now, right? And when your options are this limited, it becomes so easy to play around Xin, who is this early game jungler, and it's like, okay, well, we know he's topside. Huni's trying to reset, so you know the only option he has right now is to gank. Like, he has no job, right? There's no camps up on his entire side of the map. There's not really any easy place for him to gank, so he's literally just sitting around right now, you know, waiting for camps to actually spawn here. Going to be able to do the Gromp. His Raptors respawn, so now at least he has a little bit of something to do. But Gamsu also... And Gamsu's also in a bit of a tough spot. Like, Gamsu's actually completely out of mana. He's already down quite a bit of farm. Doesn't want to base with the wave at his turret, so, you know, wants to be able to farm this up, then base. He's also playing First Strike, which has become really kind of the new wave for Gragas, as people are really, really liking this. So it'll be fun to see, you know, how much gold he can actually collect with the First Strike rune. Because you can do quite effective trades with it. You know, a lot of people, you try to drop in the Q, hit him with a WQ or an EQ combo, you know, those types of things. And you can get this little chunk of damage out and farm a lot of gold. And generally people are feeling like, especially in a melee versus range matchup, you're not getting a lot of grasp value anyway. So you can go for this sort of rune, just farm gold, utilize your passive to really have the sustain. And then with this build, people are going pretty heavily towards AP. And with the explosive engage and burst combos that you can do later on, that 10% damage amp becomes very, very valuable.
Well, he's still going to have his work cut out for him here in this lane as he does TP back in. At least he's able to purchase the tier, gets an amp tome. Down here in bottom lane, let's see what Tactical and Mia are up to. They don't have a huge CS lead. However, that will change here in a little bit. You can see there's 20 more minions for them to farm up, so they should be able to get about a +1 wave state for themselves. as, let's see, Maple gonna be able to shove that one out. Doesn't look like it. River's showing up here in the bottom lane as Neo and Biofrost step forward. TSM, they know something's gotta be up. Yumi just doesn't walk forward towards you in any random situation, so they're happy to step back a little bit, wait for Spica to show up here. Now do we get the 3v3?
I think it's beneficial for TSM, and Dig needs to get this wave in, so they're going to look for it. Mia should have his Q back here. We'll see if he can actually find the Q.
For the E. Hallowed Mist coming out. Mia forced to flash away. TSM not fully in sync there, and Mia ends up paying for it with a summoner spell. So Dignitas went out in that little bit of a 3v3 stare down.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Blue is here. Blue is 6. I don't think...
Oh, nice flash from Spica. Happy V.
And they're going to be able to get the bottom side scuttle, so just better positioning, it felt like, from Dignitas there. You know, I do think it's a winning 3v3 for TSM, but because Spica was pretty far away in the brush, and River was right there, you know, Mia just instantly had to flash away, so not really able to get much out of that, and also forcing the flash off Spica, so 2 summoners for 0 on the side of Dignitas. A good roam from Blue being rewarded too. I think Blue has been one of the bright spots for this team. You know, has I think been stepping up. Last weekend was getting a lot of credit for his games there, both in their win and in their loss. Here already, up in farm, makes a roam, gets a summoner. Early action looking pretty good here. But Spica trying to utilize his early advantage, has the Noon Quiver here. So going for a more aggressive build, you know, we'll see if it's going to be straight Kraken or if it's just more shield bow. Like, that's what you see more in competitive.
Right.
A lot of people are also liking just like Blade of the Rune King rush into a more defensive option in competitive play. So I'm curious to see where he takes us. I would be really excited if he did want to go a super aggressive option, but definitely more common in pro is just like shield bow into something more tanky.
Something with some sort of defensive value, right? Because in pro, you are going to be focused fired down if you jump.
Yeah.
It is harder to survive and play those situations as a truly squishy melee carry. So, at least he was able to grab the dragon here for the squad early on. TSM sitting on plus 500 gold with that Drake under their belt. 8 minutes into the game. The early game's gone solidly for them. You can see still about a 3-camp lead for Spica as well. And that's important to note in the context of taking the dragon, because normally dragon takes a while. It slows down your clear. It's worse for the individual, but better for the team.
Yeah, they're just going to start this right in the face of TSM. This is pretty bold. And we can see Mia's already up here, but Neo has made the rotation, so they're feeling confident they will be able to just take this, and Tactical's going to stay bot, so should be able to push this in. We'll see if Tactical can actually get a plate at all. Zeri's just rushing down, but with Zeri leaving, now there's a potential that TSM could actually compete here for this, so Yumi has to move back up.
Okay. Well, we're not going to get another eyeball proc. It'll come down to the smites. It's going to be secured by Dignitas. River jumps in, going for the ulti, trying to keep himself alive. Spica's going to be taken. Oh, the reset! He resets thanks to Renata, but he won't be able to do any more. Now the Yumi ult flies out, and TSM's in a bad spot. Huni might be ready to transform with Gamsu on the run. There's the boulder. Huni's still looking for a little more, but he's got to be careful about his own health bar. No! They couldn't save Gamsu. Biofrost could not get there in time. Dignitas ends up going 2 for 2 there with TSM. They did get themselves the Herald. We got ourselves a nice little bit of violence up here.
Yeah, it's getting scrappy over on the Herald there. TSM, you know, going to be wishing that they had that Meganar ultimate. Huni just used it, I think, for a wave clear a little bit earlier on. You know, if he had that available at the end of the fight, might have been able to get more done, but still, I think pretty well handled by TSM overall. You also have to take into consideration that Neo lost farm for this, and they almost lost 2 full plates, and both the gold from the first plate would have gone all the way to Tactical there. So TSM coming out ahead, I think overall. We'll see how much Blue is able to get from the Herald that he picked up, because they did secure that, making it, you know, not that bad overall for sure.
Well, TSM is getting Tactical plenty of money. Another turret plate, just like you were talking about there. You can see he's plus 20 in terms of the farm, so things are looking good for him. Let's take another look at how the fight went down, because it was a smite fight. The eyeball wouldn't open up anymore after this last proc.
And it's all about this. Zeri went back to bot, so then TSM realizes, okay, well now it's no longer 5 members top, so we can actually go in for this. Really nice buffer on the R there from Spica, gets over top of the Azir wall. The reset from Mia onto him keeps him alive with a bailout long enough to actually get that kill, get the first body. And he does go down very quickly after this, but then again, Huni didn't have the ulti available, so they can't actually hard commit into this. Maple, though, sees the opportunity to flash in, takes down Gamsu. Herald, meanwhile, dropped mid. 3 plates down. Not sure if he had already cracked one earlier, but he's going to be able to cash in on that. TSM still, though, 1,400 gold ahead, largely through farm. You look at jungle, you look at bot, you look at top. Significant farm advantages here, you know, across those 3 positions all on the TSM side, and it is in fact Kraken Slayer, so going really aggressive here is Spica. I wonder if he will go like the full solo queue style where it is Blade of the Rune King next. That would be pretty exciting because it is a really highly lethality build. Like you can crush people if you combo that properly, you know, with the fast double autos after your spells.
Right.
You can crush through people, but if you mess up at all, you die very fast.
That's the double-edged sword, right? You just get absolutely smacked if you go in at the slightly wrong time. But maybe this is a call from Spica. He's saying, okay, I can play this. I can pilot
and with
this correctly.
Renata, it kind of makes sense,
yeah,
right?
Renata's bailout is great for reset champion.
Yeah, get the W there from Renata. Go in aggressive. If you can trade yourself out for Blue or for Neo or for someone like that and get that initial first kill utilizing the bailout from Renata, that sounds really high value.
Yeah.
But of course, it could also just be into something like Dead Man's Next, which I think is also a perfectly fine build. You're going to get a lot of value out of the Kraken regardless here. Huni, though, doing a great job in this 1v1 top.
I like how Viego's builds over time they started off as they wanted him to be a melee carry, but he was built like a bruiser. Then they were like, no, you need to build him as a melee carry. And the community said, okay, we'll build him like Skarner and Udyr. And they started putting Dead Man's Plate and Fawn on him.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just never going the way that it's intended to go. But it is sort of fun to see how these things evolve over time.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta, like, having that defensive capability, being able to survive because you know your opponents will focus you, it matters a lot.
It does, and traditionally, junglers don't have enough time to actually power farm, but as we can see, that's not really true in this game and in this meta, right? You know, 99 CS to like 113, 108, right? He's not that far behind his own teammates, right? He's actually ahead of Gamsu in farm. He's almost even with Neo in farm, right? So, you know, in this lower meta, that is something that does really change up, is that you can go for more aggressive builds because you have so much gold. Of course, there is a risk to that always, but I think the build does make sense given that he's had the time to farm. Maple gonna grab Package. That guarantees them easy first dragon. Package unfortunately not quite connecting there with Blue, but will allow him to shove this in. And TSM just staying aggressive here, looking to try to invade at this red.
Oh, but is it going to get punished? The Yuumi ulti flies out, but Renata's ult turns things right back around as the mid laners duel off to the side, and Tactical's going to be in trouble. Tactical with a flashback over the wall, barely staying alive. More projectiles coming out. Spica goes in for Blue, but he ain't going to find him just yet. And the Dignitas mid laner takes down the Ruined King. Neo picks up Tactical.
Oh!
TSM is crumbling.
He's gone!
Tony gets yeeted and deleted. TSM bodies hitting the floor all across Summoner's Rift.
Dignitas crushing TSM across the map there. There goes the lead as Tactical went way too far on that one. The rest of his team is retreating, and he's just walking up. I'm not sure if he was trying to last hit the red away or what he was thinking, but
what the hell, man?
Walks practically into melee range there, just kind of insta bot lane fight, and topside, Gamsu with just a great ulti. You've got to pay respect to Gragas because the ultimate is always so powerful when you're playing under the tower, knock you back under the tower. Huni did not have his flash available. Gragas has great wave clear, so if you clear out those minions, bop them back into the tower, that's going to make the difference in a lot of these fights. And just like that, Blue is the richest man in the game by a lot. Gamsu pulls ahead of Huni. Neo pulls ahead of Tactical. All the leads that TSM had worked so hard to actually build up, gone.
That just completely threw the game on it. Dignitas just suplexed TSM's lead, like slammed them. There is nothing left of everything they had built. We spent this time praising the early game advantages that Spica was able to get. We're talking about Viego trying to be this carry because he's staying on par with the solo laners and really being in a good spot. But with those plays, Dignitas has put things right back into a favorable state for themselves. Second Rift Herald, this one's also going to be on Dignitas to take. It looks like there's going to be no contest from TSM. And remember that even though the first Herald did not get a full tower, it put mid lane tier 1 in execution range for the second.
I like the initial actually move here, but my kind of problem with this is why are you not just backing up now? Look, the bailout is already used on Spica. Why is Tactical walking in by himself trying to steal away the red buff, right? He's trying to last hit that red buff. The jungler is there. Even if you get that, it's going to cost you your life. He is in retreat. It takes him a little bit to finish him off, but Zeri with the ultimate is so fast. And then up towards top side, Huni looking for the ulti, just trying to get a good trade, swing and a miss, but not respecting the Gragas wave clear. He thought he was safe because there's a fat wave by the tower. Gragas ulti and Q, kill the tower and Q at the same time. So
that was smooth from Gamsu.
Yeah, that was really well played. Big outplay there from Gamsu on the top side. Tactical is much more of a misplay than an outplay. You know, that is one he's going to want back. When the bailout's already on cooldown, when your team is already retreating, you cannot be going in like that. He suckered his team into that fight, kind of, and they end up paying for it quite a bit. But TSM still 2 dragons to 0, so if they can stabilize there, get towards Soul Point, they still have a good shot in this game.
2 dragons to 0 for TSM, but the turrets are currently 1 versus 1. It was TSM's top lane turret falling. It was the bottom lane turret from Dignitas going down. Important thing to note, Dig does still have that Rift Herald. They didn't immediately drop it to take the turret top. Again, the tier 1 in mid is within charge execution range. Just spawn it there and you should be able to guarantee that.
And very likely they can just drop it right around Dragon Spawn, right? So if they actually want to stop that 3rd Dragon take that has become such a common play here in pro play, is right on 3rd Dragon Spawn, drop Herald mid, enemy team has to respond to that. If they don't, you can take potentially 2 towers right down mid. So that allows you to get a pretty easy Dragon, but they're going to actually drop it bot. Look to try to crack this tower. This one's going to go down for sure. There's no one from TSM on this side of the map. I mean, the closest member is Mia, and Mia's not going to defend this, so very likely they're going to get the charge on the 2nd turret. Now we're seeing Spica move over, and Tactical's coming down, but this could actually be a dead 2nd turret. I think they're just way too slow to respond, and it should be 2 towers back to back there. So that, for a 2nd Herald, like, that is insane value. You never expect to get very much from that, and that is going to put them about 600 gold ahead here. 30 seconds till Dragon spawns. They got to get ready for it.
Ooh, River might just be face checking a brush. This could be bad news, okay? The ward plays down, gets them out of any sort of trouble that might have been headed their way. But yeah, whenever I see a play like that, whenever I see Dignitas getting this big move, hey, outer turret, inner turret, both of them knocked down in 1 Herald, the question that I always ask myself is, okay, well, what did TSM get for that?
Not much.
And it doesn't look like a whole lot. Mid lane tier 1 just gets knocked down now too. Dignitas is roaming around. The Goon Squad is here to bash your buildings.
Yeah.
And TSM's not able to do anything to answer it.
And they actually had the right call, right? Because the mid lane tower was so low, they just said, hey, we don't actually need the Herald to take down this mid lane tier 1, so they knocked down that. They dropped the Azir turret. TSM not even going to try to contest here at this Dragon, so the soul stacking is going to be pushed back quite a lot. The last kind of remaining advantage there that TSM did have is now gone, but the game's still very close overall. It is just 600-700 gold between these 2 teams, so it will come down to execution. But TSM had been in such a good spot that they're going to be kicking themselves.
And I love the fact that we do have such a close game state between these teams. They both have some powerful scaling options as the game goes on with things like the Corki, things like the Azir. It's going to be a hands diff. It's going to be who plays it better.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the real question is, can Tactical here, you know, on this Kalista, can that really compete with what the Zeri can bring to you later on? I think Zeri Yuumi scales so incredibly well. You know, Yuumi being able to strap onto the Azir, other carries like that can also be super powerful. Also pairs well with River, who can go in pretty aggressively with his ult already. So I do think it's more, you know, can the Kalista kind of compete with some of that firepower over on the other side? Because he is going to get outranged here, I think, pretty heavily. Though Corki can do a little bit of bodyguarding to try to push back the Azir.
And Corki just now evolved that Muramana, 357 up to 360 max stacks. Very important step for him. Once that Ludens gets completed as well, we're really going to see Maple have the opportunity to influence these fights heavily before they even begin. But Dignitas are still staying together. They're roaming around as a group. They're saying, we want to deathball these guys. Gamsu, you go hang out in the other end of the map. You deal with Huni for a while. We're just going to keep rolling around as 4, and it's very effective because TSM want nothing to do with fighting them while they're doing this.
Yeah, absolutely. And TSM also is very low on engage, right? You know, there's potentially a Mega Gnar flank. There is potentially like a flash Q from Mia into an ulti, but Renata ulti's so slow, so you basically have to hit someone with the Q.
It slowly walks at you menacingly.
Yeah, I mean, you have to Q someone first, right? Otherwise, it's just really not going to happen.
It's like Maokai ulti, but it's pink smoke instead of trees. Like, all right, I'll just walk out of the way of this thing.
It's like a fog machine just turns on in the room, and you're like, well, I could just leave.
Yeah, welcome to the Renata rave. No thanks, I'm going to bed. And that's just where they're at. It's hard to make plays when you've got no playmaking. Speaking of playmaking, looking at Gamsu here, he's also nearly got that tier fully stacked. The Archangel staff will be ready to evolve into the Seraph's Embrace whenever that happens, but still need a bit more on it. But it's what you were talking about. He's going for the heavy AP build. This is not Tank Gragas, whose job is to just keep people controlled and CC'd. This guy's gonna one-shot somebody as Blue goes in after Maple. Mia's right behind him. Nice little bit of shuffling going on there, and a shutdown goes over to River.
They can go Baron. They'll see if they want to actually just try to start it up in their face. At the very least, they could try to threaten it. Not going to go for it, not feeling confident enough to do it. With Azir, it's always on my mind is that teams can start this up to even just draw the opponents in, even if you're not going to actually commit to it. Mega Gnar is expiring, so that burst is going to be threatening, but a good trade back.
Yeah, Huni's got that Trinity Force, very, very scary in a 1v1 situation. Mininar can just stick to you and do a ton of damage, so the disengage with Gamsu's ultimate to make sure that he's not in any mortal danger. Dignitas will not start up a Baron. They instead will take control over this entire top quadrant. You can see TSM trying to step back forward, Spica using the sweeper there in that upper river brush, but control over the pit belongs to Dig.
And you can tell TSM is quite concerned about the potential for a Baron take. Anytime Azir is on the enemy team, you have to be. But they are dropping multiple pinks over the wall. They're making sure they keep eyes on this Baron pit, so there's no sort of early shenanigans there. Blue can knock that down very, very quickly. We can watch this one more time. Blue is spotted out very early.
Yeah.
So Maple, pretty slow on the retreat. Maybe Maple thinking he had enough time, would be able to actually flash out. Looked like his flash was maybe just on cooldown there.
No, Maple flashed. He just didn't end up behind the origin point of the soldiers. The soldiers still spawn behind him because they appear a couple hundred units behind Azir and charge forward.
Yeah, it looked weird. Like at the start of the replay, I think his flash was still on cooldown. That's more what I was trying to look at.
Oh, okay,
was that
I see.
did he flash kind of late because was his flash off because he was mashing it and it wasn't quite up? I'm not quite certain when exactly it came up, but it looked like there was a sliver of cooldown before he did actually use it. But either way, I think Mia made the right call to not flash in and use bailout because there was no one else around. He wouldn't have been able to get a kill.
He's gonna die anyway.
He was dead either way, so had to let him go.
I mean, and it feels really bad to lose the flash and still have that happen, right?
Yeah.
Now Maple's got to be extra careful in these upcoming situations. 45 seconds before our next Drake spawns. TSM gave up the third one of the game freely. We'll see if they make the same call here or if they want to challenge Dig for it. Dig still roaming around. Four-man squad, always together here for this Dignitas squad.
Yeah, they have package now, so Ludens is complete, and he is going to be able to have a lot of power now, has the 2-item power spike. Obviously, Murmana completed quite a long time ago, and has the package available, so we'll see if they want to go for this. Dig can, of course, try to threaten cross-map play. If you start up the Dragon, they can try to threaten the Baron, but teams have gotten very good at just sending one person to solo the Dragon while 4 men guard on the other side. And with a Corki with package, I don't think you can do the Baron really whatsoever. So I'd love to see TSM just send someone down to start soloing this up, whether it's Huni or Tactical or whoever. Just get working on that. They're trying to force Maple to use the package defensively, because if you could do that, it would be really nice. Now Huni going to be working on this Dragon. He can solo this up. The rest of the TSM just comes up here to bodyguard. They have to be a little bit careful. They see that they're starting it up now, so Maple just needs to try to poke them off here. Huni has TP, so he could actually join behind them. He could look for this ward right there.
Gamsu tried to use the ulti on Tactical, but he didn't get a lot of value. Dignitas now going to move over as 5v1 against Huni, who just ends up giving them their free food delivery. Dignitas get a kill.
At the very least, though, they stop the Baron, they get the Dragon. 1 kill for Dragon, you're on Soul Point. That's good for TSM. Now Spica.
It might be even better. River's about to drop.
Oh, the exhaust!
He's going to get punished instead. A beautiful save coming out from Dig. Tactical underneath the enemy turret. He might just die for it, but instead he gets away. Maple's going to grab the kill back on over to River as Neo tries to kite it out. Outplay. He gets the kill to Mia, and Dignitas will ace TSM.
TSM just go insane there. Tactical running between the 2 towers in what looked like a 1v3 situation. Spica almost got the initial kill, but the exhaust shuts him down. Can't actually finish it off. And now Dig gets the ace and the Baron off the back of that. TSM going way too far, and now Dignitas going to be opening up a massive advantage here. Going to be 4,000 plus in the lead with the Baron buff. Looking to extend that even further. Blue is enormous. Should have a death cap here on base, I assume. We're going to watch this one more time.
Yeah, I really want to see how close this got.
So the TP flank was... I understand why he's going for the play, but TSM is not actually collapsing at the same time. If you want to look for that play, the 4-man squad has to be moving up at that same point. Then Spica is going to lay a trap here. Is this bursty build? Finds River. Going to go in here very aggressively. Doesn't quite get the kill, though. Comes in over top. The exhaust comes through. The shield comes through. Can't finish him off. And then Tactical on the right side of your screen is between 2 towers by himself in a 1v3. Overplaying his hand there. Needed to be with the squad. TSM's just not on the same page. If he's with the team, mechanically, he actually played it out pretty well. He got pretty close to killing Blue.
Yeah.
But he's not with his support. He's in a 1v3 and he's taking tower shots, so you just don't win those.
And I got to applaud Neo's footwork at the end of that fight. You saw him down to 100 HP while he's fighting both the Renata and the Corki. He sidestepped a rocket that would have killed him. That enabled him to take out the Corki, and then Renata's just shooting fish in a barrel. Awesome stuff from Dignitas there in the fight. They've earned themselves a 5,000 gold lead. They've got Baron for the next 2 minutes here, and you can see they're already laying siege to the base, working on this top lane here first. That's where they got the wave. No split push situation happening right now. All 5 players up here in the top lane. They're trying to strong
with no
on
TP.
this.
There's no way to defend this.
Dignitas just moving their way into TSM occupied territory, taking everything with them along the way. First inhibitor falls there in top. Blue's going in, and TSM's going out in body bags. Nicely done from Dig. Hooney's still down there in Timbuktu. Gamsu in the stasis, keeping himself alive, trying to get on back. Spica wants a reset, but he won't be able to find it. Gamsu drops to Hooney, who's finally made his way back into the base. Dignitas won't end the game. TSM, they hold the line, but they are in trouble.
Oh man, I thought that was going to be over for sure. TSM barely able to hold on. That initial sweep in from Blue looked like that was going to close things out with Hooney on the other side of the map. But at the end of the day, it is just the one Nexus turret, I believe, that falls. They get a couple more kills. TSM do trade back, but they are quite a bit behind. Looking towards that Cloud Soul as some sort of an opportunity here. The EQ flash in for the R, sweep them back. They get those quick initial 2 kills. Then I think just should have focused towers. You don't actually need to play for the kills here. Gamsu goes too deep and kind of throws away that initial advantage because you see Bifrost jumping off to actually block the W, but that gives away his life, and Hooney is able to kill off Gamsu anyway. River tries to come in to bail him out. So just kind of overplaying their hand. I think if you just focus fire the towers at that point, you probably end the game. Like a Deathcap Azir, you crush through towers. AP mages late in the game really do shred those things. So Dig going a little bit too hyphy there, trying to end it, not able to. So now TSM do get some more opportunities. Maple is on 3 items at this point. Hooney on 3 items as well. It's going to be a lot of heavy lifting that has to be done by this Corki. If you can land a lot of poke pre-fight, you know, really soften up the Azir, that is going to be the key member you have to watch out for because Blue has been just destroying them, it feels like, in these team fights.
He's been a playmaker the whole time, but TSM, they're down to, if they're working with 9 lives, if we're going by cat rules here, they're down to the last 1 or 2 of them. There's not a whole lot more mistakes that you're going to get here in this one and still be able to play some more League of Legends off of it. TSM, they know they can get a soul if they can secure this Drake here in about 10 seconds, but Dignitas are the ones with control over the river and priority over the pit. Gamsu coming up to join the rest of the team. Mia's stuck out in front. He just might be in a real bad spot. Tactical pulls him in there with the ulti, goes into the stasis himself. Tactical's going to be found out here in the middle of everybody. TSM going to lose both bottom laners as Hooney tries to fight back a little bit. River continues to charge forward, putting the pressure onto the TSM carries. Spica wants to get the execution, but Stopwatch says hell no. Blue goes unstoppable, and Maple goes 6 feet deep. Hooney tries to stand and fight, but the Emperor's Divide wasn't even needed until now, and Blue is about to show him exactly how this game's gonna end. Shut down, ace for 1. Dignitas is going to take this game.
What a great ulti from Gamsu as well, knocking in Tactical. He goes down in a hurry, and Dignitas crushed through TSM after a really strong early game from TSM. It's all Dignitas on the punishes here. TSM overplaying their hand, and Dignitas was always ready to pick up their mistakes.
Padding the stats a little bit, grab an extra kill on the support. Tactical's back alive. Spica won't be spawning for a couple of more seconds. They're seeing if they can get this last kill on Tactical, and they will do it. Gamsu going golden into the fountain steps. It won't matter. GG, Dignitas take them down. 21-8.
Blue with another great game on the Azir, was crushing through them. Felt like TSM had no answer for the Azir in the later stages. Dignitas can be happy to pick up their second win in 2 weeks. Definitely on the way up, it feels like, really improving. But that is a very concerning loss for TSM, who had an incredible early game. You know, we're able to create a big advantage, but just completely were throwing that away. And Dignitas was there to punish them on every single mistake.
It all goes back to that fight at the red buff. TSM, when they're doing the VOD review, that's the part they're going to be looking at, because that's where a 2,000 gold lead evaporated as Tactical overextends trying to take the red buff, as the rest of the team tries to scatter and Dig collapses, and then Hooney with the the fun play up there in top lane, and Gamsu just blasting them underneath the turret. Dignitas earned their way back into the game at that point, and then they continued to make the right moves. I love seeing the 4-man Dignitas squad constantly rotate around, constantly making decisions as a team, and TSM was never ready to deal with.
Absolutely. I mean, TSM made a couple mistakes, but then all credit to Dignitas for being able to close that out pretty cleanly. Got a little bit over-aggressive maybe at the Nexus. That's kind of the one thing you could nitpick, but the team fighting was really, really clean. Blue and Neo weren't dying whatsoever. You know, they were not getting caught out. Blue, it feels like, has been on a tear for Dignitas.
Oh, yeah.
Even early on, you know, you think about how inactive you think of Azir as a champion, but he got the CS advantage, got the push, roamed down towards bot, forced out the flash from Viego. Even in the very early levels, you know, he was making some things happen, had some really great engages in the team fights, was positioning well, and those pairings with Yuumi from ahead are actually so difficult to deal with, so difficult to take down. You know, TSM was more early game focused, I felt, with their composition. Didn't have any engage. So, you know, when you play these comps that are low engage, you can't afford to make these types of mistakes. And there's a number of times where if you pause the VOD at a couple of different times and you're just like, why is Tactical here? Right?
What is going on?
It wasn't just the red buff. It was also, you know, that dive between the mid lane tier 1 and tier 2 where Spica almost got the kill and they're flying in. You know, so TSM gonna have a lot of fights that they wish they didn't took.
But hey, Dignitas are happy they took them, and Dignitas were happy to take this win. Blue is going to be going pro to pro with High in just a minute, but while they ready up, we're heading over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. That's exactly right. High's getting the pro-to-pro all set up for Blue, and as soon as they're ready, we'll toss it over to them. But in the meantime, we're going to talk about the second win that Dignitas was just able to put on the board over TSM. Let's start in the draft, because we've talked a little bit about the bot lane in particular. I know, Emily, you've got thoughts on the Renata Kalista and how it's performed as a duo so far.
Yeah, so I do think it's strong, because I never want people, when you're nitpicking a draft, to come out and be like, this absolutely sucks ass. But
there's a lot of that, though.
But I think if you're going to have this lane, you kind of do need to play around it due to the inherent strengths of the lane itself. And so Spica's early pathing was super interesting to me. But when you're comparing these team compositions, I do think you get to a point where Dignitas just kind of takes over with the Zeri Yuumi, with the initiation you have from the Xin Zhao and then Azir.
Yeah, even just taking a step back, I mean, Dignitas has just been playing really well these days, right? Last week, the fact that they were almost able to take a game off of Cloud9, they're going to be kicking themselves, of course, for that one, but then immediately the next day, like near perfect IMT comes to this week, doing really well. Like, this team seems like they're online now.
What about it feels different in their play? Like, is it a specific player? Is it the way they're? Is it?
Oh, yeah, for sure, players. I think like the biggest element is the team play, because a lot of their bot side fights, when it comes to 3v3s and 4v4 skirmishes, have been poor really early on, but like it feels much better now. And also, I think players like Blue, Biofrost, River have been performing incredibly well. So like those individuals definitely have performed much better as the time went on.
Just to pull Jat into the conversation, I know we talked about how Dignitas's, or Emily talked about how Dignitas's comp comes online at a certain point, and the onus was on TSM to build a lead. Very specific fight before the Baron that Dignitas manages to kind of wrestle away. Let's walk through it.
I think this game was really close.
Yeah.
We might be killing that fight to get to Pro to Pro faster, but there
it is.
Okay, like, the fact that, watch how close River is to dying here, but then also look at how close Neo is to dying, and also ask yourself, why is Tactical there? So all of those things combined, like, this was a breaking point of the game. So if this fight isn't taken, I think it's much more interesting, but if Neo dies there, or if Blue dies there, it's not a Baron and a much different game. I think from this point, Dig like really closed it out.
Yeah.
And like if you consistently win those fights, you just are a better team. But holy moly, that was to me the game.
I'm with you. It felt close. So let's go straight to High, who's standing by with Blue to get a word from what it was like to play in that very game.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Welcome, Blue. I heard you got player of the game, by the way, so congrats on that.
Thank you so much.
I have a lot of clips here that are basically hyping up your gameplay. We've seen a lot of Corki and Azir, and they're usually really boring, but you kind of stab this guy a lot. So I want to give you some props on that, and I wanted to ask you about it. So the clip is just going to be basically playing through the lane phase. While it's playing, can you tell me a little bit about what your goals are in this lane and why you went the runes and masteries you did since you went Comet?
Most of the time, people go first strike because there's a good scaling. It gives a lot of money and true damage also on 10%, so it's actually good for scaling in team fight. But this game, I just want to push mid and just fight mid to not let him push because Corki can push easy, which is the E skill, helps him a lot. So I can over bot lane because our bot lane is playing Zero Yumi against Karessa Renata, which is very hard for them to play bot lane against this comp. They can get dove. So I just have to play really aggressive mid lane and try to not get ganked by Viego, so I can push and fog bot side in case I dive upper, so I'm ready to TP or stuff like that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So then, let me pull that back for a quick second here. So you go into this game looking for like an early recall then, because you took that recall at 4. Okay, great. That actually got you a pretty big lead here. You got like 3 minion experience over him. He comes back to lane, whereas I show here, and you basically stab him like 80 times, and then he has to recall, and then you do the roam. So then, while that's happening here, do you think that this lane is how it's supposed to go normally? Because we've seen this lane happen a ton of times, and it's never gone this way before, where you get early TPs off of him, you make it back all the time, you got a massive lead here. So is this something that you think consistently happens, or what was the difference here?
So this can happen constantly to Azir's side, because to me, if an Azir plays really aggressive, he can win, but Corki needs to basically push and not care about Azir stabbing the Corki. So here he just prefers to scale because he knows that he doesn't really want to lose trade, he just wants to stay healthy, so he doesn't get dove or just accept that he will lose trade, so he didn't consider the wave basically. It's fine to do like that too.
Gotcha. So then you're playing a very aggressive lane phase here. Oh, I'm not pulling up. Why is it not going? Oh no. I blame the pen. Okay, so then you make him back here, and then when you get this early roam where you get the early jungler flash here. So I thought that was a really well played lane phase, so I want to just highlight that a bit, that you played this super well. I'm happy that you're actually stabbing him, because I don't think Corki should have a free lane against Azir. And then this is the last play I have for you. I basically want to ask you, when you're playing Azir and you're going into a team fight, how do you determine whether you're looking for like an Azir sec or you're looking for a stabbing? Or like playing in the back, front to back?
Here we know Viego has no flash, so our plan was to take a fight 3v3, but here when we saw Viego, we said we will go on Viego. But then I see we should have been together going to Viego, but we did, I think, a miscommunication in the fight. But just the main goal was to go 3v3 just on Viego because it's flashless. And since I have a Gragas in Zinzo, so just to go in. But if you have something else, probably we'll play slow and try to just poke first and then go in later.
Got it. So a lot depends on like what is on your team comp. That changes how you want to do it.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So then that's the last clips that I have here. And finally, I have another question. Maple is new to the league. He used to play with River. Can you tell me a little bit about how you thought Maple performed here? And if River gave you like any tips about like how to take him down or something like that?
Maple's performance, I think he's good. Like people might be thinking he will 1v9 or stuff like that, but not really. This is not a season that you can 1v9 like you used to a long time ago. No, it's more like he's more like a player that will push and fog and try to help his team. He plays like a Zoe or Galio TF. We know that he's like a supportive mid laner. So he's not like the carry player like European, you know. He's a really different playstyle, more like Bergson, I would say, that helps his teammate, yeah.
Awesome, cool. That's great. So then I believe that's all that I have here. If you don't have anything else to say, thank you for coming on here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yep, congratulations on Player of the Game.
Thank you so much again.
So we're gonna head to break. Check out the next crop of up-and-coming LCS stars as we highlight the top 5 rookies in Academy chosen by Cubby.
Will be. Chad is trying to see if he can contest it. Gets inside, does not.
4
Sheedan's
HP.
able to outsmite him each time and get a kill.
Ingu gets fed up. He's going hard.
But the flash over the wall flash has been reciprocated on the other side, and the sniping spree out of Cloud9.
I think my competition is not as great as they're hyped up to be.
He walks right on that ramp, looking for Jenkins. Jenkins falls low. Rosethorn falls lower. XU able to grab that one, but Spawn still on a killing spree. Will find more. Mash return and fire, though. The Aphelios finally starting to come online. Triple and Mash looking to find it, but the return of fire coming from XU. Going golden is going to be Mash. A beautiful sonic wave. Resonating strike to close it out in XU. Going to be alive. One picked up. Kaori godlike. Tomio still up there, but finally gets targeted. He goes into the clone mode, and he's going to be perfectly okay. Azurdi finds shoes. Concept hits the ground.
Race, bot lane fell first. Yuji's up here. The Herald's going in, but Yuji has the damage to just assassinate. Now in a 1v2. He's going for Concept.
allows for a lot of pressure. But here in the bot lane, it looks like it just might be an attempted 2v2 dive with BMFX still surviving. The knock up onto Cowrie. He's getting a lot of damage with the lashings that he's taken from Busio. Flashed in, kills them. Boom!
2025, I think I'll be at Worlds because I know I want to be at Worlds. So if I put my mind to it, I can do it.
Case file 008 documents the summer of 22, the reported sighting of something truly inexplicable, maybe even a little evil.
Whoa, 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 whoa. And then we'll be walking and talking, but you'll just be very dismissive, right?
Judge Pan's like a really good actor, I think. If they say whatever they want him to do, he'll do it, and he'll do it pretty good, I'll admit, so.
Torch it. I'm sorry, what? You heard me. Torch it.
I mean, Joe is pretty good at acting, I think.
That's not trash talk. This is trash talk. Hi, this is pissing me off right now. I'm pissed off. I can feel that. That was completely bad. You guys should be disappointed in yourself. Honestly, I could do way better, but I keep talking, I think.
Not really impressed because I'm also good at acting, so.
Welcome back to the LCS. That was brilliant. Speaks for itself. What a blast we had filming that content piece at the top of the year. We got EG stepping onto the stage across from Golden Guardians in this next one. We're gonna play a little bit of a game here.
Where's your chair?
They removed it. They took it away. They said you don't have enough energy. Get on your feet. Get moving around. We're playing a game. It's called Guess the Tweeter.
Oh.
So we're heading to the tweeter sphere.
I was built for this.
We're going to show you a tweet. It's up to the three of you to guess who tweeted it.
Is it all players in the upcoming game, or is it literally anyone?
I don't know. They didn't tell me. So we're all going to find out together. I don't know the answers to any of these.
I'm going to guess last because I feel like I'm a gremlin on Twitter.
You feel like you figured it out.
I'm a gremlin on Twitter.
So we're going to move quick. You don't get a lot of time.
You guys go.
Being on social media gives me hives, so I am not like Raz at all. I'm guessing a Blaze Olive.
Okay, can't wait to verse my idol Bjornsson in playoffs.
Oh, wait.
Going with the Blaze Olive.
Playoffs.
Did they even play in
Yeah.
playoffs? Raz, go. I want to see your answer.
Whatever.
I think it's a Blaze Olive.
You think it's a Blaze Olive?
Sure.
Emily already went in there.
That's
All
it,
three
that's
are
it.
going to Blaze Olive. Can I get the reveal?
JoJo!
That was my
got it
first
wrong.
instinct, and I thought it was too nice.
We even gave you the tease with that opening video. We
Holy.
put it in your head.
As I was reading through it, I was like in
You
playoffs.
didn't answer my question. Okay.
Should have had it. All right.
Let's go,
Tweet
let's go.
number 2. Guess the tweeter. It's another mid laner, it appears. My jungler has been maxing E on Wukong this whole time. I can't focus. You used to max E on Wukong, by the way. I guess with the with the changes.
Okay,
and the...
it's JoJo.
Okay, I
Yeah,
would
he
laugh so
tweets a
hard.
lot.
They're all
He
JoJo.
tweets a lot.
Okay, so Jat's going with JoJo. Who do we have here?
I'm going Olive.
I'll go Olive.
Both of these are going for Olive. Let's get the reveal.
Yeah, gotta keep winging it out there.
It's
there
a
we go.
Blaze Olive.
Okay.
Well done. A point to
going,
each
keep
of you.
going.
Tweet number 3.
Let's tweet number 3.
Guess the tweeter.
My name is Patterson.
It's another mid laner, EG30.
3-0.
It's
Is
JoJo.
this a trap? I feel like it has to be JoJo,
It
but then
feels like it could be a
it
trap.
could just be Olive commenting
It's for
on
sure
other
JoJo.
games.
I'm doing JoJo.
Raz is diving in on JoJo.
I'll go JoJo.
JoJo.
Abadaga.
And Abadaga just left
There it
field.
is.
Let's get the reveal here. Guess the tweeter. Blaze Olive.
We were all wrong.
Wait, this is just tough.
It was definitely
This
a
is
big.
hard.
Raz was
I was
talking.
wrong.
Raz
All
was
the
talking
JoJo
such a
tweets.
big game
He
before
was.
this. He's like, I should guess last always because I'm on Twitter so much. This will be very easy for me. Next tweet. Here we go. Guess the mid laner. First tweet. Learning how to use Twitter. Won't be streaming until Saturday.
Fudge.
I mean, that has to be JoJo. That man does not tweet. That man does not tweet.
I like the fudge call out.
He doesn't tweet anything but like.
And he
trash
doesn't-
talk.
You said it was JoJo?
And then
Yeah, I
I
think
could
it's
see
JoJo.
this being JoJo's very
I'll
first
go.
tweet.
I'll go Olive. I can
And you're
also
gonna
see
go
it
Olive?
being JoJo's first tweet, just
All right.
to split the difference.
This is hard.
And it's fudge.
There it is.
No, it is JoJo. You are
Is this
correct.
Fortnite? Is he streaming Fortnite?
I don't know.
It has to be. First tweet. That's what he is.
I guess
I'm
it was a
getting word
Fortnite
that he was.
stream. You
There
are
it is.
correct, as
All right.
confirmed.
So they
Jad,
could be years
Jad,
old.
I would love for you to get on the board with this last one here. Guess the tweeter. Europe is worse than NA.
It's JoJo.
It's JoJo is
Yeah.
what he's going to go with. What do the two of you think?
Any reasoned individual. No, it's JoJo.
I feel like
JoJo?
This is
Yeah.
probably JoJo.
JoJo?
Or Perks.
Can we
One
get
of the
the reveal?
two.
That's actually true. It could have been Perks. It's a Blaze Olive.
How would he
My
know?
goodness, y'all got baited left and right with
Wow.
all these tweets.
We're terrible at this.
It was
you didn't,
3 Olive.
You didn't know that apparently Blaze Olive is actually like, he's the one blazing
He's
the trail for
he's
trash
actually
talk.
such a good shit talker. It's insane.
Gotta love this one though. 2022 Spring LCS champion sitting beside the 2022 Summer LCS champion on their flight back to LA from Korea.
Was it
What?
inspired? I'm just kidding.
Too good.
That's
Too good.
cute.
A ton of fun before these two teams jump out on stage against each other for the day. Now, during the 2022 Summer Split, you need to make sure you use your MasterCard to purchase in the in-store client and save your MasterCard on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to a LoL World 2022 Finals event or a set of 9. Yes, that's right, 9 Player of the Week statues and a MasterCard prepaid card. Before we go to casters, or as we ready up to head out to the arena, JoJo shared his thoughts on his fellow mid laner and all of Golden Guardians. Check it out.
I think Golden Guardians is like another fine team that I don't worry too much about. I'm only worrying about like the top teams. So I mean, I think Golden Guardians, we just gotta focus on ourselves again. We don't really care about what they do. Just focus that we play well, and the wins will come. I don't know too much about Blaze, all his strengths or weaknesses. I haven't versed him too much, so I mean, I can't really say right now. So I don't know. It'll be exciting to verse Blaze Olive again. I mean, I feel like I'll stump him again, so it'll be fun to verse him.
Never a man left wanting for confidence. JoJo don't even know who you are.
He's like, I don't really know who that guy is. I'm looking forward to playing him because I'm gonna beat his ass.
I love to see it. Confidence players, they're fun to watch. They're
Yeah.
fun to cheer for them. They're fun to cheer against them. They're just fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Polarizing players. That's what people love to see, man. You either love to watch them or you love to hate them.
You either love to watch them or you love to watch them lose.
Yep,
That's
exactly.
That's what makes the most fun. The opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. I read that on a box of cookies somewhere or
on
something.
a
I don't know.
Live Love card or something like that.
Or on the underside of the capsule, one of those tea bottles they have here, like philosophical tea.
An interesting fact there.
Yeah, it's one of those. Well, anyway, interesting fact. We're into the draft. Let's see how it goes. Callista banned out by EG. They're also going to take
No Corky,
off
let's
the table.
go.
Let's go. No Callista either, because she kind of sucks from the games that I've seen of her, so I don't really want to see her anymore. And we got Wukong banned out by the Golden Guardians.
No monkeys allowed.
They do not want to. Well, so I actually think this is big brain from Golden Guardians, right? They want to keep it away from Inspired because it's a top tier pick.
Yeah.
But a Blaze Olive was the one who tweeted, "My jungler doesn't know what skill
Keep
to
it
max
also
on
away
Wukong."
from their own
Yes,
jungler.
You stop your own
It's a
jungler
double ban.
from leveling it wrong, and you stop their jungler from playing it right.
See, it's like if I was playing against you. You're good at Skarner, and I'm bad at Skarner, so it's a double ban.
Right.
I prevent myself from playing
You're
it,
not
and
allowed
I
to play
prevent you
Skarner.
from playing
Exactly.
it.
It's auto insta win. This is the big brain strat.
That's value.
This is the kind of forward thinking that North America needs. This is what we got.
This is how we win Worlds.
Banned out.
We self-ban our own champions.
Yes.
We get to Worlds. It's the penultimate game, and we just ban all our own champions. Ban the NHAs. Ban out the Rise. What are the other champions that have failed us?
As the great prophet Michael Santana once said, how are the enemy players going to know what the hell you're doing if you don't even know what the hell you're doing? That's how you got to play it.
Never let them know your next move, Flowers.
Twitch is banned by Evil Geniuses as our last ban from them here in this first half. 280 carries, and then the mid laner with Corky. So with Zeri banned out by Golden Guardians is their final one here in the first half too.
Lucian Senna versus Lucian
W.
Lucian Senna.
She made it through. She made it through.
Is she going to get picked? I mean, Seraphine is really strong right now. She actually got buffed on this patch and was already getting picked before.
I'm pretty sure
but
she's...
Lucian and Senna are the two obvious ones that like are the duos we kind of be thinking.
Right. I'm pretty sure she's like turbo giga busted. Like everybody's not happy.
Her slow and her stun went up 50%. So E is just like a 1-point wonder now. It was already better to max W second, but the E became a 1-point wonder. So it is a 1.5 second slow, a 1.5 second stun. If it's a stun, if there's already slowed, then they get rooted. If they're already rooted, they get stunned, etc. It just lasts 1.5 seconds.
Well,
Yasuo, cool.
Yeah, locked in fast. And hey, if there's one way to shut down Seraphine's incredibly long-ranged, incredibly powerful ultimate, just wind wall it.
There you go. That's good too. You were thinking a different route. I was like, I'm with you. Just
you
kill her.
actually had the way better Chad answer of just kill her first. I was like, no, we have to block the projectile. Gragas is locked in, so I like the Gragas pick, and it's also a denial away from the Gragas Yasuo combo.
Yeah, but Diana Yasuo is available, right? So
yeah.
So I mean, it is a denial. You're definitely not wrong. But there is double combos available. Gragas, I'm expecting will just go up towards Impact. Does give them some engage. I'm expecting it to be farming Seraphine bot. Oh, so it will in fact be jungle or support. It could actually be both.
Yeah.
So interesting to see that the GP is just getting locked in here. This is actually smart because his GP would probably get banned out in the second round, and you have to draft the Diana if you're going for it now or get banned out. You have to draft some sort of a knockup now or it's going to get banned out. But instead, they're just not even going for it. This is really a little bit surprising. So the Sejuani Q is a knockup, the little bump. So you do have that. But I would expect Diana to get banned out by EG now. There is, of course, the possibility of doing some kind of like wacky stuff. Like maybe they're doing a Senna Yasuo lane. Maybe they're doing something a little bit crazy. But if they're not doing that, you could still draft a knockup from the bottom lane to be the kind of farmer with the Senna. There's a lot of combos I've been seeing. So I'm not really sure exactly where they want to go. But Diana, of course, getting banned out is a very interesting draft. Because, I liked the idea to draft GP saying you have to pick your Diana here, but then just didn't pick Diana. So whether or not, GG kind of like outthought themselves or whether they have a big brain pick coming through, it'll be interesting. Because normally you'd be like, oh, they're going to go Alistar. But then if you go Alistar, Senna has to farm, which normally Senna is always kind of the fasting. And you don't want someone like Alistar to be the farming champ. I'm trying to think of what other good ones there are. There's obviously like Malphite and stuff. Yeah, but, not necessarily expecting that because it should be Sejuani top. And Malphite's not a great pick into GP, so.
Well, what's the last ban going to be here from Evil Geniuses? It was Renekton and Tom Kench. So normally one of Senna's best buddies banned out by the team that drafted her themselves here for Golden Guardians. Udyr banned away, so Evil Geniuses double banning jungle roll here in second part of the bans. Golden Guardians, what are we going to do with them? Oh, we get both Wind Bros. It's a lore draft.
It is. You of all people getting excited about that is extra funny to me because I know
It's
how
literally the
little
only
you-
lore that's not Skarner that I know. Yasuo and Yone
You
are
know
brothers.
Rammus's lore. He's a turtle that says okay.
Okay, I mean, yeah, if that's all there is, I know that much. Okay, he hasn't bet as much lore as Skarner does. All right, that's fair. That's fair. You got me there. You got me there, sir. I'll concede you that point.
Okay, so this is really interesting. So now I'm thinking, is it going to be Yone top with Sejuani jungle, Yasuo mid, and then you have double melee soul lanes as the pairing? There is also still that slight possibility of it being like a farming Yasuo bot with a Senna fasting. So there's a lot of flexibility. But either way, like my biggest expectation is that it is going to be double melee soul lanes with Sejuani jungle, and then you have good ganking options. Kayn coming through and Swain. Swain is actually such a big brain pick. I already feel like EG hard won the draft regardless of what the last pick is, because this is a team that absolutely has to dive into you, and you're playing it into Swain, Seraphine, GP. Like, that is tough.
Yeah, Swain versus those squishy, vulnerable melee carries.
Oh, is it
that could be
farming
tough stuff.
Sejuani or farming Zac? Man, this is getting whacked.
Yeah, okay.
we're-
You wanted a knock-up delivery system for Yasuo, you got it.
Man, let's go. This draft is cool.
This is the sickest draft we've had in so long.
This
Screw
is
you,
really,
Azir.
really
Get
cool.
out of here,
I mean-
Corky. Give me this.
I mean, there's so many flex picks. So it might actually be potentially the farming Yasuo, which would be really surprising because it's like, is Olay gonna play the Yasuo? Does he have practice on Yasuo?
I don't know.
Right? Like, Gragas gets flexed down to support. That's not a shocker. Kayn coming in is a bit of a shocker. I would be expecting it to be like a bruiser Kayn against this sort of a team. And there's so many melee champs, it'll be really easy to actually farm the, I don't know, the souls or the energy or whatever it's called to get his Darken Transform thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Rocked.
So it should be pretty easy for him to do it, but it is going to be a farming Yasuo. Olay is playing it. I have no idea if this is going to look genius or absolutely troll by the time we're 10 minutes into the game, because Yasuo is one of those picks that traditionally it's like, you must have played Yasuo a lot for Yasuo to be a good pick.
Right.
Yasuo is not a good baseline champion. Like,
His skill floor is very high.
yeah, they're very low, right? The first
No, low floor means it's easy to play him.
low floor means it's bad when you start playing.
Oh, is that what it means?
High skill floor usually means that is like here. At least that's my interpretation.
Oh, okay. I always thought it was backwards. My bad. I always thought high ceiling means you.
Maybe I'm in the wrong here. We'll tax
Forget
Twitter.
the house. It's hard to play Yasuo if you don't normally
If
play
you're
him.
bad at Yasuo, he's bad. He's
Yes.
not like Garen, where if you're bad at Garen, he's still Garen.
Yeah, first time Yasuo, you want to report him
Yeah.
instantly from Champ Select. So
How
let's
many
see.
games of Yasuo has Olay played? Like,
How many indeed?
like legitimately, is he just going full random first timing Yasuo, or does he have like a one-trick Yasuo Smurf account that he's just like a Yasuo enthusiast secretly?
I am so ready for this. This is the most
This is so
exciting
cool.
draft. Is this the most exciting draft we've had all year? It might be. It might
League of
be.
Legends is fun sometimes.
It's when you get crazy stuff like this, it's fantastic. Okay, so let's.
They had like 15 flex picks in the Golden Guardians draft. I mean, that was just really cool. Like, it was really hard to tell where everything was gonna go.
Well, we do have Conqueror on Inspired, so I am fully expecting this to be Red Kayn. Blue
Yeah.
Kayn's one-shot skill strategy doesn't really work with Conqueror.
Just
so.
even based on the team comp, I thought it would have been, for sure. When if you're trying to go Assassin Kayn into 4 melee, like the only person you could farm the souls from is Senna, right? Like
Yeah.
you need to hit ranged champions, I believe, for the Assassin form, melee champions for the red form. So you're going to be able to get that pretty easily if you can scrap. It's also great against low damage champs because you can just like walk at a Zac or Sejuani and not really worry about dying, even if you don't kill them. You just get a little bit of damage on them. Work towards that transform here. But this is going to be really interesting. Like, how good is Inspired at Kayn? How practices Jojo Pion at Swain? I think it's one of the best anti-dive champions in the game. I also think Vulcan, on the Gragas, the disengage potential there is very, very high. Diving through GP ult, very, very hard. And if you do not win wall that Seraphine ult or insta-kill the Seraphine, then diving into Seraphine ult is also a disaster. So, fellas, we do have a banger. That is straight facts.
Hell yes. Olay also having so many tools to deliver his ultimate into the fight. Zac is the one that obviously
Let's just
stands
zoom in
out.
on Olay. Let's really watch.
Yeah, you talked about Sejuani also having the knockup. We know Yone's got 2 knockups as well with the Q3 as well as his ulti.
Judges every move. Does he hit the Q? No.
No. First
Ooh.
Q3 miss
Worrying
for
trend.
Olay's Yasuo.
He actually whisked one before that, so he's 0 for 2.
Oh, no.
Oh, he missed the Q on the minion.
This is a little bit troubling.
But he has the push.
That's important. They're controlling the lane. They've got priority.
He's
it's about
lane
sitting
dominant
advantage.
Yasuo.
That's the best way to play it.
It's to cross the halfway point.
I'm also, he's level 2, and I haven't
Let's
seen him
continue overreacting
through
to
every
everything
minion
we see.
So I'm a little bit worried about that.
Oh
no, Licorice.
I'm a little bit worried for Licorice.
Yeah, that.
Oh.
Okay. All right, he's chilling. He's hanging out for now. Barrel misses.
Oh.
Impact not going to be able to set him up on that one. Inspired now coming out as Licorice just already charged forward with the Arctic Assault. Remember, this Sejuani build, it doesn't take flash, and he's got no way home. First blood over to Inspired.
Great patience from Inspired ends up paying off. As that's all they were waiting for. He just had to use the Q. As soon as he uses the Q for the trade, Impact's just walking at him. And as soon as he uses that Q, you are dead to rights, no flash, no way out. He will TP back early, but I think the wave was actually pushing away from him, so pretty awkward stuff.
And hey, good read from Inspired to get up there and be ready and recognize, hey, that's a no-flash top laner. Both these guys are scrapping early. High chance for a kill here, and it pays off.
Yep, and he gets first blood and heads out to a faster transform, which is so big. I mean, Kayn is like half a champion pre-form, and I feel like a champion and a half post-form. So, you just get such an insane spike when you do get that. Jojo has the push here. So, Pride Soccer just walking through mid, trying to get that for a Blaze. He can push this in, look to get a reset, help to get his jungler that bot side scuttle. Could actually potentially double scuttle. Neither jungler went towards top side. I think that Pride Soccer had the read that Inspired must have already done it, perhaps. But Zac getting a safe early clear is always going to be really good. 6 camps into scuttles, pretty much always what you want to do on Zac. You can theoretically look for early game ganks, but I generally feel like until level 5, Slingshot has no range, right? You're doing a long jump and you're jumping from 1 foot, and then you jump 1 foot forward, right? You're going nowhere with the early game Slingshot, so.
It's kind of the similar problem with Kayn, how you're talking about since Kayn's half a champion, he doesn't get the things that make him feel good to play.
Yeah.
One of the biggest selling points of Zac is engage from 2,000 units away, right?
Yeah.
Be this team fight delivery system, but at level 1 and level 3, it's just not there.
And I will say, Zac, though we haven't seen him in pro play in a long time, has been really good in solo queue for quite a while. The Sunfire Demonic Embrace build is actually just super OP on pretty much everyone who can build it well. Zac is one of my favorites for playing that build. Shyvana jungle also really good for playing that build. So any of those style champions are super, super effective. You get damage out of that burn. You get damage from the HP, health to damage conversion with AP. So that is really, really effective. And we'll see how well he's going to be able to perform on this. Looking like he's heading towards an early dragon. They have push on bot. They've had perma push.
Yeah.
So going to be able to start out this dragon here very early with Zac. Of course, who's not good at soloing the dragon, but with a couple people around, it doesn't really matter.
Vulcan can throw the barrel over the wall. It's not going to get a whole lot of value out of that. So boom, it pops. Doesn't do a whole lot. Yeah, first Drake here, but slightly before 5.5 minutes. And
very fast.
Easy stuff there for the Golden Guardians. It is a gold lead still for Evil Geniuses because they did get the first blood up here in the top lane. Impact about to deliver a Trial by Fire plus Demolish onto this turret for a little bit more damage. Doesn't quite get the Demolish in there, but Impact having control over this lane. We know Gangplank's not going to struggle too much with Sejuani in general, and also just having all the extra money from his passive. Not running first strike here on this one, opting for the grass for the better trading instead. More survivability there in the lane.
I mean, generally, GP only is going to struggle against the tank if you get way behind, right?
Yeah.
If your damage stops mattering. But, I mean, Licorice's first buy was literally refillable, so you're never going to be too worried in a lane about that. Of course, Impact did not get the first blood himself, so just went for the early cull. This is just a move for a reset. This is not a gank. Licorice is out of mana, and he needs to get back to base ASAP, so Pride Soccer is going to walk up, help him reset. This is actually a critical part of helping your weak side top laner, and this is something that a lot of junglers, I think, don't understand. With Kayn here, though, the wave could get frozen, and this is going to get a little bit awkward. They're actually going to go for the play. He has level 6 ult.
Licorice just already charged again, but he is able to walk out of that one. The Glacial Armor coming in clutch there.
Yep, with that Glacial Armor, he's immune to slow, so the GP ulti did not get him that slowdown, and he's just able to walk it out. But that's something I think a lot of junglers, have a poor understanding of, is even if it's a losing matchup, people see, oh, he's playing weak side, you just never go there. But you need to help the guy get resets on the wave, because generally if you are playing the losing matchup, oh, that was close.
Oh, a Blaze Olive looking for the solo kill onto Jojo. He forces the flash out of him. A Blaze flexing muscles there on the Yone a little bit, but Evil Geniuses are not done here in the top side. They still want to grab the kill on Licorice. Kayn is excellent for this because of the aggro drop underneath the turret. PG make it 2 up there in the top side.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. Well played, though, by Blaze Olive still, mid lane. He almost hit with that ulti. If he connected with his ulti, that's probably just a dead Jojo. Now he's looking!
Oh, Jojo!
Oh, he's got him.
Maybe you need to learn who he is and what he does. now, JoJo, taken down by a Blaze Olive as a massive wave is just eaten alive underneath that tier 1 turret.
Yeah, Blaze Olive's gonna make him remember the name for next time. JoJo getting solo killed there early on. Already had forced out the flash, the ulti defensively there. JoJo dies after having TP'd back, I believe. So that's a rough one. Coming back, going to be having the wave pushing away from him, so is going to be down a bit of farm. Is going to be down pressure. The early Zerker creeps are always so nice on Yone. And so far, so good for both the mid lane and the bot lane. It feels like for Golden Guardians. Olay doing absolutely fine here. He's down a couple of CS, but going to be exciting to see how it plays out. So yeah, JoJo TP's back in. This was the initial play that we saw. Knock up there with the Q3. Snaps back and then was actually looking for the ulti. Got a lot of autos down during that E, which is really, really hard to trade into. When Yone E's forward, you have to respect it so much. It's very difficult to actually trade into that because of the damage amp and the fact that if it starts moving bad, he just snaps back, then push in here. JoJo just not standing far enough back. I think didn't have the read that the E would be back available.
Yeah.
But Yone's engage range is so long. With the Q3 plus the flash plus the E, it's like a full screen away. And JoJo just gets taken down.
Well, you can see FTX Total Gold here on the side of the screen is still Inspired, the richest man on the map.
Yeah.
2 kills, both of those that he's got so far up there in the top side, taking out Licorice. Golden Guardians moving on to the Rift Herald themselves, but it does not look like they're going to be challenged for it, so that'll be a freebie pickup. Remember, they were also the ones that grabbed the first Drake down there nice and early. That second one going to be spawning in less than 90 seconds here too. So although Golden Guardians are down pretty significantly in gold, almost 2,000 now is the lead for EG, they're at least getting something back. They're taking the early objectives.
Yep, absolutely. Getting those early objectives, and they're going to have a pretty powerful wombo combo, right? Like, they've clearly drafted for one type of style. It's especially important keeping this Swain down, because honestly, if Swain gets too far ahead, it's going to be very problematic to actually deal with him. If you cannot burst Swain down, you just can't kill him, right? And this style of composition that Golden Guardians have is so upfront with the damage. When Yone goes in and Zach goes in and Yasuo goes in, you use all your ultis. If Swain doesn't die there, he's going to really start roasting you. When he's on Leandry's, plus almost guaranteed he's going for Zonias against this style of burst comp, it's going to be very, very difficult to actually knock through that.
Oh, Olay getting an ulti here, going after Danny, forcing flash out of the Seraphine, throws out a wind wall just to make sure nothing else comes his way. The ultimate's still available there for Danny, but he gets both summoner spells from the EG carry, so it feels good for Golden Guardians.
I see someone getting dope again.
No, it's a broken record for Licorice at this point. Evil Geniuses bullying him relentlessly.
That is so sad. Both of them have 1 hit of HP as well from the tower, but EG just juggling it well, using the R reset. One discussion I actually had, pre this season starting about durability patch is the fact that towers are harder to dive makes champions that have mechanics that can allow you to dive those towers more valuable, right? So like Vladimir Pool, or, we haven't seen Elise in a million years, but potentially like Elise reset on tower aggro. Kayn is having that same sort of play. Where, yes, the towers are super powerful, but you have the E to actually, or your R, excuse me, to be able to drop turret aggro, which makes it even more valuable than it would have been otherwise. So you're pulling off dives that people just aren't really expecting you to be able to go for in some cases. This, of course, a pretty obvious one, but there is no wave, so maybe feeling like, hey, there's no wave and I have a bunch of my own minions, they can't dive me just straight up like this, but GP ult gets dropped down. It was actually a really nicely buffered ult there from Licorice, but not going to be enough to keep him safe here, and goes down for the 3rd time this game, despite the fact that he's actually kept very even in farm.
Yeah, the farm's going just fine, but they know that they can punish him over and over like this. Golden Guardians going back to the Drake, looking to take number 2 here. Evil Genius is bringing bodies up. They might want to contest this. Inspired goes over the wall. Inspired with the smite and the steal as the Seraphine ulti comes out, but will not be successful.
Oh, that feels so bad when that happens. End up losing the dragon there, so they're going to lose their stacking advantage. The Gordringer already done for Inspired as well. It's a big man on campus. He is definitely really, really strong at this point. An impact now with the Mythic completed is going to be very difficult for Licorice to actually deal with here. He's going Triforce, so it is much more that bursty style option. Not going Sunder, which a lot of people like against HP stackers, but is going to be more valuable against the Yone, the Senna, the Yasuo, who are really the true threats come 5v5 time.
Blaze Olive just running at JoJo yet again when that E is ready. But you mentioned earlier how Gangplank's not going to struggle into a tank unless they just get far ahead of him and they can outpace his damage. If they can't do that, Gangplank's damage is so obnoxious in the laning phase. Point and click with that Q, with the grass proc, the first striker. Whichever rune you want to take is going to make it better. And he just keeps walking up and shooting you over and over. It's not a fun experience.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, it's very, very difficult for champions like this from behind. Zizoni does not have the ability to threaten an all-in. We can watch this steal one more time over the wall there. Just really nicely timed. It looked like a little bit of damage from Danny, plus the smite coming through at the same time. Pridestalker just able to use the slingshot to get out of that Seraphine ulti, or he would have been going down as well, or at the very least losing the passive. Good job from Licorice there, winning the barrel minigame. It is an important part of staying alive on that top side, because for him, it's just about minimizing loss at this point, right? Like, he got dove multiple times in a row. The 1v1 has been fine for him, but he's going to be locked under that tower as a result.
Blaze Olive going in. Of course, Vulcan knows there's no point in trying to jump in there and make any play when he's in the E. He can just reset that position, as you were already talking about. Rift Herald summoned up here in mid lane. Gonna just try to get the 2-plate value out of that one. Time is running out on plates in general. Evil Genius is trying to stop it. Pridestalker just jumps in to make sure nothing bad happens and they get to interrupt it. Meanwhile, top side, first turn of the game, and all of that plate money goes over to Impact thanks to the advantages that he was bought by Inspired's repeat visit.
He is 2,300 gold ahead individually, so that is a really rich GP. And next wave, he cashes out the call. So it's going to get worse, right? Like, he has so much gold in his pocket here. You know, if he cashes out Cole before he goes home, he's going to have like 2,400 gold or so to actually spend up when he gets back to base, which is going to be really, really
There it is.
At 2,450, that is scary stuff for Golden Guardians. But at the very least, they still are doing pretty well on this bottom side. It's looking like a shield bow rush for both the Blaze Olive and Olay. Blaze Olive stopping for the Zeal, you know, is just super, super efficient on Yone. This is kind of like the go-to build for most players that like Yone, is they just go Zerkagreaves into that Zeal, and then you have a lot of early power, even just without that. And then you move towards the shield bow, you know, get your IE, etc. later on.
And one thing that I'm also going to be looking at here for both these teams that'll be important as the game goes on, Grievous Wounds and shutting down some of the healing. Yasuo and Yone can both heal a ton from lifesteal. Teams have Seraphine and Senna. Swain is a massive healer as well. I feel like the value of Grievous Wounds, even in its nerfed state post-durability patch, is massive for both of these teams.
Yeah, for sure. You know, honestly, I would like to see Danny just go for the Enchanter Grievous Wounds item. I think that is really, really effective. Yeah, Chemtech Putrefier. Because you can kind of just AoE apply it with the W, which is really, really nice. Good Ghost Flash pop, though. So able to force that out. Nicely done by Licorice. You know, he has to be able to make these kind of plays. You don't want to just be locked in a side lane forever. GP looking to match up against Yone now in that top lane as things have shifted around. But remember, there's no tier 1, so he can get chased down.
Triple barrel combo. Impact gets the slow. They're just waiting on the barrel. Wait for a Blaze Olive to have to reset his position. Fate sealed. Right back where he came from. Right back into the ground.
Yeah, going to be an easy kill there. Not really sure what the idea was with the R. Maybe he was trying to do something like where you buffer it as the E expires
and you think you unstoppable your own unstoppable so you don't get yo-yoed, or
I'm not sure. Maybe he thought that he was going to like snap him back first, then the R would go off. But otherwise, I don't really.
Maybe that was it.
That's
you yo-yo yourself.
Yeah, like the E would snap and then you would go. That's the only thing I could think.
Pridestalker's moving in, trying to clean up Impact now. The Zac with the Sunfire Aegis completed. It's a very scary boy. Nice job flashing over the wall there from Impact to get away from it. Pridestalker still seeing if maybe he wants to chase any further, but Impact has managed to get away. Inspired going after that Herald. Got a little spooky there with some of the spin of damage over the wall, but he secures it.
A little spooky for Impact as well. I mean, he was messing with the little kid tank. You know, the Sejuani has been getting picked on.
Yeah.
His dad just came to town. This big Zac coming in with the completed Sunfire.
Oh, but talking about completions, that one is huge. Red Cane is online. Rost is ready to go. He gets all the extra vamp. He gets the CC power of throwing you up into the air with the W.
And against 4 melee, the value you're going to get from Gore Drinker is very high. It's so easy to get multi-man Gore Drinkers when you are against this 4 melee comp. Expecting Pridestalker to go towards Demonic Embrace now, but you can see Zac actually has some pretty high damage, you know, when you can really get in the mix, and on 2 items, it's a huge spike. If you can continue to farm effectively and get towards there, you know, at a decent clip, you really can threaten the backline, because their only magic damage is the Zac and the Sejuani, right? So Tabbies are going to be highly effective, and Armor's going to be highly effective. Jojo Pion is kind of flanking
Oh,
here.
Jojo forced to ult very early, but Golden Guardians just dogpiling him. Jojo stays alive
That's
thanks to the
flash, though.
stopwatch. He's trying to get himself out of here. Impact wants to protect his mid laner a little bit, but now Impact's in trouble. Remember, he already flashed away earlier top side. Impact doesn't have any way out.
it's
Unless
game
they're able to
time!
Fight back. Inspired jumps in here in a 1v4. How long can he keep this going? Flashing back over the wall, staying alive though. Golden Guardians still looking to chase him down, still looking for a little bit more. Pulls him back in with a stretching strikes. Evil geniuses. Jojo Pyun, what are you doing?
Jojo Pion trying to set up the flank, but Golden Guardians just sniffed it out. They find him, they take him down, and everyone from EG, it felt like, just decided to try to pile in to actually bail him out. As a result, a huge win for Golden Guardians. They get a second dragon, they're gonna get a bot lane tower, they get a bunch of kills. Just like that, the game is pulled right back to almost even. They were a good 3,000 behind before this, so a huge swing in the game. And shutdown as well.
And that turret bottom side. Hold on, let's go back, check the play real quick. When the Rockcat flipped the switch replay, Jojo getting caught. Started
Yes,
it all.
so he actually cleared out the pink ward. So they had full knowledge that he was in the area. And trying to play in this area, you know, just gets collapsed on from multiple sides. Jojo, I think, if anything, would have needed to try to flash the fat part of the wall here and just escape. Impact decides to try to come in and bail him out, and you can see it's just kind of a split decision because 3 members of EG are up here on the dragon, but aren't able to really burst it down quickly. Danny bails out to try to come over here and help, but he just gets 1v1 by the Kane on the top side of your screen right up there. He's actually getting burst down by a Blaze Olive. Impact tries over to come over and help, but he doesn't have his flash, and he gets taken down. Then Inspired pulls in. This was just really split decisions from EG, atypical for them.
Yeah.
This is, I think, the kind of like bad side of how sometimes EG play in team fights, where they're so of one mind. If a call is made, even if it's the wrong call, they're often going to all go for it. And it does sometimes cause these kind of funny looking plays where, you know, Jojo clearly made a mistake, but everyone's like, all right, we're fighting, right? And everyone went for it, even though they didn't really have the preparation. And now they've got to kind of dig themselves out of that little bit of a hole, are still slightly ahead, but, you know, gave away most of their advantage. So they're gonna have to play more clean from here.
And the thing I was gonna mention before the replay came on, the turret in the bottom lane, the tier 1 also was taken down, and it was Licorice who got the solo gold around that. Look at his farm. He's caught up to Impact. He's past Impact. He is right back into the game, and Impact now getting caught out here in the bottom lane. That money's going over to a Blaze Olive. That feels great. Evil Geniuses whiffed the Seraphine ulti here in mid, so they aren't gonna find anything out of that one. But Golden Guardians are striking back, man.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing a really good job here, finding some picks, you know, finding those long-range engages as well from Zach. Lots of knockups here are available for the Aso. Good job there from Vulcan. Buffers the E to actually interrupt that Zach slingshot, which you can do. Very frustrating interaction there for Zach. Sejuani can also do the same thing, but is, of course, on their team. And he is working towards the Demonic Embrace. He has that Blasting Wand in inventory. We can also see Danny is going to be going for the Chemtech Putrefier, so I do like that.
Well, Licorice has found Jojo up here.
Just do not hurt this guy.
Yeah, Licorice is pretty immune to this. He's got his Frostfire Gauntlet. He's just standing there burning him down. Pride Stalker coming in, trying to help him finish this one off. There they go. Jojo is already down, but Evil Geniuses are coming in to maybe clean it up. Impact looking for one, finds Licorice. Pride Stalker continuing to push forward for the side of the Golden Guardians, but now he's going to be popped and lose the passive. Golden Guardians trying to see if there's anything they can do here, but Inspired claims the kill. Evil Geniuses, yes, they lose one, but they get 2 back for it.
Yeah, and this is kind of the other side of the coin here for EG, where they are always willing to pull into these fights, and sometimes, you know, in situations where you wouldn't think they'd be able to win out, right? Jojo looked like he was dead to rights, but was able to live long enough that all of EG arrives. They do turn around that fight. They go positive in the kills there, able to get something done. And Impact now on the Collector, so going to be much more of a bursty build. Again, not really building for that 1v1. It is much more about being able to burst down some of these switching targets. Jojo gets caught out in the side lane here by Licorice, who just does not care about the damage of the Swain at this point. You know, Jojo a bit behind. Licorice doing quite well, even up a level. But Impact TP's in, the ulti gets dropped. Kane in the middle of all these members here. Multi-man knock up there, then comboed in by Vulcan. Danny on the side landing a lot of this damage. And they are able to get a couple of those kills back. Olay just slinking away on the side. Impact able to survive just barely as well.
Always extra value to be found too versus these champions that have anti-death passives with long cooldowns.
Yeah.
Being able to fight through that passive, secure the kill anyway, that's all that value just disappears. Anti-death is either game-changing or totally worthless most of the time.
Yep.
And that time, it ended up being worthless. They couldn't save him, they couldn't get him out, they couldn't trade back and forth. So feels good there for the side of Evil Geniuses to get that for free. Next Drake is 30 seconds away, and Isaac, I think we're gonna get some fights over it.
I think we are, and we're actually getting a lot of really big item completions on both sides. You know, I already talked about the Collector, but 2 items there. We have the Putrefier coming through. We have 2 items on both top jungles, so Demonic Embrace is done. That really ramps up the damage. And then the next completions that we really got to look for are the IE for Yasuo and Yone. When they actually finish that, that is such a large spike. So I might see Golden Guardians to say, no, let's actually give this dragon up and wait for the double IE spike at the next dragon, because that will be such a massive difference.
Doesn't look like they're making that call, though. Pride Stalker goes in, but he's separated from the rest of the team by a good ulti coming out from Impact. Pride Stalker's so low, there's no way for him to fight this one. Evil Genius is a good punish there. Now Ole's too close. Ole might just die, but a Blaze Olive comes over the wall. 2-man Seraphine ulti trying to take him out, and they'll get both. The power of anime can't beat the power of K-pop today, and Evil Geniuses just absolutely slaughters them.
Oh, nicely played there by EG, man. That's such a tough place for Golden Guardians to fight. You have a 4 melee comp. You cannot funnel into the Seraphine and the Swain in that type of a spot. They try to bully their way through, but they do get punished. And Danny holding the ulti until the wind wall was down. Then it looked like an ulti flash backwards away from the rest of the team to be able secure a couple-man charm there. Really well played. They grab the Dragon EG, cruising here once again. It's just a really tough position when you're funneling through here. How do you actually fight through this little corridor, right? You have to walk in through that area. All of EG is stacked up. They wait until they kill Pride Stalker, then they move forward. The wind wall is used defensively, so Danny here sees the angle, flashes back, 2-man ulti on both the important carries there on Olay and a Blaze Olive. 6A had a quick ulti to come through on the Senna to try to keep them alive, but was not quite able to do it. Seraphine defeats Kane, much to the dismay of anime fans everywhere.
I mean, dude, that, looking back, I think it falls perfectly in line with what you were saying right before the fight. The better call there was to just say, hey, Infinity Edge is huge. Neither of our guys have it. Drake's score is 1-2. It's not like you're giving away even soul point. You're not close to it. That could be easily yielded, and you back off. That's going to be a pretty costly error for the Golden Guardians, who now find themselves back in the hole again. They're down 2,000 gold. EG have tied up the Drake count. EG are feeling good from that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a tough call, though, because at the same time, it's like, you know, was that the ideal fight? Not even close, right? So they may have thought, hey, if we get that engage, we're going to be able to make this happen. Olay, a little bit of an awkward spot here. Kind of just gets bounced back to his wind wall.
Max range pull from JoJo. Finding Olay here as the Golden Guardians. Olay?
I mean, he was slowed by Rylai's.
All right, there's no way out. There's no way out. He tries to do whatever he can there. Stixay just gets caught too.
That's Baron now.
Golden Guardians are falling apart, man.
Yeah, the wheels just fell off all at once as Olay just not really able to get out of there. So much CC and slows. Once the Rylai was on, he just decides, all right, I can't get out. I'm going to go back. Vulcan just has to play bodyguard now, because remember, you can body slam the Zac slingshot, so he needs to prevent Pride Stalker from getting in the pit. He does not have his ultimate, but does have the body slam, and they see Pride Stalker approaching here. It is Impact and Inspired, 2-manning the Baron, so it's not that fast.
No. Licorice is also tanking up most of the aggro here. They know they have 2 meatballs to try to throw at this, but only 1 meatball has a smite to steal it. Seraphine ulti comes out. It charms them both. Golden Guardians, this is stupid. Why are they doing this? You're just getting your guys killed for no reason. There's no contest here. They don't feel like they're so far behind in the game that you have to make these plays and give these free kills.
I think they're feeling that it's just over if they lose Baron, because they have no wave clear, right? It's 4 melee. How do you hold the Baron push? That's my assumption on their read of the game. But I agree, it was not much of a play to be had there. EG played it out appropriately. You know, EG did not give them any chance at a 50-50. 3-man squad zoning. A Blaze Olive his bot side, so there's no way to actually fight your way in. So they do try, but EG, you know, back in control and looking very, very good. Inspired has been cruising this game, has been, you know, we saw the comment on the screen, you know, monstrous in spring playoffs, absolutely. He was great at MSI and right where he picked off. is really, really good.
Frozen Heart completed for him as well. Going to slow down the attack speed on those Wind Brothers. Give him all that extra armor that you're talking about. And it goes back to what you mentioned. The only AP damage is a Zac and a Sejuani. It's Red Kayn. His natural lifesteal is going to give him enough to be able to survive that rather easily. So as long as you're able to resist the burst, resist the power of these now Infinity Edge enabled melee carries, you'll be just fine.
And the question is, can they find the engage? Because you can't wave clear. So the only way you stop the Baron here as Golden Guardians is by killing their opponents, right? Like, you have to actually engage and find a fight. They are on a really big spike, so if you find that perfect engage, you can get the kills. I mean, Seraphine will insta-die if you can get in on her.
Yeah.
GP potentially can insta-die there as well if you can find that flawless combo, but that is going to be what it takes, and that is why Inspired is playing Bodyguard over in this section, trying to cover any sort of a flank. You know, Jojo pushing in mid, he's got eyes on Licorice, so they are just trying to check all those boxes and make sure Golden Guardians cannot find any sort of a surprising engage here, and they can slowly push in and siege down these towers.
And Ablaze Olive is half HP here, so he's not in any condition to really go in for a team fight either. Golden Guardians tries to rotate over, maybe collapse on the lone man there in Jojo, see if they can force a 5v4 situation that'll make EG back away. But EG's mid laner can disengage that. The rest of the squad continues to push here in bottom.
But no flash, no ulti now on Jojo. So now they could actually try to look for an ultimate. They did cost some Licorice's ultimate, but that's fine. If Zac can find this engage here, they could potentially go. Threatening.
Oh, Ablaze Olive is the one to go in, and Ole is going to follow him. The damage comes down, but the burst isn't enough just yet. Vulcan's still going to be kept alive as the Senna ulti's looking to do the same for the Golden Guardians. Ole is first to die. The rest of the Golden Guardians will follow him into the grave. 1, 2, 3, 4, line them up, knock them down. Golden Guardians are absolutely slammed. A double kill over to Impact. Pride Stalker versus the world. I don't think he's going to last too long.
It's not looking good for the Blob in this one, but what a fun game this one was. EG continuing their winning ways. 6-1 now on the split, looking really strong. But it's such a fun draft. Back and forth game, a lot of action.
Give me more of this. This is League of Legends. Somebody get the copy pasta. This is what I want to see.
This is a really, really fun one, man. You know, EG, there's going to be things you can complain about, things you can nitpick. You know, you can talk about Jojo Pion getting caught down in that bot side river. That fight really did go awry for EG. But that was really kind of the one lone blip on the radar. Everything else felt like very smooth, controlled. They were winning their team fights. They're playing it out very, very well. On the other side, Golden Guardians, I think a lot to be happy with as far as creativity in the draft, as far as the situations they were in. I think they're going to look back and say, hey, if we had executed in a couple of these different spots better, we could have actually won out in this game. It was a really cool creative draft. I'm glad we're finally seeing some different pairings with Senna, because Senna TK is not the only way to play. There's lots of great different champions you can actually pair up with it, and Yasuo is certainly one of them.
And I mean, Golden Guardians, even though they were behind in gold early on, they had control over objectives, right? They took the first Drake. Unfortunately, they got that second one stolen at the 11th hour right there as Inspired came over the wall, but they had the first Herald. I think both teams were having a pretty close contest for a while. But the difference maker for me, the X factor, Inspired and their team cohesion. What you said, they will go in, they will play as one unit, right? That's what EG is willing to do, and it felt like Golden Guardians wasn't quite on the same page in some of these moments. Ole getting caught out there around mid, then they also were able to find the follow-up kill afterwards. Golden Guardians, they have a solid foundation to work with here. I loved what we got to see in the early parts of this game. It just couldn't stay together long enough to stand up against the reigning champs, who even in a world of wild drafts, very, very far deviated from what we consider to be standard League of Legends, show they got what it takes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, honestly, you know, Golden Guardians, I would love to see more of this kind of creativity, because I think, you know, this level of play would have beat a lot of other teams in the league. You know, EG is one of our best teams, if not our best team. You know, their team fighting is something that I think everyone in the league struggles with. And that is really where things did fall apart. They just outfought, they outskirmished. But I've got to give so much credit to Inspired. He put Licorice so far down in the early game, you know, just nonstop dives up towards that top side, got himself very, very paid, got a pretty reasonable time on his Kayn transform, and he was a big difference maker in a lot of those team fights as a result.
Well, that was one of the funnest games we have had on here in a while.
That was a good one.
That was awesome. We're joining Emily now on stage with Inspired for our Verizon post-game interview.
That was awesome. I am joined by Inspired, who just received Player of the Game for that Kayn performance. So first of all, congratulations for that. I am going to start with Kane and just the draft overall, because there are a few really interesting things that happened here. With your drafting, basically they want to dive into you, and you chose pretty much the worst team composition for them to have to dive into with the Swain, with the Kane, with the Seraphine. So describe to me how the draft went for you guys.
I mean, Seraphine and Swain are like very popular champions right now, and they were good into enemy comp. But with the Kane pick, I was choosing jungle on 4-5, and it was like 15 seconds on the clock. I'm like, what do I pick here? And then suddenly Vulcan says, Kane looks good here. I'm like, wow, true. Just log it in.
Nice.
Wait, I think we didn't play it since, I don't know when was the last time I played this champ, because usually it's not that good. But this time they had 5 milli champs, so I was like, I mean, it will be a free game, so yeah.
And it kind of was for you. We've been seeing a lot of jungle picks go late, actually, 2, 4, 5. What is it about the draft that's evolved that we're seeing that a lot more?
I mean, you don't really go that late with the jungle pick usually when there is no strong solo laners, because usually solo laners want to get the best matchup possible. But when you have certain champs that you can just blind and you don't really get punished, then you can look into picking jungle a bit later. And then you can adapt your champ a bit better into enemy comp, because usually if you want to 1-2 the jungler, you just pick something that is strong early and will help your team no matter what enemy picks. But yeah, this game I had the choice to pick it late to get the best champ possible.
Nice. And we have a fun story out of it, too, with your comps. You obviously hard-targeted topside really early on. I know something you specifically had talked about and something I spoke with Danny yesterday about is trying to have increased communication with your lanes just based on the way that jungle has evolved this split. That looked really good yesterday. It looked really good again today. So how would you evaluate yourself in that regard?
I don't know. I don't think there need to be any communication done for me to go top there. But we just see Sejuani with no flash, and we have Seraphine bot, so obviously we just want to leave her to wave clear and just scale, because we can't really play around that lane too much. And Sejuani wants to, in order to trade, she needs to use her Q forward, and then she has no really escape tool. That's what happened level 3, and we got a free kill off of that. And after that, if I make sure I match Zac on the top side, we'll always win the fights, and I can get my form stacks and then win the game. So basically, that's the only lane I could really attack for the whole game.
Okay. And then last question. Obviously, you guys are going into a break. You've had a really, really hot start to the summer. How would you evaluate the team's performance overall?
I think we are pretty good. I think even last split we were good. We are just pretty unlucky. People would say that we didn't play as good as we do right now, but I think it was very similar to what's happening right now. We are just unlucky in some of the games, and that's why our record didn't look too hot. But now we are, I guess, a bit more consistent, so it's easier to get the wins.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. And once again, congratulations on Player of the Game. And more from us on the other side of the broadcast, where we'll be breaking down C9 versus FlyQuest.
Upgrade your ship to keep sparkling.
Hey, Ash, what's your plan?
A new and very serious game, Jake from State Farm, but these in-game purchases are wrecking my wallet. I can't keep sparkling, Jake. I need a sparkle.
State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Very nice. The gameplay is really strategic, I swear.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
They give us love. They give us joy. They give us lessons in sharing. So give them some love back. And what says love better than something you can chew on? Use your MasterCard to make secure purchases from anywhere, so your gift will end up in the right hands or mouth. Because being there for each other is priceless.
Teams, 11 dreams, with all eyes on the LCS trophy.
When most fans think about gaming, they think of one name, and that's cream cheese.
Hey, buddy.
In 2015, we started Team Fugitive together.
I've played in huge arenas, gotten a ton of girls. I bought a Porsche. We're going to the LCS.
Honestly, we'll probably win 7 championships.
He never met the expectations that he set for himself.
It's just a matter of time until Cream Cheese is no longer the face of the franchise. Because fans are ready for the era of Organism.
Organism, hop up in the middle.
Into the middle?
He's gonna be the youngest pro player in North America.
I don't have that much time left. I've been here for 5 years. You've been here for 5 minutes. I can't play with him. I need to win a championship.
Do you think support is the best role for you now, or are you doing it so you can play LCS?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie about it. I am playing support initially because it's the only way for me to play on a team that I think can win LCS and go to Worlds. It's just more important to me to make Worlds and win LCS than it is to play a certain role. I don't care so much about the glory of playing ADC role, like it's like the striker in football or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not that important to me. So I am playing it for now because I want to win LCS and go to Worlds. But I do enjoy playing the role. It's a lot of fun for me. I never had this much fun playing the game recently, I think. So I'm enjoying it a lot. And even in my first week of scrims, it's just my joy of the game has been like reignited.
Yeah.
So it feels good to play.
Welcome back to the LCS. Makes me happy to see Sven happy. Same places, yeah, the two of you. We just need to slot Sven back in there. A quick word from Sven on his role swap, as we had him on the desk just last week after his first outing on the LCS stage. By all accounts, it's been a successful swap so far, Jat.
Yeah, undefeated so far. I was pleasantly surprised about how honest he was with the role swap, because a lot of times when people role swap, they'll be like, no, I've actually always really wanted to play support.
Right.
Sven, that's not him.
Yeah.
But that's actually, to me, a red flag attitude if it's not working. But he seems very skilled so far, which could just be a great thing.
Yeah, and for me, the way I'd see it is that the fact that he is willing to take the back seat so he could just be on a winning team, and he has full faith in this team, and they're starting to find success much faster than a lot of people would have expected, so that's coming out pretty well.
I think that also can be attributed to his attitude about the game, because yesterday we talked with Fudge about this, right? And he was like, yeah, you know, Sven came in and he's just like, guys, I'm going to be sprinting it. I just need to learn how this works.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really healthy attitude to have, because you're not always going to get it perfectly, right? And if you're worried about getting it perfectly, especially when you're role swapping, you're never going to learn what your limits are.
The first time I talked to Sven was way back when he was on Origin. It was actually like after the tournament. I was like, oh yeah, how did, you know, that series go for you? The dude literally talked for 15 minutes. And he detailed like, oh yeah, so in the laning phase, I picked Kog'Maw. I went this item because of this matchup. He just remembered everything that happened from laning phase to end of the whole series. So that type of mind, I think, can work for support.
Yeah, I don't think it's, or I've ever kept it a secret that he's absolutely one of my favorite pros to talk to one-on-one because of, things like that, his recall, but also just his drive, right? And to your point, Raz, like, that's the kind of thing you want to see, particularly from a veteran player, the ability to set that kind of individual ego aside.
Yes.
I'm still good enough to play ADC. Okay. That's not the point. The point is, how do you get to Worlds? How do you win the LCS? How do you ultimately, you know, achieve what you want to from a career standpoint? And that's what he's indexing towards. Now, he happens to not be the only person in this game who's done the marksman to support role swap. We've got someone who decided to do it a very long time ago in FlyQuest Aframu. Let's hear from him on Cloud9 and what role swapping has been like.
C9. So they got Sven now. I think Berserker's very good. Masters all the champions. I play with him in Champs Queue. You know, he's just smurfing all the time, you know, so I think he's very good. Sven, haven't played against him yet because they put their Academy bot lane in, so it'll be my first time going up against him. But playing against Sven when he's on AD, he's always, you know, spamming the game a lot, mastering all of his champions, you know, knows the in and outs, what to build, when to base, how to play, positioning, all that stuff. So I don't think he's, like, mastered support yet. He's getting there, but he still, you know, has his strengths from playing AD carry, so it'll probably transfer over. Going from AD to support, it's kind of annoying at first, just because you were playing the AD carry, and then let's say your AD carry is like, it doesn't really play the style that you want to play. It's so annoying when you're support. So when me swapping over, that was me the whole time. Just so annoyed, like, bro, we could have just killed him there. Like, come on, man. Plays the champs that I played, that I was good at, and then let's say they're worse than you. You're like, holy shit, bro. Like, put me on the champion. Like, you know, I'll carry whatever. So that was the start of it. And also, you just pretty much learn you got to be more patient, because not a lot of people can handle, you know, being as aggressive, let's say, as you were, or let's say you had a different style where you're just a farmer, you know, and then you're playing with an AD carry that just wants to fight all the time, you know. It's like, you just got to make sure you match the style with, like, who you want to play with.
Nice.
I love that because I don't necessarily see Aframu as a person who's easily unnerved, right? But even in that, you can kind of, that's like maybe the most annoyed I've ever seen him. Is his own recollection of how annoying it was.
9 years ago.
9 years ago. I'm like, that is some visceral stuff right there.
Yeah, even in the interview that we had with Sven, where he was talking about, like, there it is. I was like, oh, Berserker talking about his experiences. This is way back.
2012.
Wow.
Great.
Aframu was playing AD carry. And so there are so many highlights
Remember how
of his
Maokai
professional
was? Oh
play.
my goodness.
Let's not.
Stupid ultimate.
There are a lot of old ultis.
Wow, this is just a trip down.
This is
a nostalgia
this is
trip.
the true LCS 10
The odd one.
Yeah.
He's been through a lot of
Wings
teams.
of Death. I'm sorry, that was a lot.
He's been through a lot of teams. I remember when he was on TSM Evo as a good example. Fear, Monomaniac. He's been through a lot when he was an AD carry. He was a top AD carry back then, making that role swap.
But, Emily, I think we should bring it back to the fact that with that role swap, Aframu has cemented himself as like the longest standing support the LCS has ever seen. And his ability to maintain, to sustain in his professional career, I think is something to be envied by many.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering how many fans even maybe knew that he was a role swapped AD carry, because I remember I used to watch his streams back in like 2011, 2012. But the big thing for him, I think, is that He understands the game really well, and whenever you pair him with a new AD carry, it seems like it happened with Johnson at first, right? Like, obviously they're reuniting now, but when Johnson first came on as a rookie, Afro was there to guide him, and this has been historically through his career, he's been really good at bringing up new ADs, and it could also be just due to his experience.
As I say, just even you isolate the double lift in the Stixay years, right? There was some incredible success found alongside Afro Mu. Either way, they're looking for it again today against Cloud9, looking to hand Sven his very first loss in the sport position. While we head out to the arena, FlyQuest has another PSA, but this one's for our in-studio audience. So everybody, pay attention, check it out.
Welcome back, everyone.
We need some pogs too.
Whoa! Yeah,
good work, Freak. Good work.
This is good. This is good. Yeah,
I really like the Afro interview, by the way. The thing that he was talking about, how he was getting frustrated at the AD carries that he played with not being as good of an AD carry as him.
Yeah.
It reminded me of even the Sven interview where he was talking about Berserker, and he was like, we should pick this champion here, and it will counter this, and we'll kill them in lane. And then Berserker was like, no, we should pick this. And then after the scrim, when they lose and they didn't kill them in lane, Sven's like, okay, what did we learn? And he was like, yeah, I'll listen to you. Okay, yeah. So I love how their relationship is also, coming along there for Sven and Berserker. Definitely seemed like this Cloud9 team is having fun.
I will say any relationship where the partner realizes that I am right is a partnership that I really enjoy.
Okay. Yes.
It's fine if you have strengths and weaknesses. You just always rely on the strength.
Okay.
You know?
I'll agree with 100% of the things that you say this match.
Evil.
Genius.
Inside joke. But we are on to the rift now for Cloud9 versus FlyQuest. Tied in the standings, although to get twisted, Cloud9 were winless until Sven came back into the squad with Berserker. They have crushed every team so far.
Yeah, 3-game winning streak for the intended roster here for Cloud9. If we get right into the champion select, the champion we thought they were going to fight over the most, the Yuumi, has been banned away super early on here. A lot of bottom lane bans, a lot of support bans coming through with Afro Mu and Sven kind of fighting over dominance down there. I do like that Udyr's been added to the list also of bans here for Blabber, for Cloud9, bringing it back once again. So he always had so much of a threat, though. I was really partial to the old school Blabber Gragas jungle, and he already pulled it out once here. I think he is one of the best Gragas jungles that we do have. He's always looking for those big first plays.
Please! I would love me some Velvet for Jose Diodo. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so I actually planned on doing this when it came up. Like, I'm Freak, that's Kobe. We have a third caster. It's the audience. Your input, very much valued, by the way. So the boo when they got up Velvet, more of that, right? Like, let us know your appreciation for the good and the bad.
Hey, the Gragas for Blabber.
Nice. We got it.
I swear, this man is so good at it, and it comes from the origins. Cloud9 Academy and Cloud9 internal scrims are where, way back when, they first really started abusing Gragas Yasuo. It was from this organization, from both of their LCS and Academy team, really utilizing it to its fullest, that then really just took over North America. So happy to see a return here. And again, Blabber very good with the Gragas plays. He's one of the biggest things. He's always going to go punish people that do not have flashes, and is also very good at the mind games of just body slamming at people and then just making them flinch, and hoping that they'll flash, expecting your flash afterwards. getting the free summoner spells. Ooh, it works very well versus Jinx too, Freak. I have to say, Jinx is a great target for Gragas.
One thing that does surprise me, though, is that they left up the Twitch when we heard from FlyQuest after week 1, talking about, like, oh, yeah, no, we think Twitch is really good in Azera. You can watch the lane and you outscale. Twitch is open. Yeah, you can't Yumi, but, like, Twitch Lulu, very good. Like, another, you know, one of those, I would say, just like second place right there is Twitch Lulu, and that would have been an available draft. But you can see that they're saying, no, we're going to play Jinx, going to play really safe backside, and then Cloud9 has the assumption that, well, you still need safety for the no escape. So because we have the Gragas, because we have the Yasuo, Tom Kench could have been your pick. So taking that one away.
Yep. Get that one off the table. They do need something to protect this Jinx. It's so hard to be like, all right, well, how do we protect our immobile AD carry against Gragas Yasuo combo? That's a difficult problem to solve. See what they come up with here. Maybe a Janna or something. Tornadoes and Disengage are very good. I feel like Janna is currently underrated in pro play.
I agree.
Definitely a very strong enchanter. Though the early Zeri too, the side effect of her being able to steal shields has so much value in the meta right now with so many enchanters flying around too. Continuing some of those.
Ornn is the soft implication here with the Kayle ban. Gangplank as well, but Gangplank was banned earlier on by FlyQuest. But those are like the two counters I see most often Kayle is used for.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if we see some Ornn, some Gnar as well.
Sure.
None of these things are going to be out of the ordinary. We could get the Gwen answer if we do see the early lock in there though. Okay, that's some safety. Exactly.
Yeah.
We were looking for how do you protect against Gragas Yasuo. Braum is decent at it because the length of your ultimate is pretty good if you can aim it where Gragas is coming from.
Come on, Berserker.
Berserker loves the fan.
Gragas top lane.
Yeah. Flag spick. Hey, Fiora's still pretty good though. I will take Fiora over Ornn versus Gnar, right?
Yeah, I agree. No, I'm on board here. Hey, there we go. Come on, Sven. Yeah. Ooh, I mean, still some decent options, right?
Yeah, the Cloud9 really know how to play the crowd. Okay.
Yeah, Nautilus hover.
Getting to work out here.
Woo! All right, Lulu grabs up here, and I will say any ranged matchup, pretty much pick a single one of them. Always feels good in a Braum. His engage is very lackluster. You can often just outrun it in the first place. So expecting a lot of lane control for the Cloud9 duo. This should look very good. They have some spicy solo lanes as well, right, with the Fiora, but they are blinding it here.
Yeah, I gotta say, this Cloud9 draft here is looking very good to me. I would be very happy if this was my solo queue team right now. FlyQuest gonna try and come up with an answer. The last pick, Jace here for Philip. We'll see if they can get something done on the top side of the map decently early. Philip gonna try and utilize his extra range, get control of the brush over Fiora, maybe open up an area for Jose to work with. Because I would expect Jose to try and play off the top triangle of the map here. Both solo lane matchups are definitely volatile, so Blabber and Jose, you're gonna have a lot of say in the early game of this matchup.
Yeah, you are, but gonna look forward to what happens in this game. Because, I think you're going to have lane control top for FlyQuest, lane control bot for Cloud9. Both some pretty scrappy early junglers. We should see Jace have control. And keep in mind, this is 12.12. Fiora was nerfed. The 80 ratio on the passive true damage got dropped by about a quarter. That definitely matters. Cloud9, again, still happy to play it. Fudge, I thought, had an outstanding Fiora game in his split opener back in top lane. Looked really, really good. Nearly carried the game but couldn't quite get it over the line. The question is now, does Cloud9 rise up around him? Because so far it's been good. 3 wins in a row for Cloud9. FlyQuest, though, at the same record. One actual really heartbreaking loss. They really could have been 4-2. It was a very, very delicate throw at the very end against Immortals. So, honestly, on paper, a team that FlyQuest could beat. See if it's going to be enough now. The early Ahri in for Takui. And are they up to the task now? Old Blood Aphromoo has been in the LCS since the very inception. Facing off against Sven, who came in to support this very split. Of course, many years of experience himself. Onto the rift, and we go! Cloud9 versus FlyQuest.
Oh man, and we got 1.5 of the Cloud9 chance out. I thought it was gonna get stronger. Come on, let's go. Ooh, actually we're gonna get a level 1 Braum invade. There it is.
There you go. Well done.
Ooh, I like the FlyQuest dueling in there, getting in the middle, trying to break up the rhythm.
Good. Yeah, Trisha recently joined Cloud9, by the way, former CEO of FlyQuest.
Yeah,
Now
I
it's
mean,
like,
this is the trader match right, right on your screen.
Oh, come on, Berserker. Man, 0. No, I think he hit Braum once. All right, so on the board, 100% of the damage in this game. Right now, the stats snapshot it. Berserker, 100% of both teams' damage. Wow. Just incredible the heights he has risen to in such a short time in the LCS.
Yeah, I mean, this kid is actually a monster, too.
Yes.
He's so fun. He grinds Champs queue pretty much every single night. Always see him in there trying to get in early and staying late as well. So not only does he already have a lot of talent, but he's putting in a tremendous amount of work on top of it. Definitely good signs for Cloud9. Ward here from Fudge onto the red buff. Know that Jose has started on the bottom side of the map, and he's going to have a Lee Sin coming to him. So what that says to you as a top laner is you have to worry about several different timings, actually, because Lee Sin does not have to full clear. Of course, level 3 can be a very potent gamer, ganker as well.
Yeah,
and
both.
Can get out there for you with the, you know, as early as 3 minutes, sometimes even 250. Top laners have to start worrying about their top side vision.
Just want to point out the really cool optimization that Blabber did, though, as the observers showed us. He knows he can only use W probably 3 times on blue before he has to kill it, so delays the final cast so he can hit both that and Gromp. With a full patience bar, you can walk all the way over. He's okay at 540.
Yeah.
Slam will do 100 into the smite. Really, really cool stuff. Bot lane, though, hold on. We got a fight going on. Sven nearly to be stunned up. Gets that one indeed, and that's going to be pretty good damage. Watch it back. And this is going to be big damage. A flash forced out. A stun now on the AD carry. Berserker has to be careful. Not quite going to die. Blood goes to Johnson.
Johnson says, sit down, Berserker, get back in Champs queue, because we're on the LCS stage right now. Afromu leading the way on that Braum, and they got just enough distance there with the exhaust slowing him down. Jose, though, finding Blabber on the invade.
Jose got the smite, so that is most of the chickens belonging to him. Only a couple went to Blabber. Now going to try again for the red. Now the problem is smite is up for Blabber, so not really possible. Philip takes a slow, really good damage out of Fudge, trades back. Knows that, okay, a full combo, his riposte is down, I can get all of it through.
Yeah, but Fudge has the Duran shield and the potion, full real potion here, only to the refillable charge for Philip. So Fudge on this big pushing wave should be able to crash it no problem. Not going to be too worried about the Jace damage moving forward. Meanwhile, off of that invade, they got extra vision. They know Blabber towards the top side, so that's why they're able to go for these all-in trades on top side of the map. But really the lasting effects freak, we were thinking, oh, maybe junglers are going to head towards the top triangle. Turns out bottom side now with no flashes on either AD carry. That's prime territory, you know, for ganks.
That is. We can take a look, though, at the fact that Jose Diego shows himself crossing over mid, knows the kind of path Kragos was on, know he was doing red. It's like, okay, bottom scuttle. I can show top scuttle's mine as well, so quite a big lead. Yeah, the scuttles aren't worth as much XP anymore, but still feels like a pretty good start here as Jensen once again tries his trade with Tukui.
Yeah, it sets you up for a lot more to clear afterwards. Blabber's going to have time here because he was counter jungled. He has less of his own camps, so you can either force ganks or you can try and go for your counter invade. But really, until the Lee Sin cleans up the rest of them,
huge damage. Flash force out of Jensen, an OTP for the reset. Sven, he's gonna slow. Can they get it to him? They gotta get the shot. It's bro. There you go. Aggression in the bot lane. Braum has the 2-0 start.
This is the most bloodthirsty Braum I have seen all year. Freak Afromu throwing those punches.
He's gonna look pretty good. The body slam flash ignite. They get a trade back. Cloud9 back on the board. And we heard Fudge talk about it week over week. It's not that the meta is slow, that teams aren't willing to take aggressive plays, and we see him here.
And it's right, that's exactly what I'm talking about. When you do these invades and you're the jungler that gets, you know, the unofficial camp lead because you've got more camps on your side of the map left to clear, you don't actually have the lead until you go clear those camps and actually make up that time. And that difference, it means Blabber with his time, if he's still able to accomplish something on the map, you know, i.e. getting a kill there, flashing in on Tukui, then he's actually just fine. He's not behind at all as a result of the invade. And actually, your camps are respawning now a higher level than the original level 1 camps from Lee Sin. So unperturbed here. Blabber just in his lane, completely moisturized and chilling.
And first level 5 of the junglers. He's got, you know, solid 30-second lead on that one. Sven slowed. Not too much more there.
Now, though, as good as Johnson and Afromu have been in, you know, exerting their will on the bottom lane here, forcing these plays, they do have to know that the junglers now will be swapped back down to this bottom side, so not overextend themselves. You know, you saw Blabber kind of hovering around. He's waiting. Oh my God, they've been playing so aggressive all game. Maybe we can get a counterplay off here. But Afro and Johnson now adapts correctly.
Oh, he's going to spot it. Hello, out of the red buff pit. Smite is down. And you can count smites, by the way. He should actually be able to know. Blabber does not have smite based on charges on his item. But will that be the play? Because they've got a fight going on right now. Blabber is still taking the turret, or the dragon damage, by the way, until he can jump away from this one. Flashes down, has to go back in. Engage comes in. Sven drops yet again here as Berserker is zoned out by Flame Chompers. And that's going to be a dragon. A freebie at this point, earned by a great engage. Thank you very much. 3-1 in kills, 1-0 in dreams.
Cloud9, it's all over the floor right now, Freak. It's just full Cloud9 spaghetti. Blabber into the back of the dragon pit, takes about 200-300 damage worth of those flame breaths as he's just pinned in back. Then bottom again.
Cleanses it off, good sidestep. Tries to predict the juke, goes downwards instead of upwards. Berserker will live. Nice attempt.
FlyQuest. This is the best I've seen FlyQuest in summer, I feel like. This opening to this game is looking very good. Aside from the really well-positioned Blabber Flash Gragas gank, which is super hard to avoid pre-6, especially for Ahri, FlyQuest have just been dominating here.
Really beautiful stuff, and we'll see if they can keep that pressure going because we know the Herald's up in 40 seconds, and often you'll see a team, recall, rotate, and make that play happen then.
Yeah, I mean, take another look at it. Blabber does take the cone in. We're going to see Sven try and make his way over, but look at this, how difficult the collapse is for Cloud9. Blabber's constantly taking these autos from the dragon, and FlyQuest, they not only have the honey fruit, but they also are clumped as 4. And so Cloud9, when you're so spread like that and they're trying to make their way into the river, easy for FlyQuest to make the call. Afromu jumps forward, they get the Flame Chompers down as well, and they just turn on one of the sides. They focus fire and use their numbers advantage here to get a very early lead in the fight, and the rewards are so big. You win a dragon fight, you get not only that bonus, but a very, very healthy gold lead for themselves.
Yeah. And now members towards the top side of the map. Ooh, good sidestep during the tornado. Flash follow for a slow could be good enough. Jensen, the charm's gonna land. No flash, no way out. And it's time to fall. Big Benson's gonna be broken for a little while. It's gonna be the Herald going over to FlyQuest.
Really, really intelligent play all game long here. You could see, as we were talking in the Fog of War, both Jose and Afromu being so patient, waiting there. They're just waiting for the aggressive move from Yasuo. As soon as Jensen moves up, Jose and Afro immediately collapse. It's just like, FlyQuest are playing 3D chess here. That's the regular form of chess, by the way.
2D game.
They're one step ahead, but use 3D pieces. They're one step ahead of Cloud9 at all times. And the LCS was touching on how Afromu, one of the longest standing support in the LCS, and it's for good reason. It's because he provides so much value as a shot caller and as a playmaker for this team on a very defensive support like Braum, constantly jumping forward, punishing both Sven and Zerker.
Yeah, I mean, it's really impressive. He's so long-standing. He's good thinking on his feet. And FlyQuest, Philip, walking away under his tower. Pretty good damage to the Fudge. Able to walk away, but a very heavy trade, and with no mana, not much health, Philip's gonna have a hard time. He does have TP. He's got a Jose Dioto in his pocket, so this is a lane shove and a pretty safe recall. This will crash the turret, and it will be a slow push unless Fudge can push it quickly.
Yep, definitely going to be easy little bounce there. Jose going over to help out his top laner. Meanwhile, mid lane, though.
That's a flash required. He would have been dead otherwise. Had to flash over the cask. It would have been a easy dunk. So good by Tukui to survive. Still a nice attempt by Blabber because the much shorter cooldown that he burned, not a minute or two, got some damage.
Exactly, and that's what he's even looking for there. He's not even looking for the kill because he knows Tukui has flash, so he's just trying to get flash out. And this is what we were talking about earlier. On Gragas, you have so many tools to get mid laners' flashes burned, and he uses the easiest and lowest cost cooldown for him, just the ultimate. Saves his flash, doesn't even go for the body slam, and he burns Tukui's flash. So now you best expect a repeat from Blabber towards that Ahri.
Definitely. About a minute to go until he can do that one yet again. Keep in mind, Dragon is 1 minute away. One plate's been farmed in bot lane, but they've kept pressure, which means they can go for more right here. Hey, by the way, 3v1 pretty soon. This will not kill the turret outright, but if they're able to stick around, maybe zone up Berserker. With Sven coming over, they're not going to go for a dive. Johnson will get some autos in, but looks like not much more yet. Will find plate 2. Gold will not be shared by the Braum. Stay out of range. Yep, he never touched the tower, so does not get the extended gold range. Nearly killable to the Herald now. It will be below 1,000 with the charge.
Now, I'd like to see some wards placed for FlyQuest to continue snowballing. Up around this area behind the Dragon Pit, there's a control ward in the inventory there for Jose. Looks like he's saving it for a ward hop play, though, instead of using it to clear out some of this vision. I'm okay with that because he's Lee Sin, you know, and you can make a huge ward hop play. He's got ultimate but no flash, so he's kind of holding it for the mobility. In the end, moves down, and they're going to be able to set up for the Dragon regardless of using the controller or sweeper to clear out the vision. So nice stuff here from FlyQuest. They get the Herald, execute the turret, get the entire turret gold.
Yep.
Dragon going to arrive on the Rift very shortly. Don't think they can get over to those wards that they just popped with the sweeper, though.
Yeah, so not only the turret gold goes over, an entire top lane wave was dropped by Cloud9. Fudge was traded so low he could not stay for a wave that Philip crashed. So because Jose showed up, helped him push in the wave, Philip had to team back to his lane, get all that going. He was able to shove one in that was entirely dropped by Cloud9, so another 100-something gold, several hundred experience also off the table that Cloud9 was unable to pick up because Fudge needed health. They move Berserker over, he does shove the wave in, but part of that will still be grabbed by the Jinx. I believe they'll get at least the 3 casters. And yeah, with the cannon, doesn't lose all that much, so indeed at least gets XP on that one.
Because he stopped to auto the mini Krugs, though, I think he missed the cannon. I think he probably could have got there for a zap range at least on the cannon. Technically a -1, but did get the Kruggy money.
Yeah, that's nice as well. Well, 2,000 gold lead and 2 Drakes to nothing. FlyQuest doing so well against Cloud9 in the early to mid game. Philip has, I would say, kind of maintained pressure on Fudge. Yes, Fudge's form looks pretty good, but pressure-wise, it has looked pretty Jace favored. Scaling, wait to see, of course, what happens, but round 2 of the 2v2, as now we get to red buff, and Johnson's being given all of the gold. As he's wearing a Kraken Slayer, he's so far ahead on items. This 2v2 looks free for a while.
It certainly does, especially with how Aphromoo has been playing on this Braum. Continually making the Cloud9 bottom lane give up ground. Right now, C9. Right now, oh my god, he actually did the last hit on the last one. C9 bottom lane do have all their summoners for defense, but they are definitely in fear of the move.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. How much damage are you willing to deal? Because Cloud9 really cannot trade back against you. Rocket Worm is a pretty safe turret shooter. Unfortunately, it does have AoE, so Lurker, yeah, good damage. Sven is quite low. But as long as Zeri sits next to the turret, you can only auto once. You have to drop aggro because you'll pull it, and it makes that turret siege a little bit slower. Nice try there against Aphromoo.
I always love, too, when we talk about Aphromoo and his stories, how much he does for bringing up younger AD carries. And Johnson really wanted to play with Aphromoo. They both wanted to play with each other. And for them to be reunited here on FlyQuest and having this success, definitely a heartwarming story, as well as Jose and Takui come over to help them.
Laber's waiting. Berserker, he was the chopper, is going to cleanse, ult goes in for the damage. Will it be enough for the shield coming up? Braum keeps his team safe, won't get any more of the zap. Just the cleanse out, honestly. Pretty good safety for Berserker.
Yeah, and pops the ultimate there as well. A little bit of a cooldown also invested, but whoo-wee, look at that FDX total gold graph. It is Johnson and a bunch of peasants.
To be fair, though, the 4 peasants on Cloud9 are better than the 4 peasants.
That's true. The Johnson serfdom is taking too much gold in taxes. For
there's a couple of there's a second cast, you know. Yeah. It's solidly middle class, I think, for Cloud9 here, but certainly, yeah, there is a barony here, and it does belong to Johnson. That's going to be knocked down. 84 gold for the cannon. As you move towards what looks like Hurricane or Rapid Fire Cannon. No further daggers in a Phantom Dancer. What's interesting is your best turret build is actually Kraken PD. The attack speed is just so good for getting the true damage procs more and more often, but no hard tanks really on the roster right now. Fudge running away because there's no way a Jinx would chase you otherwise. Gets the ulti for a bit of move speed, flashes away to stay safe, gets out.
Pretty good exchange here. Fudge trying to transition into split pushing there for Fiora. I think should be able to complete Gore Drinker when he goes back. Is going to also have Unleashed Teleport. Yep, there's the Gore Drinker complete. Regardless, Cloud9, because of his flash blown on bottom and the attempt from FlyQuest, they do pick up second Herald, and they actually really do need that to get their first turret destruction of the game to start catching back up in gold so they can actually fight FlyQuest.
No bounties just yet, but still 500 gold is pretty meaningful, right? You walk back a fifth of the gold deficit right now. Minute and a half till the third Drake. I'm curious if Cloud9 even feel like they can fight. Not yet onto one full item. The Zeal sidestep, not a bad choice by any means, but it does delay the shield bow of Yasuo. Has time till he has to recall. Actual gold-wise, he's not close. He's ultra not close to shield bow, so Jensen will not be able to get him to Mythic. If that's the play, then yeah, if they're playing out of spikes, they can't play for Dragon 3.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 right now are just in farm mode. Jensen has to spend behind him though, until they go aggressive.
Oh, a lot going on here. Philip's gonna flash. There's the block for Afro, but Ignite is still on. Ulti lands, the shot in. Sven gets the flash follow. Afro gonna look for a stun here. He's got Jose Diodo. That's gonna be a kill. That is definitely gonna be a dead Lulu. Sidesteps the Q still. There's really no way you live through this one. Jose Diodo is the conqueror and gets one back on the board.
So they expend a lot there to get a kill onto their support. Jensen really wanted that one. Maybe then, you know, that actually does make up a lot of the timeline there to try and get him to his shield bow. But FlyQuest still get the return kill right back around, and they get to push mid as well. Anytime Johnson is alone with Berserker, that's good stuff for FlyQuest, because you can push in on these towers, utilize that rocket range early on, and just push him off objectives. So I think Cloud9 should have been in pure farm mode. They try and make a play to get money onto Yasuo, but it does cost them across the map.
And they're going to get mid-outer as well. That's pretty beautiful. Third Drake, I think, at this point, a formality, earned off of how well they played the preceding 30 seconds. And Philip even burns his TP to shove in bot lane, but we're going to see Cloud9 go for the cross map. Tukui diligently stays on the top side, knows that Cloud9 will go for something up here. His ult's up, his flash is up, his ignite is up, has some action, but be careful, Blabber will find a bit of a slow. Is going towards an AP build himself, then a Harvester is in. They will try to turret this on the map. So that is the Herald being put to good use.
Yeah.
Second tower, maybe a possibility. When are reinforcements coming? Actually not going to shepherd it in, which a little bit surprised me. Yes, okay, Braum is here by now. Hexagates actually make that a bit more troublesome.
I think the reset is actually really valuable for him right now. Wow, they don't even need. Also, Shelly can take over her own business, freak.
Apparently so. Chikui, unfortunately, does not quite time the auto attack appropriately. Does not pop the eye that had opened right before the charge.
All right, so here's the attempt. With Sven coming up, Jensen's like, all right, we can definitely chase down Philip. Afromoo makes it pretty dicey here. And then even as the exhaust is ticking, Sven sees that there's a potion being chugged by Philip, so he flashes forward to make sure they can actually get the kill and secure it. Does cost Lulu the flash, and then also it's going to be the trade kill over to Jose. So kind of rough for Cloud9 there, because they really wanted that money actually on the kill credit onto Jensen. He'll take, yeah, the assist money, but still going to be a while for Cloud9 to really make up this difference. Johnson is just so rich. 2 items here. Hurricane completed on the Jinx, and this is well in advance of their Dragon Soul fight. 3.5 minutes left on that timer. Pretty quick pace here set by FlyQuest.
For sure. The part that matters to me, though, is what does item 3 look like? Because VF Sword is not the most absurd third item spike. I assume in 3.5 minutes, Berserker's going to get to his second as well. And so, at least in terms of like completed items, you'll probably have a spot where it's close-ish. The scoreboard looks bad. At least in items, it'll be reasonable. So kind of waiting for that timer right now. Until then, though, of course, FlyQuest completely run the map. Anything Johnson looks at just kind of dies in front of his eyes.
I will say, Fudge, been doing some great work up there, buddy. I know you haven't been on screen much. He had the avoid getting picked off play. Besides that, though, farming very well on the Fiora. And that's kind of Cloud9's split push ace in the hole for later on. This is why, you know, they have the confidence. A lot of people right now actually have the confidence to just blind pick the Fioras. And Fudge has had a pretty strong return to top lane, if I don't say so myself.
Yeah, I think he's been really phenomenal. I think even in game 1, again, his Fiora game was very good. So Fudge feels like he's definitely playing a really good season. I want to keep that going because, yeah, he'll be a really big factor if Cloud9 are to succeed. Sven joined because he's like, this is one of the only rosters I can join where I think we have a good chance of winning the LCS. And I think that's true, right? This roster is undefeated on the back foot here, certainly, but more game to play.
Certainly are, certainly are. That 3-game win streak in jeopardy right now. FlyQuest with 2.4 thousand gold lead, 3 dragons to their name. Kind of waiting to bridge that time. 2 more minutes until the Dragon Soul fight. There's just such a big reward in getting the soul and very little risk for them to set up. They don't want to give over any big cooldowns or money to Cloud9 in preparation for the Dragon. And likewise, Cloud9 right now, if you can fish out any cooldowns, any flashes blown right now actually have tremendous value. Because then FlyQuest would have a significantly more difficult time winning that fight at the Dragon Soul. 2 minutes is just such a good time to kind of throw out your ultimates, because you can trade ultimate cooldowns, try and get a flash cooldown, which is 5 minutes, and basically just trade up, do your preemptive work for the dragon fight.
Yeah, unless you're level 6 TF, your ult's coming back in time.
Yeah.
You know, okay, yeah, sure, Shen, etc. But yeah, very few ultimates are that long.
If you're level 6 TF by 21 minutes, also,
it's a support
we got
TF.
other problems to talk about.
Listen, okay, there was a sign in the audience, you know who you are, who had the hashtag Azir support flex pick.
Hey, okay.
I said no, by the way. I said no, by the way. We had agreement in the audience. You're cheering now, but we all know you didn't like it.
The best part of that sign are the little chickens there as well.
It's good. It's a chicken emperor.
Cute little chickens.
They need crowns on their heads, or you didn't do it right. Just saying, you know, version 2 of the sign for next week. You know, but yeah, support TF would also be similarly trash, but by level 6 at this point. But we tied it together.
The support TF, I think, is more trash, because then you also don't even generate more gold out of your loaded dice passive, because you're not CSing.
Oh, yeah, true.
So you're just getting negative power. Like, TF is one of the worst supports that you can have, because you don't get to use part of your kit even.
Yeah. Smite Spell Thief's top Gangplank, I think. Similar attempted record. Just do nothing for a while.
All right, baby. We got 15 seconds on that
Dragon
clock, though.
Soul. 10, 9.
They're not going to fight right when the dragon arrives to the rift.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And the teleport's and we got the fight, baby. We knew what was going to happen. And there we go. Blabber is down. It turns out you can go to the LCS teams in a fighting. You don't need a Tucker Champions only button. You just got to count down from 10. Dragon Soul to FlyQuest.
We've just discovered some new tech here. We just discovered some black magic that I wish I knew in all these Immortals games that I was casting. I'm gonna use your power, crowd, for the Immortals game that we have coming up, because we need the countdown to force fights. That would be so useful in those cases. I thought they were counting down the dragon arrival, but the crowd was actually counting down the time until Blabber dies.
Yeah.
That was the live audio Blabber death timer.
Yeah. What if it's like the monkey's paw thing, where it's like the finger curls and it's actually just someone kills themselves in a team fight? I wonder.
I'm gonna
I'll
say
take it.
Credit to FlyQuest for picking him off. Yeah.
Credit to FlyQuest. Dragon second early. We are at a 23-minute Dragon Soul. This is
Let's
gonna
take
feel
a look
good.
at it. All right. Judgment will be held now. Was it int or was it pick? Okay, it was a little.
Hang on.
It's a little bit of both.
Philip, hello. Welcome to the LCS.
Hey!
And the solo kill.
Oh, the Bosco!
Oh my, no. Okay, Cask, run away. He's gonna live, but FlyQuest is own everything now.
That was actually a really sick blast cone play there by Jose to pop Blabber closer. Does get his flash, his ult, and his body slam out, and FlyQuest right onto the Baron.
I mean, the jungler's around, sure, but flashless, caskless, good luck, buddy. They're going to be able to see him. Blabber's there, going to be marked by the Jinx, but they got to make sure they can keep him out of the pit. Chakui waiting in the wings. They find the engage. Here we go. Fudge to the front line. Don't come across from Aframu. Fudge walking away, will stay alive. They're firing the shots. And Baron's resetting. Cloud9, who expertly played disengage. They're playing the edge. Gets the buffs, cleanses the exhaust, stays up. He's still fast. He can find a bit more. Taps up pretty soon.
Oh my God, I actually love this kid. 2v5, he's chasing him down, wants to pepper in as much extra damage as he can. Magnificent defense there from Cloud9, getting them off that Baron. That was very dangerous, considering, like you're saying, they have no playmaking abilities on Blabber. So they have nothing to actually force the kill for themselves, but enough damage from the outside, poking there onto FlyQuest, is able to do it.
Oh, beautiful stuff. So we get to watch this fight again. Nice brush trap. Already at 1/3.
Really great stuff from the new promotion from FlyQuest, from their Academy squad. Philip up here into the starting LCS spot. And they said when they promoted him, they really believe in his future. Very, very young player still, showing up. Now he's about to get attacked on bottom side of the map, though, 2v1.
There's the cast to the wall. Here's Fudge with the chase down. Good luck, Torres. Not gonna save you. That was instantaneous. What are you kidding me? He actually just lives. He actually lives. Thank you for buying armor. He's gonna get through it. And now here comes the Goon Squad. 3 versus 4. Jose gonna kick into the wall. Hello, I've got Zap missing, but Blabber knows he's done for. Jose Diego. Not gonna get much more than that, but still, 1-0. Philip lives, beautifully done.
Does cost them 1 turret on the top side of the map because everybody went down to go get that one. And so Jensen split pushing for Cloud9 gets some gold back for himself. FlyQuest, though, they're not going to let you throw everything at Philip on the bottom side and get away with it. They chase down the kill. They get the extra flash out of Sven as well. Berserker trying to get vision for his team. Good call here, though. I've seen so many people, especially even Cloud9 members, get baited in by Crabs, Freak.
What? No, I've never heard of a single time Cloud9 has overstepped for Scuttle Crab. Name 7.
I will not, sir.
Have you watched MSI?
I like to live in the present.
Yeah, well, right now, looking for a gift in the top lane, but no. Phil's able to walk away in time. Had reinforcements, Jensen maybe wanted the bait, but he doesn't go too far for that one.
All right, here's another look at the 2v1, how it started. Coming out of the brush here, they pop the Predator from Blabber. Fledge jumps forward. They ultimate him into the wall, and then he sidesteps just the W there. Able to sidestep the riposte, dodges out, and then the team comes to make them pay.
So really impressed how fast he got those 4 stacks across. Really beautiful. And yeah, at this point, Blabber knows he's done. So, all right, body slam, buy some space.
I mean, this is why I always actually really like when I see phase rush Jace. It's super common now, but utilizing that move speed effectively, it's such a good both defensive and offensive rune choice for you to take for Jace. You know, we saw him use both sides effectively in back-to-back replays. He gets the top kill on Jensen, flashes and use the phase rush speed there to use it offensively and get the extra kill on Yasuo, and then defensive demonstration by Philip on bottom side too. So thank you, sir, for the instructional video. Yeah, back-to-back TikTok clips.
Yeah, true. We'll see more of them too. Still impressed by how fast Fudge got all 4 stacks up though. Definitely a mechanically impressive point of it. We don't have like a player to attach to in the way we have like Insec and whatnot, but the like 0.5 seconds 4-stack Fiora, definitely cool.
I mean, I though, like, I feel like the items proccing it is
cheating.
Yeah, a little bit. I think it's fine, but it definitely does provide a tremendous amount of power there to be able to proc those with Gore Drinker and stuff.
Sure. Well, the top laner's fighting in the bottom side. Teleports up for both, but we still got the Baron setup coming in. Blabber over the wall. Here comes the first TP. Look for the fight now. When will Fudge decide to arrive? He's going to go for it a little bit later. TP finally now channeled. 2K health. Johnson takes down Sven, and we look for Blabber, still spot him in the wings. Can he get in? 3K. There it is. Picked up. Baron claimed by FlyQuest. Another immaculate fight with the objective goes to them and no deaths.
They have dominated this game. This is such a crazy good game from FlyQuest, Freak. Best of summer for sure. They've got the Soul, they've got the Baron, they've got 9 kills on Cloud9, and they're not gonna stop there.
I mean, Johnson finally caught up to Afromu's kill count.
4, 3.
Wait, where's Blabber?
We're counting out his respawn time. Elder Dragon is alive, and this is going to be a pretty easy fight. He's on the way, though. He is spotted. We got the Predator going on. Is it going to happen? You know he wants it. Fudges around, jump. Oh, that was freaking just beautiful by Jose Diodo. Elegant to the last bit. The smite comes in. Thank you for the claim, Elder Dragon. Another objective belongs to FlyQuest.
Everything belongs to FlyQuest. Jensen trying to split push on top side against still there for Cloud9, but they've been trying to pick up just the scraps that FlyQuest leave behind and not able to do much with them. Objective bounties are up, so the scraps are worth more now, but they're way more difficult to take because both Baron and Elder Dragon on FlyQuest, they can do whatever they want.
Ooh, okay, no one's in that brush. So Sweeper's 4. Okay, no one's waiting for me. They are going to the mid lane instead. Does not get spotted out. That turret, by the way, bounty gold is global, if I recall correctly. So as long as it was killed in any way, that would be some money in the pockets. Philip does not hit the minions. Gets the wave, though. He's fine. He's fine. All right, there's a long history of Cloud and mid laners sitting in brush, sneaking by the enemy team.
Shout out to High Zed.
Exactly. 2014 against Samsung White Game 4, I believe. Samsung Blue, sorry. We got the push now on the top side, though. Philip has pushed the wave in, and top lane tier 2 about to be attacked.
I like the call, actually, not to do 1-3-1. They're pulling Takui over to actually force on mid. You've got Elder Dragon, so you don't have to waste your time with minions. Just walk right into the base. Takui comes over, they 4-1 it, they're right inside, towers down, inhibitors down already.
You can't really get this one, honestly. What do you do with the gigantic gold deficit with Elder Dragon still on for a minute? Baron buff still on as well, 4,500. 5,500 on the Red Bull Baron power play. I mean, FlyQuest get whatever they want. Cloud9 on 2 kills. Have not got anything going on. Nice attempt there by Fudge, gets nothing. Top inhibitor will drop now as well, and honestly, you have to lose the least, which is guaranteed your base. You hope to not lose the Nexus as well. Nice little bit of damage there. Good poke. Both the dragons, honestly, add a lot to it. The Hex Zap, but now you have to fight. You have turrets. These are your last turrets. There is no better time to fight than now. The time has come, and they find the first engage. A big burst of damage, but it's not enough yet. Berserker fires to the back line, but Oriasso is dead. Dragon's gonna follow, and it's just too squishy. Fudge will drop, and they're gonna keep going. It's on for 3 for the AD carry. Look for number 4. There's the snipe of quadra kill for Johnson. Bot diff, right it on their forehead. FlyQuest slam Cloud9.
Beautiful game from FlyQuest. My goodness. Afromu and Johnson, from the moment minions spawn on this map, they are slapping Cloud9 around the map, constantly dunking on Sven. Afromu says, support is so easy, dude. And it actually is for him.
Oh my gosh.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. The first defeat for Sven's support. The first defeat for the intended starting roster of Cloud9.
Yeah.
And it is a well-deserved win for FlyQuest.
It is a 11-0 and 14 bottom lane. Afromu outkilled everyone except his AD carry. This bot lane was absurdly good. They slapped Cloud9 from the beginning. They got a 22-30 Dragon Soul off of how much bot lane pressure they had. Just... This is the most dominant 2-on-2 I've seen all year that I can remember.
Also, really well played by Jose in this as well. I feel like FlyQuest also had pretty good lane allocation, moving around the map, stacking up the dragons to make use of this big tool. I mean, every jungler loves playing with a bottom lane that's just dominating by themselves. But when you're given that tool, you have to make the most of it, quickly stack these dragons. They got the soul very quickly, moved over to Baron, absolutely controlled the entire map. Great stuff from FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Still celebrating over there.
They should. I mean, that was the most dominant win I've seen this week, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
I mean, there were some
of these Immortal games, like
dominant win where the opponents fought back. Where like, okay, you did a lot, right?
Yeah.
Like you went and took objectives. You were pushing the pace, and like they tried to keep up and couldn't keep up, right? Like that to me is dominant, not just like, well, I played League and my opponents didn't.
Yeah.
Like this is like we smashed some people and they tried. And so that to me is like, hey, really well done, FlyQuest. A great win to end on for the week. We're gonna have 2 weeks, by the way, right? Like there is no LCS next weekend.
Yeah.
So
they've got a long time.
They get basked in like, y'all thought Cloud9 was going to Worlds, dog. You got to get through us, So it's cool to see that kind of step back up. Therefore, in 3, they're gonna be, easily top half of the standings. And then it's like, okay, what do you build on? You're gonna come back probably for the 12-12 micro patch. A couple battle changes there, but I mean, it'll be fun to watch them in 2 weeks' time because this team looks very, very good if they play like that. So after the break, Hi and Took Nasty will be going pro to pro before we ready up for our final game. Well, our next game, CLG versus Team Liquid Honda. Catch you there.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay. How much for a collector's edition squishy pig with holographic cover art? I'm trying to save some cash.
You don't have to sell that. State Farm has rates that fit your budget.
Don't even look at my squish. Don't even look at it!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Hey everyone, I have Takuya here with me, and I'm doing another Pro to Pro with him. First off, congratulations on the win. It's very exciting.
Thank you.
So my first clip here is a very simple one. I'm basically gonna ask how you felt the lane went against Jensen. You guys did a couple games to each other. They're doing a lot of pressure on you. Is this something that you expected to happen, or just your general thoughts about the lane?
I mean, in this matchup, I should win 1v1, and the only way to get control to mid is to fight me. So obviously it was going to happen. This dive, for example, I knew it was coming because Progress was in fog, Lulu went in fog. We were like, it's coming, you know. So I just stayed there, blew my flash, which is fine because I have ulti coming soon. Yeah.
Gotcha, cool. Yeah, so then I have another clip here. As a mid laner myself, when I was watching this, I was definitely very curious as to why you decided to give up blue, especially since it's a Lee Sin. Do you have any commentary on that? Just something, did he ask for it? Anything you want to say?
I mean, my jungle asked for it, so I guess he had an item or something. I plan to reset soon anyway, so I didn't mind too much, even though I'm a bit low mana right now. Yeah, like right here, my game plan was just to farm a wave, base, get my item, get my boots, and then we can start playing together.
Gotcha, so you're a pretty nice mid laner then.
Yeah,
Getting up blue is nice.
I am.
I like that, So then my next clip here is gonna be about 19 minutes into the game. There hasn't been much action from you for like the last 10 minutes. And my question is, are you feeling pressured to make plays at all? Since a lot of people say Ari is a huge playmaker, there hasn't been much going on. Can you just tell me about how it feels right now in the game?
I mean, I feel like with how we play, we like to win the game methodically, play for the dragon, slowly rotate. So yeah, didn't get to be in a lot of actions, but I'm pushing my waves, and we had the first position on the neutrals objective, and that's like the main thing we want with this draft.
Gotcha. So then here we have a play here. I'll pause it really quick. If you were given the chance to do this again, how would you like to do it differently? Because I'll play out the clip here, and then obviously it doesn't go ideally, right?
Yeah.
Then I'll start it back in the beginning.
Yeah.
Just tell me about what you guys are trying to do here, and then what your kind of goal in this fight is.
Okay, I mean, in this fight, I think the first mistake was I was holding this stroke here, then I E'd and they don't.
Oh, a bit before this, right?
Yeah, so then I had no E, so that was a bit. Just before this, I used my E, and then they could step in. So at that moment, I told my team, guys, I can't stop them. They're entering, we need to turn. And so we turn. My team goes on the left side, they flash away, I try to get the Zeri, and they react really quickly, like Lulu was just waiting for me and instantly W, and I failed my E-flash. Yeah, I could play it a bit slower, considering my team was winning on the other side too, but yeah, it was basically 2 mistakes in a row, you know?
Gotcha. I mean, it worked out in the end because we'll have a last clip over here where you guys do a second Baron, and it runs a lot better here. So before this goes out, can you tell me about why you guys decided to do a Baron here and just tell me about it?
I mean, right there, we just have mid pushed in, and they didn't react to the wave. So we're just like, right, we're gonna go take the position, cut them, and like, you know, like this, yeah, like this.
Can make it bigger, but actually I cannot make it bigger.
Okay, so like basically, this position is really scary for them. Yeah, exactly. Really scary for them, and so it always gives us an edge on the Nash, you know. And they don't have wards. I know they can't really step there, so they have to like all go in this little thing. And
this area over here.
Yeah, and this one want to turn, and Lulu was no flash. I think she overstepped there, and that's how we punished and secured the objective.
Gotcha. So then that's all the clips I have for that. Do you have any general feelings about playing against Jensen, or how you feel about against other mid laners?
I mean, this game, for example, I think he played a bit too cocky. I mean, he disrespected me a bit in the early game. So I got to like chunk him, get good CS lead, got my wave bouncing to me, but then I hinted on the gank and I got killed. But yeah, lane was pretty smooth, I would say.
Gotcha.
But this is how it's supposed to work, first level, you know.
Okay, cool. So thank you for taking the time to come here. Congratulations on the win as well. That will do it for us. It's time for CLG versus Team Liquid. And Contracts is sharing his thoughts on CLG and Spring Split.
Spring Split definitely was pretty terrible for us, especially for me. I think I was not playing individually well, and it definitely showed and hurt my team's play for sure. But you know, I definitely used the time wisely that I had during this offseason to really level up my play, and you know, I think it's showing, and you know, I'm very excited to continue improving this split.
Welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk. It's CLG and Team Liquid facing off after surprising losses for both squads only yesterday. And before we dive into that matchup, I just really quickly wanted to point out that I think Takui is the first pro player to ever actually use a telestrator.
Yeah!
Number one, which I love to see. Number two, though, I hope y'all took notes, okay? Because I think he's already doing it better than at least half of the on-air team.
So no
take
circles,
notes,
right? We have to
step it up.
use the actual lines,
Just
right?
get it right, you know? That's
Okay.
all I'm saying.
I understand.
Get it
Now,
right,
you're on
free
note
hand
here.
draw for everything.
Yeah, remember that sleeve yesterday?
Yeah.
What problem
It's
is that
great.
called? Okay.
Wasn't that hilarious?
CLG, Team Liquid Honda, let's talk about it. And let's talk particularly about the junglers, because we just heard from Contracts, and I think in large part, a lot of people have considered him to be playing much better here so far in summer. But he's obviously going to have his work cut out for him against one of our, you know, long-standing prolific junglers in Santorin.
Yeah, I just thought this was interesting because these are the two junglers in the LCS 1-2 that have the highest going into today. I don't know if this has changed, but they were so far up that I don't think it has yet. Had the highest team jungle proximity, and I do think it speaks to how much they want to play not only around their lanes but around the team fights that both of these teams are having. So regardless of what happens, we've talked in particular about Contracts, and we kind of heard from him in that interview we just had about how much he wants to help his team affect the early game, and now that they're communicating a little bit better, it looks a lot better.
As I hand things off to Raz, I just want to remind viewers at home who might be unfamiliar with that jungle proximity stat as it pertains to the whole team. That's the percentage of time in the laning phase that the jungler is spending within a certain distance of any of their teammates.
Yes.
1,000 units.
Exactly. And, you know, speaking more widely about these players, Santorin has had an incredible year so far in how he plays around his team, and especially his bot lane. The fact that last game was really poor from the team, I think, is just an aberration. And the expectation is just that Santorin has always been a strong jungler in playing around his lanes, mid and bot lane more in particular. Meanwhile, for Contracts, this has just been a real glow up for him. The last time he's been playing this well was when he was on Evil Geniuses and had those outright, like, strong performances. Spring Split was a real flat point. And so this has been a real, for me, shocker that he's been playing as well as he is in this split.
Raz mentions that previous loss being an aberration, Jat. I want to take a look at schedules for both of these teams as we discuss really how much anyone should index into those losses.
I had to check myself when I was actually writing 10 thoughts this week about the strength of schedule, because both COG and Team Liquid have had similarly strengthed schedules.
Yes.
And I was discrediting COG for having a good start while still lauding TL with a lot of credit, but actually they're the same in terms of Summer Split, which makes this game even more important. And also, to Raz's point, I am going to quote Captain Flowers from yesterday.
I love it.
Here we go.
Quote, "You can't pick a do-nothing comp and then do nothing." I think that's very
How
pertinent.
did I miss that?
It's very pertinent to what TL did yesterday, because, and it's what they have to do better against COG today. If they're going to push the tempo, if they're going to come into Summer Split and be more aggressive, they have to take risks.
Well, and they themselves said that they recognized this going in, right? The two things they laid out as a blueprint for themselves were, we want to play more around bot lane, we want to be a bot lane focused team, and we want to be more proactive early.
Yes.
And especially if you are going to be picking lanes in bot that have the push, you absolutely need to play around them with a pick that can affect lanes early.
Yeah, and this is the test. I really think this is the test, especially after the loss that they had versus 100 Thieves. It was a great game for them. They just need to play a lot more active. CLG is a team that is going to check you. They're confident players. I want to see that at a Team Liquid.
There has still been so much resistance, I think, to just solidifying and being comfortable calling CLG a top team here in summer. I do think that this is the game that changes that if they're able to take the victory. While we may not get to see CLG in the studio this week, they're still delivering us a fun game that everyone at home can play too. Take a look.
We're being tested on how much Twitter we consume.
We are being tested on how much Twitter we consume.
I would say Greg is the front runner.
Compared to you guys?
Yeah, you have a lot of Twitter.
No way.
Yeah.
It's part of the job.
I am Twitter.
Yeah.
Some people might consume more than others here.
That's Ruger, by the way.
Oh yeah.
This was about Lost.
You tweeted after this hashtag.
Yeah, copy Mike Heisel.
Copy Mike Heisel.
This is Fox. Yeah, that's you. No, that's you.
No, this is you.
Wait, this contract.
It's
when he was playing. I'm pretty sure it's you, but maybe.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
I don't know who the it is. It was just.
Why is this guy saying it's not him?
Welcome back, everyone. Hello, CLG. Hoping to not only consume Twitter, but consume Team Liquid this game.
Wow.
Just feast off of them.
Okay.
Because when you kill someone in League, you earn gold. So you are kind of consuming them, like no matter what champion you're playing.
Tom Kench always spits out whatever he consumes. Are they going to spit them out afterwards, too?
I feel like you digest some of it, though. Okay. Right? Like if you chew gum, you spit out the end. But like all the sugar and like whatever like was on there.
Something has to turn into that gold, right?
Yeah,
so there's
exactly.
a little bit of material.
There's a little bit of alchemy in that gut microbiome, and I'm glad about that. So yeah, both these teams, by the way, sitting at 4-2. Now, a couple of stats that are going to be taken very seriously. Okay.
Okay. I'm prepped and
We're
ready
about to have a 2-week break.
Serious stats.
If Team Liquid lose, they will be in 4th place.
Okay.
That's a good one. TL 4th place, a good meme.
So that meme,
For one.
I think, requires like a historical piece to explain nowadays.
They got 4th place a lot.
Okay, yeah.
That's pretty much the context.
Good explanation. Number 2, what else you got for me?
Number 2, Team Liquid are 1 and 2 on red side, which they are on, and CLG are undefeated. Oh, sorry, we're backwards. Sorry. I'm doing everything wrong right now. Never mind. We've tossed it all away. Forget what I said.
Yes, and CLG have won up until that point.
CLG are winless on blue. Is the problem.
They have won all their red side games. I think is where you're going for,
I
right?
somehow thought both teams were on red side, and I'm like, oh my gosh, TL's 1 and 2, and CLG's undefeated on red.
Oh.
Wow, if only we could both play red side in one game, it'd be a really good stat.
That'd be,
that one petered out quickly.
They both start in the same fountain.
Yeah, they just fight instantly.
Which team does the laser kill, though?
Neither. They're both on red team.
They're both red
They
team.
just
Okay.
spawn and fight.
And so the fountain is also healing them the whole time. It's the longest level 1 fight ever.
You actually can't kill anyone.
All right. This is cool. What kind of draft would we have for a
Heimerdinger.
level 1
Instantly Heimerdinger.
fountain fight?
Anyone with like nice aura, like Sonaku would give everyone the buff. Like
Velvet, because you infinitely stack up.
Oh, you need level
someone.
6 for that though.
Ah,
it's level 6 fast.
You're right.
Dang.
All right, well, let's get into a real draft here. Dokla picking up the Wukong for contracts early on. No surprise there. This champion for jungle, constantly banned. It's huge team fighting. Blah, blah, blah. Shown a little bit of a dive possibility, or at least the choice of it there for Team Liquid. And they opt to go for the Zeri instead, which to me, I will always opt for Zeri right now. I think it's insane, especially because Yuumi is up. They could go Zeri Yuumi. And they also get the Volley Bear, which best early game jungler in the entire game right now. With the extra 100 health on those tank mythics, Volley Bear absolutely steamrolls early game, but you have to use it in the early game to do that. If they don't leverage the Volley Bear to get some early fights, then you scale like a paper bag. Well,
yeah, I don't think paper bags can scale very much.
No, they
They
don't.
just kind of fall down. They get punched through sometimes.
You know what does scale, though? Corki picked up there for Palafox. I know it is not a crowd favorite, but what will get the crowd excited is that the Corki is getting nerfs to the Rockets.
Woo!
Soon!
Corki nerfs!
They're on the way. They're on the way, I promise. They're coming in hot. Bjergsen picks up the Swain, though, as well.
And man, what year are we in where CLG are actually basically tied with Team Liquid in the winning poll? Because for years it has been CLG.
I mean, we're in the year where they're also tied in the standings, which has not happened in a super long time. Maybe pre-franchising when they were both at the bottom.
There was that one split where TL was 9th. I think CLG was above them back then, but
fair enough.
Yeah, it's been a rough
I
road.
do want to talk about what they're already showing in their first 3 here, because this is already showing, you know, even though Corki can scale into poke damage long range later, since you've already locked in Wukong and Kalista, those two can't really do the long-range team fight. And so it's on Corki, to throw out some rockets early, but eventually you're going to have to go into range of this Swain. And so that's why I really like the 3rd pick Swain there from Bjergsen after he already saw the Kalista. And Wukong is also dive. Kalista definitely has a difficult time trying to fight around the Swain, especially once you have Zonias. It's just so much zone control.
Definitely agree. On the bans coming through, Renata Glass, the primary pairing we tend to see with Kalista. Gwen going away from the top side. They are constantly targeting the top lane carries that Dokos often picks. They frequently make him blind pick for top lane, and I think they will again here as well. But Gwen and Yone, the big two scaling top lane carries that we know CLG are prone to pick for their top side. His overall champ select so far, yeah, one Gwen, 2 Yones, and then there's Jason Gnar, which are not so much that, but you know, they want him onto something a little bit safer, a little bit more docile. So one fundamental coming through, Gangplank, maybe Ornn, just getting through safety. Actually, Jason themselves, so maybe opens up blind pick Fiora.
Docile. I definitely don't want my top laners to be docile. I don't think I've ever preferred to that description. Unless you're on like Ornn or something. No, even the Ornn. I want the Ornn. I want the Ornn getting some solo kills. I saw someday do it. It can be done.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what they pull out here. The Jace, Gangplank, and Gwen bans you are talking about. Let's see if they... Ooh, it's going to be a for sure counter pick for Bwipo. So Big Dokes is going to have to reveal first. What's it going to be? Our first top lane champion, and it's not going to be the flex pick Wukong, which technically can be a possibility. But I'm going to say that it's actually a 0% chance.
0% that it is top lane Wukong. I do want to point out, though, that both Bwipo and Bjergsen have one game of Swain this split, so Swain is actually flexible right now.
True.
If they like his matchup in a Gnar, it's like, oh, we'll just go here and get a different mid laner since you didn't ban anything. Definitely a possibility if you want to keep playing for the sort of mid-range.
Oh, you know what? You know what? Again, this has happened so many times, and every time there's a blind pick Gnar, I try and encourage the opponent team to pick Aurelia, but this is unironically very good Aurelia move here because you can easily send Volibear up topside to make that dive happen.
Good. I like this. CLG, I feel like, have been ahead of other teams in the LCS. They were ahead in the first 2 weeks because they were playing Seraphine before it was cool. And now she's going to
playing a Mumu before it's cool. Guess what? Playing a Mumu is almost never cool.
Yeah, but Amumu got buffed and they're onto that one. And I think Amumu is very strong, especially good with Kalista. The hardest difficulty with Amumu, and you can ask Hyde this, sometimes you'll just try to get in and you can't land an ulti. We've seen Hyde play Amumu jungle. He's missed some flash ults before. But Banish shots can miss? No. Throw him in with Kalista and the flash ult will hit the entire team. You have the engage, Wukong to follow up, like Gnar could follow up. This is a very, very good team fight engaged by CLG.
Yeah, I mean, Amumu support has already been played in LPL and LCK. So we'll see if Poom can follow in their footsteps. I also love it with Kalista, like you're saying. You know, it's just so much more mobility for a champion that does not like to have to waddle around the map. Bwipo just answers with the Aatrox, though. Not the, you know, super exciting counter pick that needs to get more kills onto the Gnar to have effectiveness.
Yeah.
Can actually farm it out, no problem. Of course, the mini Gnar definitely always has to worry about the range Q1 there for Aatrox and the follow-up.
Really ends up being Bwipo's 4th most played champion of the year with 4 picks. He plays a lot of different stuff. That's why 4 is his 4th most played. But yeah, we're going to have a very fun game here. Who is going to tie for second? That is the battle line right now, a single game behind EG. If they can find this win, CLG looking good so far this split. Team Liquid, expectations were to be dominant. We'll see if they can get back on that form here. Let's get ready to go. CLG versus Team Liquid. Welcome back to for our 4th game of the day. A battle at the top of the standings between CLG and Team Liquid.
Let's go, Liquid! Let's go, Liquid!
And the crowd is one-sided in their approach.
Let's go. Well, I want to have some chance for Amumu because Amumu is a great pick, especially into Zeri, because the part of the bus was to the damage reduction for your E. You put some early points into E for Poom, and you can reduce the damage on all those bullets coming your way. So not only does it have great synergy with Kalista, it also has great defense versus specifically the Zeri. So again, more and more credit to these these drafts from CLG. You mentioned it earlier. A big part of their early success this year has been CLG really leaning into getting any sort of draft advantages that they can. New and exciting picks.
They know someone's running off to the right as well, so they know, I think that's probably Rakan over there, but they get the late invade. Will be no problem, takes one away, so this could interrupt the pathing. Worth noting that with this invade, CLG have actually warded the exit of Raptors for Santorin. So if he goes for an invade right there, that ward, that lets him know, okay, if he's doing red into invade my jungle, we know right away. We can try to meet him. Palafox could harass, you know, maybe NoClick comes down to harass, but no. Instead, Santorin says, all right, if you're staying for all 3 camps, and by the way, he's on Wolves right now. I don't believe this guy got spotted. So he's getting his Gromp, but Contracts, wait. I don't remember the path he took. Maybe that ward came out later, and Santorin already passed that ward.
Contract still has smite. If he gets over there, he can smite steal.
Wait, he can.
He's gonna
He got it. Smite, thank you very much.
Yoink!
And he's level 3 already. Yoink! Got his entire jungle. Santorin is 1 camp.
This is actually so insane. What a start for CLG, for Contracts. This kid has no fear, let me tell you. He never, sometimes fear is a good thing and it can keep you safe, but a lot of times you can get big advantages if you do not play to it. Invading a Volibear like that, really controlling and just dismantling Santorin's jungle. Huge, huge stuff here. What a start for CLG. And Contracts has his whole jungle to work with afterwards. Now, Volibear is one of these champions that when you get counter jungled early and you're then forced into this extra time on your hands, so you don't have anything on your side of the map to farm, you can force ganks. So now Contracts has done his part. He's done the invade. He's got Santorin behind. It's up to the rest of the team to not fall victim, fall prey to those forced ganks from the Volibear and really just make that advantage stick. So some warding from the solo lanes I want to see. Trinket wards out towards Tribrush and towards the ramp from the jungle should keep them safe. Also, Contracts is trying to mirror now jungle quadrant to get back down and answer Santorin.
In the next full minute is where it gets interesting because everyone knows Volibear had to go back to top set to get level 3. But he's got a minute until anything comes back up.
They see the crab fight coming.
Yeah.
And Contracts is bouncing back down bottom side to make sure, but Santorin able to get it.
Yep. And so now that's okay, we now know he just cleared bot side. Okay, he can pressure the bottom lane. They do have a ward for it. Should be relatively safe. But now Dokla knows he's safe for a while.
He's going for the forced gank. He has no time, so he's going to walk around behind bottom. They did have that ward on the ramp.
They should know, and they're playing so far back. He's going to try for the stun, but Poom going to walk in for his own and knows that he can keep Luger safe. So I think really well played. Gets the second stun across because they're going to win that trade. Really intelligent, using both charges really smartly there.
And using the information they have to waste more time for Santorin. Poom with the Q charges ready for him. Volibear doesn't have a lot of big surprise moves.
Nice one.
It's basically only the flash.
They really want this one. They think he's already recalled, and he indeed has, so pretty good damage there. And CLG really playing to the edge. I mean, certainly a much stronger 2-on-2 with the Mumu and Kalista this early on. And Contracts goes, I know your Wolf Timer. I killed them myself.
Yeah, and he stole the Gromp too with the Smite. So he has all these jungle timers, and he makes use of the Kalista lane. CLG has just been playing so intelligently. Let's see if they can actually get away with this one, though. Contract, it's still a 450 Smite, so they're still kind of low. Got it. He got it. I saw the 90 gold on his head. Contracts gets another Gromp.
And Santorin smited, right? Like, you could track that so he knows that you even tried to get this one, you didn't get it. So Contracts, of course, even farther ahead. And it is rough stuff here. So far, Dokla feeling very good about his lane. No jungle interaction whatsoever, and it has looked very in our favor so far.
This is, oh my god, I'm just so impressed. Like, it's actually a big jungle diff. I know every jungler loves playing with winning bottom lanes, but again, to get this much out of it, it's not like, oh, you automatically destroy a Volibear this hard just with a pushing lane to help you go for invades. Really nicely coordinated by this team. Okay. All of this focus, though, on the early jungle is one thing. It does mean that you're not as scared of the early Volibear entering these lanes like we talked about, really trying to snowball, one of the solo laners. But also, it means Contracts is going to get to a very quick level 6 for this Wukong. And so you can have that big Wukong level 6 play, and also sets them up for a pretty strong Rift Herald attempt that they can kind of go for here. The only drawback is, of course, you have Corki mid, which is one of the very weakest for Rift Herald fights.
So CLG just spam back-pinged Volibear on his Krugs with no wards on Krugs. They knew exactly his location, as far as I can tell anyway, with no wards on it.
So here, it's really easy to do this, but yeah, let's illustrate this. You know that you just took Gromp here, so Volibear has to have gone here. So then you know that he's just going to continue clearing up this way, and they have the timer to know when he's approximately calling for those Krugs. But that's the sort of tracking that this repeat invade is going to get you for CLG.
Just kind of impressive. They saw him 30 seconds ago and exactly pinged on his model in Fog of War. Impressive up here. CoreJJ ignited, running for his life, and first blood at CLG. Not perturbed. The flash for Contracts will not find his mark, but on the board are CLG looking for their first dragon soon.
A Mumu support, baby. It's back in a big way. 58 extra damage on the ultimate. A lot less mana for the Qs to spam out as well, and Contracts playing to that bottom lane. See if he can actually get out. Mid-diff, though. Mid-rotating first.
Yeah, it could be a danger because Bjergsen is here. They find the stun. Ult's going to pop. Be careful. He can do pretty good damage. And it's going to be Contracts getting lower and lower and lower and down. Bjergsen is there. Palafox is not. And TL are back on the board.
That's why we mentioned the Corki. Definitely weak early in the lane. And CLG hovering around the Fog of War of this corner here. They knew he was coming over. Like, they called it on this corner. And yet, they still, you know, you're going to take so much damage jumping into the Swain. This champion is so good against all these low-range, champions on the side of CLG. That's one of the things we cautioned against CLG in Champ Select. Very smart Swain pick, and Bjergsen makes them pay for it. He bails Santorin out. They defend their blue quadrant, plus they get the dragon, so Team Liquid, a much-needed big play from Bjergsen gets them back into the game. Here's another look at the replay, the gank on bottom. Poom walking up as Contracts wraps around the corner. He hits Q1 onto the Rakan. He then follows it up here, Q2 onto the Zeri, and the Ignite onto CoreJJ finished off the kill as Contracts flashed for the Q. And that flash is critical because it means he dies here. CLG looking like, oh yeah, we know Bjergsen's coming around the corner. Let's jump on him. Oh great, we jumped on a Swain. And we have no extra damage, and they die.
Oh, well done by Bjergsen. That was actually Luger in the replay who flashed for a bit more and couldn't quite find a slow. Just looked for the second kill in the Hans. But we still see CLG feeling good. Top lane pressure is there. Now the farm is very good for Whippo, so as much as he might be under his turret, I don't believe has lost a single plate. He's actually winning in farm, so you might have pressure, but it's not being used, except for now, when the Herald finally is being claimed. So that is one thing on the board. But otherwise, as much as it may have looked good on paper or on the screen, Whippo is laning just fine up here.
Big Dokes versus Wide Whippo.
Indeed.
What happens when they crash? It's a pretty even lane, that turns out.
It's pretty even lane, it turns out, it's an important question of, like, is it better to be, like, there's nowhere to go with this one. I was going to say, is it better to be tall or wide, but it just feels like no one asked that, so we got nothing.
I'm glad that you literally just, nobody asked yourself. Yeah. Let's go. Look, he's growing. Nobody asked, freak.
Nobody asked.
The evolution.
Still answered.
Still answered. All right, Hansa actually cancels it back here. Okay, so we'll see what else they can do with this bottom lane. CLG, they hit a little bit of a speed bump, and honestly, it was a pretty, actually, maybe it's a medium-sized speed bump there with the Bjergsen rotation getting Team Liquid way back into this game. Santorin's still behind in CS, gonna feel a little bit of the pain there, but not quite as bad being able to pick up the dragon for themselves. Now they're not scared about this Callista lane snowballing dragons to his super early soul.
Ooh, wow, goes pretty hard for this one. Tries to get over it. Gets away from the pullback. This should be a pretty easy stomp into the wall. When's gonna cast it? There's the stun, but be careful because Santorin's here, and even the Swain helped. So Dokla, I'm sorry, but you are the small man in the top lane. Whippo gets that little bit wider.
Yeah, Wide Whippo's got more friends. That's the difference for top lane.
Yep.
That's really what matters. How many extra people can you bring? And actually it matters every time I see one of those Swain eyeballs hit, that's on your screen now. To me, I just think 12 health. Every time Swain's gonna hit people with abilities, I get like mad at my teammates that are lazily not walking out of them. They're like, oh, the damage doesn't do that much damage or whatever. Yeah, but it gives him permanent health. It's very frustrating. Bjergsen definitely playing the Swain in these early stages quite well for the team. We'll see about the biggest points, though, is when we transition to these mid-game fights. Because the Swain is kind of the crux here, the middleman for these team fights. He's going to create so much zoning and really try and shut down the Callista, Wukong, this all-in kind of section from the CLG that we talked about. And it's up to Palafox to make value out of Corki. You're going to have to throw out a lot of rockets early on.
Trying now. You got a bit of damage there, but they're not going to find the knockup. Looks like he was rooted or pulled in time. Yeah, Bjergsen saves everything. No ult, no flash, nothing. Contracts doesn't even smite or ult.
Damage positive for CLG, but that's about it. And Contracts comes back down the river over a ward.
He's Core jumps away. Okay, fine. Definitely knows he's spotted. All right, whatever. We're gonna walk away from this one. Bjergsen has TP'd back into lane to keep the pressure going. 1 minute and 10. It's a long countdown. Don't start it yet, guys. Until the dragon comes up.
Counting stream. That's what we will become.
Yeah, we had a barony earlier. Why not have some counts? I think we can just keep it going with medieval land ownership.
Okay.
Sounds improper.
Always trying to tie something together. I like it.
Yeah. I should not, probably. Okay, let's move forward. No one liked that one. I was actually proud of not as the pun on that one. Okay.
Same.
Yeah, I
All right,
appreciate that.
we do have 37 seconds left on the dragon, but like we said, since the early one was taken by Team Liquid, not as critical here for the stacking. And we already see after this reset too, they're heading right back down towards it. Core JJ heads down mid lane for the possibility of one of these counter plays, but package picked up by Palfox in time for this dragon. That should be enough to force it for them, I feel like. It's so powerful. We do have a big difference for AD carries, though. The shield bow has picked up by Hansama already.
Where's Blabber? Where is he?
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at this package, though. They're blind for CLG.
Okay, they get control back here, though. Nice Q to get the brush vision, get rid of a ward there. Okay. And the river now belongs in. The Herald Charge makes Hansama walk into bot lane. They could try to burn it, but remember, the timer is ticking down. Probably under 30 seconds left on package. Punish will start. Aatrox already on the way down. Dokla does not have unleashed teleport. Have to go to a tower, which means CLG are poised to give this because, no, they're going to bring
going
Aatrox
back up. Wibo's going back up. It's fine.
Wow.
They've got Ren. They've got Smite.
They've still got package. They find a stun. Core JJ gonna find the charm. 900 health. Here comes the smite. Still he claims it with a team fight. Make what they want. 1 for 0. Contracts finds a knock, but he's exhausted. He's running out of health, and he will drop a 1 for 1. Plus the Drake. Team Liquid getting more. The flash. Oh, good sidestep. Gets away. A slow, not bad. A flash force out of Palfox now as well. Dokla make it a turret plate, but Team Liquid, they're gonna find themselves a dragon again.
Santorin with the yoink. He's getting revenge for all of this invade pressure he sustained early on in this game. Team Liquid get number 2 for themselves in the face of the package. Again, this Swain will create so much space for you. I actually love this champion for early dragon fights. Bjergsen able to walk up, force a couple of extra flashes as they walk away.
Yeah. I'm also glad by the way people got off of Mandate Swain. I was never a fan. We didn't get to see it really any in the LCS. We're all Leandries. I think it's the far better build.
I thought it was pretty neat when I saw him constantly proccing it and getting the perma 20% move speed running around, but the win rate just wasn't there.
I mean, basically you just can't make any plays yourself. Like, I understand, like, oh, it's cute, I can do a thing, but, like, Swain's a mid laner. If you can't 1v1 anyone, you just have negative pressure in whatever lane he's in.
Yeah.
Because Mandate does not do anything by itself.
Also, this game, you get a lot of value out of the Leandries because these 3 champs are all just going to get melted down, burned down, and they do have a lot of armor, so really good value out of Leandries from him. And here's another look at it. Santorin gets in. Contracts is actually ulting away. That was out of smite range. So he was already out of there, basically. Gave up on the smite fight. His smite was used, it looks like. Sometimes the observer icon there can be misleading. But I think he used the smite, red smite on a champion to try and go for the fight. And CLG end up losing extra champions as well as losing the dragon there.
And now Hansama finds first turret solo gold down there, so everything is now coming up Team Liquid. 1,000 gold lead, double drakes to 0. Maybe second herald goes CLG's way to get one of those turrets cracked. I mean, bot lane would die to the charge. Top lane has lost about 800 health. Smite finally can be claimed, but will the herald? I don't think it's worth dying for the herald pickup. So Dokla, so he may get away from the snapback. Although now they've got enough map control that they've got time to claim this one. Will be grabbed by Contracts. Good job by CLG to follow in and can turn some of the gold back with late charge.
Yeah, and the whole reason they can move up there and force Team Liquid off, Hansama is just recalled from, is back in base. So can't get there, so Team Liquid know, all right, fine, you can go pick up the eye. We don't have the numbers here to hold you off. But aside from that, Team Liquid have bounced back so nicely from the early jungle pressure. The early jungle diff definitely going in CLG's favor, but Team Liquid right back on top. 1.1 thousand, or excuse me, gold lead for themselves. 2 dragons as well, so Santorin, it's fine. He's level 9 now on Volibear as well.
And then Dokla has Flash and Hop, not going to be ganked, but Team Liquid have enough pressure that this is going to be everything they want. They could definitely push very hard for the tower. I think if they wanted to have the Volibear attack it and get more damage done, Hansama could jump the wall, he'd go for this as well. Versus the tower down a little bit faster. They're finally going to bring him over, but without a wave, you'll have to wait. I think he's small missed opportunity.
I mean, it depends on if you have timing pressure to make your next rotation, because otherwise you can deny another minion wave as the tower is falling too. And it looks like mid lane is pretty well defended, so everybody's got time.
Yeah.
Palafox does get the bottom one. I guess it's a cannon wave, so they don't even lose any, deny any more minions either.
Now here we go though, as Dokla walks back up through several wards, sees Santorin's on this, and unless he really misses the smite, this is always going to go to him. So he can try, but it's not going to happen. Wave will be pushed in. Now bot lane was pushed all the way up to tier 2. The wave is there for the Swain though, should have no problem. But mid, COD still playing pressure, right? They've taken 2 towers to 1 so far. In this one, they've brought the gold back to equal. Shelly may? They should get the eye, yeah.
Pretty even state here then, moving towards our third dragon. 55 seconds on this one. The pressure now actually starting to mount against CLG when we figured with the Kalista lane, they might be the ones in all of the jungle invades. Palafox, though, he's got to get out of there.
He's in so much danger. There's no way you get through this one. He can deal some damage to Grix, but he is going to drop. Knocked into the air. Corki should die. They hand the kill. They stop DPS. Bjergsen 300 gold richer.
And I kind of like delaying there. You know, you've got so much time. Just delay, and Palafox knows he's dead. He can't get out. But if you delay longer, then he can't get there for the dragon. If you a couple more seconds even, would have been even better. If they just kind of stared at him and watched him try and auto-attack.
Oh, no, a little bit more right now. He's going to be able to get into stealth, gets a bit of a health bar back, knock up into the air, but be careful because Hansama's on the chase. Hansama wants it, can't quite get it. But Contracts now has no HP for the Dragons, so number 3 should easily belong to Team Liquid.
Yeah.
CLG once again will try to cross-map. They will get their final turret kill. We count down as TL counts up to 3 as this Drake is a formality.
Yes, sir. Okay, so CLG, nothing they can really get on the other side of the map either. Just really, really big power moves from Team Liquid. That pick onto Palafox, setting themselves up, and then just for good measure, making sure, all right, Contracts also in base and no flash. So very, very, very good preemptive plays there for Team Liquid. A lot of these things, too, we've been talking about, the setup plays before the objective arrives, trying to trade out lower cooldowns before, you know, a Dragon or a Rift Herald fight or something you're going to want to go for come up so that you can burn flashes. Because those things, the 5-minute cooldown, so easy to trade out lower cooldown abilities for.
Ooh, this is slow. Nice one there. Yeah. Oh, wow. Poom actually gets the rest of the way in. Luger could have actually stayed in range and fought for a bit more. Didn't realize that Poom's going to land that one. But be careful. Still gets slowed up, and this could be all the danger. Pop's ult wants to run. Kalista ult is still up. They can hold for a while. And if they ever sell out for it, this is the time. Wait, is it down? Okay, there we go. Pulls him really, really late. And then out he goes.
Yeah, they wanted to get the most out of it. They're hoping, okay, maybe someone's trying to try and flash for me, but both teams know Kalista ult is there. So not a lot of extra stuff used for Team Liquid to force that one out. Whiplo does use the Aatrox ult.
Oh, Core nearly finds an engage, wants to go in. There's the charm. It could be any night. No, Poom's going to stay alive, gets right back out, but nearly dead. Volibear in for the dive. Only a slow, though. Not much more. Luger able to put a couple of shots in, but not any more. TL do not find the fight they want. Baron coming up soon, but will not be started for a while.
Yeah, that one's kind of interesting. Sometimes Volibear, and you're trying to use your ult just for a gap closer to get up there before it's done, but if you save it and you wait for the rest of your team and then use it on the tower, maybe CLG stick around. Looks like they're going to get the tower regardless. Palafox the only one here to even try and defend.
Press predict the Valkyrie does so, Core JJ. Indeed, read the mind of Palafox, forcing his flash away, but teleport comes in for Dokla. Mininar only for a short moment. He will be mega. Could go for a flash play. Bjergsen gets some help from the Zeri. Dokla gets low. There's the transform. Has enough health. Flashes away as in comes Contracts. Only finds one. The Wukong falls. CLG just feel disjointed. One flashes out as one dives in, and it's a 1-for-1. Looking again now for Poom. Does not have his ulti. Meganar gonna whiff now as well. And be careful because they're still on the chase. Hansama pops the shield, but Poom dives in to kill himself. A delivery courtesy of Bjergsen. Yoinks him in. 2-for-0 on the back half. Team Liquid get everything.
Yeah, that was one too many bandage tosses, and Team Liquid, now they get their rewards. They got all the kills here. Tower gonna go down as well. Big Dokes is a mini Dokes right now, so he's not gonna be able to do much either.
Nope, but it is gonna be a reset and a 2-minute timer until Dragon Soul and Mountain Soul, by the way, almost locks CLG out. You can kind of block the first Corki rocket. Sure, he's on Romana Ludens now, but that's just going to be such a big deal.
Yeah, so let's take a look at it. Trying to corral Palafox here. W over the wall, trying to zone him back towards Core JJ. They get the flash out. Then, with the teleport in, CLG were hoping it was going to be an overcommitment between towers, but Team Liquid kited, and look at how quickly they can burn Dokla with all this magic damage. With the Leandri's burn going off, Swain hits everything. Then it's the counter engage from Boom and Contracts as Dokla flashes out, but since Contracts uses Flash and W to get in on Wukong and get that trade 1-for-1 is a decent trade, but it means he goes down. Boom then re-engages. They're trying to get something out of the last of the Meganar, but Team Liquid from this point, it was already lost. Team Liquid won that fight. CLG had to go back to base. Boom, one too many bandage tosses. Also, baits a little bit in there. The teammate, Luger, goes down in addition, and Team Liquid are very happy with that one. Again, Bjergsen, the frontline Swain here, does so much damage with the combo. This Dream combo, your Rally's in now, slowing everyone. You're burning them down with Leandries. You have so much space, and the only person with range on CLG that actually can ignore the Swain is Palafox on the Corki, who finally now has 2 items, but really needs to get work done before they have these team fights to have the value. If you're not getting a bunch of rockets into Team Liquid members before these fights break out, then the Swain is simply doing way more than you, because the Swain doesn't counter the Corki, but counters basically everybody else on your team.
And you're running out of time. Now, 2 items may be through on most players, so the item spikes look okay, but Dragon Soul coming up soon. Contract slowed heavily. Here comes the dive. Has to ult and flash. So now he has no cooldowns, and there is no way CLG can contest. All it took was a Volibear ultimate.
It's looking like a Team Liquid soul to me, Freak.
Yeah, and Contract just hit his entire keyboard.
Yep, good pick there from Team Liquid. Again, forcing out big cooldowns before the Dragon. A minute ahead, guess what? They win. They don't have to win the Dragon fight because they win the cooldown war before the Dragon fight. CLG trying to make them go to the other side of the map here.
Desperately hope there's kind of a mistake. They're going to go ahead and say, all right, go for broke on Baron. Maybe you can fight us on our terms with Vision. This Dragon, I'm sorry, crowd, is not going to be started when it spawns. Wow, here we go. Dragon is on the map, and Boom is off of it. Package gets a couple of knockbacks, Whippo the target, but he's so tanky. Flashes in for a bunch, does a whole ton of damage, and Wukong going to drop now as well. 2-0, make it a third. Luger's going to fall, a double kill for the Swain, and that's going to be number 4. Goodbye. Palafox can look at his mid lane wave, knock down some minions, but Team Liquid can choose whatever they want on this one. 5-2. Destined to be their record. Palafox just says, you know what? You can have it. Take the Bud Light Ace. Down goes the last member of CLG, and Team Liquid get you a team that can kill objectives on both sides of the map.
Is that the saddest Mumu engage you've ever seen?
Yeah.
Q in, and you know he knows he's gonna insta die anyways too. There's no Kalista ult to, doesn't pull him back out. And you're engaging into a super fed Swain here for Bjergsen. So it's like, that's a one-way ticket. If Kalista's not going to yoink you back out, he instantly goes down. And Team Liquid, no, they've got the run of the map. Dragon Soul plus Baron, and they're going to dominate from this point on out. Unless it really has to be like several rockets hitting in a row beforehand to get a massive advantage. Because look at this, even with the package over the top, Whippo on the other side is a giant frontline as well, and Hansama is never under any threat at all. The Zeri is free firing the whole time, has a Dream frontline to run behind here, and Palafox even gets caught for the last one there.
He wants the wave so they don't lose, I think, mid specifically, but then I don't know if Valk was down, but he's like, I got no way out. Okay, goes to the wave specifically, try to save the mid turret. Does so for now, but with Baron on, it's going to be a lot. Whippo wants in again. They find the slow contracts. Knock up there as well. Finally, clones away. Luger, stunned. He's in a bad spot. They're going to get the knockup. They're going to get the kill. Oh, not quite yet. There's the flash follow. And Centaurn indeed knocks him down. Goodbye to the Kalista. Gets back to the mid lane. A little bit low health, but honestly, he'll be fine.
You've heard of the Flash Bear slap. That was the Flash Bear bite.
Yeah.
Volibear, Centaurn with his charged up W on the Kalista finishes him off. Team Liquid are just rolling in it now.
And they're going to keep on going. Cool. Dokla gets some gold on the other side of the map. And CLG will find their 3rd turret kill and a single objective bounty. But they are down 6,000 gold as Red Bull Baron power flex. Not huge, thanks to the fact that there were bounties on the turrets, but they're going to start growing it now.
I think this is a much needed, strong victory from Team Liquid too. With the last few games that they have had, not playing up to their own standards, and with the way this game started with such a good invade advantage there for CLG. It was really up to Team Liquid to turn it back around.
Okay, four-man stun, huge damage to the Wukong as well. They don't quite get the Volibear. Staying alive, and Swain's the front line, so Contracts, he's out. Luger, he's out, and then here comes the rest of it. Boom's gonna drop, and it was a nice attempt, but it was too little too late. The first fight I have seen where CLG was coordinated, and it was a 6,000 gold deficit. Would have liked to see that 15 minutes ago, but it's gonna be Team Liquid now walking over the game. Dragon Soul, Baron buff, 17-4 in kills, and they should be able to go for next if they want, and they're gonna go walk up now. Still 50 seconds of the respawns. Corki basically left alone, and it's gonna happen. Down go the final turrets. Prowlerfox knows he'll keep this KDA safe for now, but as the turrets fall, Team Liquid take the win. 5-2, Team Liquid in second place.
Huge game for them. Let's take a look at it. Any more kills? No.
Just the Nexus, the die.
Big stuff there. I have to say, Bjergsen was the turning point. He was a really good draft pick, yes. The Swain, after you see the low-range Kalista, the all-in from Wukong, you feel like it's going to have at least dive elements to the opponent team. So it's a huge, really good pick to get the Swain. But then his move over on the blue buff defense and first Dragon take to get Santorin back into the game. Great stuff from him. Bjerg is going to be my vote for player of that one.
Yeah, I agree. It came down to him ultimately because CLG had such a good plan. And the first 7 minutes were really beautiful. The invade was really nice. Late invade with double Amumu stun, like you get control of that one. 3 camps to 1 for Contracts, like broke his ankles, a lot of good stuff. But Bjergsen came down for the blue buff defense in 7 minutes. And from then on, I'm sorry, it was just too much. The mid difference was big. He picked an early spiking champion, took over the fights, and every single battle was just, sorry, TL stronger now.
Yeah, really good stuff from Team Liquid, playing as a team, grouping around, getting maximum value out of the counter-engage elements that they have, these team fights, forcing in big scenarios. And again, picking people off before the dragon even arrives in so many of these times. There are so many moments where they get a key pick ahead of time and just get all these extra cooldowns out. Here's another look at that engage. Amumu ult on a bunch of them. Contracts goes in for the follow-up, but Team Liquid have so much money, they can't even kill their the lowest target there. The Santorin doesn't even feel it. Not to mention Whippo and Bjergsen. The Aatrox Swain permanently health leeching frontline, doing a ton of damage as well. Moves right up, and they basically shrug off that hard engage. Like, great.
Yeah.
You're in here with us now.
Yeah. And I think that fight from CLG, I'll bring the point back up because I think it's really relevant. Like, that fight would have worked 50 minutes ago when they weren't down 6k gold. The problem was they never got the 4-mana Mumu ultimate. Like, I think about the one in mid lane where he gets attacked and he's like, I'm going to burn my ulti and then Kalista out. Just Kalista out and save it because you need that for the mid fight. Like, that mid fight was winnable with Curse of Sad Mummy. It would have been closer at the very least, instead of like having nothing.
Yeah, it is a weird choice to save Kalista ult instead of saving the offensive possibility of a Mumu ult. Yeah.
Like, that's the one too. So.
Kalista ult early, my friends. We saw multiple times. Stein, no Kalista ult.
Yeah.
Safety first.
Safety first. Good call from Kobe here. Now, after the break, Team Liquid's Core JJ and Hansama are joining the State Farm Analyst Desk. We'll see you there.
Not even fair.
What if respawning was refreshing? Here's to the rounds between rounds.
This game is rigged. This game is out to get me.
I call it the wheel.
I don't think so. This is a miss.
Brother David, behold! It's a fork. I got 10 forks right here, baby!
A toilet? We're not animals. We go outside like humans.
Hancock.
No king!
The people shall have the right to vote.
Even the stupid ones?
Yes!
Ah!
And Listen, can I be honest with you? It stinks.
Nobody's gone to the moon, ever! Why not? It's far, it's too far, it's far!
の未来はトータブルミュージックです。バカか！出ていけ！語りがいいでもやるぞ！語り！
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
Welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk, where myself, Emily, and Jat are happy to be joined by Core JJ and Han Sama after a victory over CLG. First off, congrats on the victory to the two of you. I'm kind of curious, Core, I'll go to you first on this question. What TL's evaluation of CLG was going into this matchup? Because it's been a big talking point on the LCS. How good is this CLG really? People seem resistant to saying that they're good.
Well, not sure if it's good to say in this way, but I think they just used the Seraphine and Senna really well before the other team played. With that, that's why they won. So without the Seraphine and Senna, it's like CLG, Spring Split.
I love that you bring up the draft, because that has, again, been one of the big conversations about like where their success came from in week one. We have the Amumu coming out in this game here, Han Sama. So it seems like CLG as a team is very willing, to go for those picks before a lot of other teams. How does that factor into your preparation in the bot lane, kind of not knowing if you're going to play anything from the Seraphine to the Amumu in your matchup?
I was kind of surprised that they pulled out the Amumu. I think the champion is a bit a flashback from Worlds. The champion is like win lane or lose lane, lose game. Win lane, you win the game. And this game, they couldn't really find a lot of stuff in the early game with Amumu. So I think this champion quickly becomes useless. I still have that belief for that champion, and yeah, I still have the same opinion that I think CLG. They started really early with the good Senna Seraphine before any teams. So I think that's why they got their wins. Otherwise, it's the same CLG.
Really early on in this game, Contracts actually invaded, was able to do a clear and then smite steal away Gromp twice. As a bot lane, you don't have to pay attention to the highlights, it's just gonna show it, but as a bot lane, once you realize that, you know, Santorin's kind of early pathing has been disrupted, how did you guys deal with that going up against such a strong lane, like you already said?
So our plan was like, they pick really strong bot lane, but our champions are so much better than any champion if we don't get fucked early. But we had a strong jungle champion, so our jungler will cover us our early game, and then our jungle in 3 minutes, like our jungler said, "Oh shit." But I mean, we still had a belief that our comp was way stronger, and that we had so many tools to make a fight. And then even though we were behind, we believe we are stronger.
As long as we don't get though, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
And then we just play for team fight. I think that was the 4v4 Dragon that we really looked for it. It was good.
Yeah, so at about like 7.5 minutes, Contracts kind of overreaches, right, and does another invade, and you guys were able to capitalize. Was that kind of the moment that you were like, oh, okay, we're fine?
Well, I was never worried about, oh shit, we are fucked. And from beginning till game end, because I couldn't see any win condition of enemy team
Okay.
when I get into the game. So that gave me like so much confidence every time whenever I play. Whatever something bad happen, oh, it's okay, we will come back because we are stronger.
I want to ask you another question more about the season. So it's 3-0 in the first week. You guys like basically steamrolled all 3 teams. Last week you went 1-1 and then you dropped 100 Thieves. And I think after week 2, I saw Andre make the tweet about like, hey, we got like overconfident. Is that something you guys talked about? Do you think you got overconfident after the 3-0 week, or was it just a little bit of unluckiness on stage?
I think the week 2, maybe there was a lot of underperforming.
Okay.
Maybe in some ways we got overconfident, didn't really care about some angles that the enemy could do, because we're like kind of, I think that time we were kind of smashing a lot of scrims, and we did a really good road in Korea and everything. I think we were, probably too confident in some ways. But yeah, for me, individually, the week 2, I had some problem with the first game. I remember I had probably issue with my mouse, so I became very disconnected with the game.
Okay, yeah.
My bad, I didn't actually pause, but I feel like I never paused. I don't know why, but I should actually pause. I got really distracted in that week, and I think we just overall underperformed as a team.
Yeah, and then 100 Thieves yesterday.
I think, and we could have some improvement in the draft.
Okay. Yeah, and Court, this is kind of a question for you. I talked to you a bit right after spring. You did like 2 Korean boot camps, basically. Like you went yourself and then you went with the team.
Yeah.
How do you feel like did you get what you wanted out of those boot camps, or how are you feeling coming to summer?
Yeah, well, this 2 boot camp was good for me.
Yeah.
Yes, I tried to run more killer instinct in the Korean.
Yeah.
And then try to push my limit more to the edge. And then I think I got what I wanted. And then now we're adapting in the LCS right now.
Going into the split, when we talked to you guys in interviews, after your really successful week 1, you said that 2 things you really wanted to focus on were being more proactive in the early game, and then additionally kind of becoming a more bot-focused team. How would you evaluate Team Liquid so far on those 2 things?
Well, I think we're not quite so sure as well about how we evaluate our team. I think we said a lot, like we want to have a strong type of ball lane. I guess also we said, we got overconfident. Also, I think I remember playing a lot of matchup that was kind of losing, but we were confident that me and Core, that we would turn the matchup around. Like that was something like Ace with Bard against Kalista type of matchups. I think maybe we got overconfident in that case, and it strikes us. But we're still working out on figure out what is our identity as a team, and everything going on.
Is that a comfortable direction, though, for you? Because what's interesting to me is that those two comments we've heard came from Bwipo, your top laner, and from Bjergsen, your mid laner. And they're talking about how the team is going to start being more aggressive and playing around you two. So I just kind of want to hear more directly from you two. When a team decides, like, you're our main win condition, this is who we're playing around, like, how does that affect the way you approach the game, the pressure you feel, the preparation that you do, or even the way that you begin to think and visualize the game?
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It was a complex question.
Maybe rephrase it.
Jat will do it better.
Bjergsen and Bwipo have both said you're playing through bot. So, like, how do you feel hearing them say that?
That's what we naturally made a conclusion. And then it's not only naturally, like we talk about a lot how we should play in Summer Split. And then the main thing is like we need to utilize the Hansama more because he's the best ADC. I think I think he's still best ADC in the. I don't see any ADC playing better than him, but so far I was thinking that we try to use Hansama to win lane, which is win lane lose game champions.
Oh yeah.
But that's what I don't think is necessarily always good.
Yeah.
Because when you have a best ADC, you should play best champion in the game so that he can carry the game more than just win lane. That's what I have in my theory. So I'm trying to apply it in the future.
Nice.
End of the day, you guys have been an absolute treat to watch so far here in summer. Congratulations on the victory today, and thank you both for coming to sit with us for just a little bit.
Thank you.
From here, we turn our attention to our final game of the day, and in it, two junglers take center stage as Immortals Progressive takes on 100 Thieves. Check it out.
So Kami was in our academy team, and he's not an import player, and he couldn't start over me. I'll show the reason.
When I was in 100 Academy, I need to learn about my comms. So Papa Smitty recommended me to watch LCS scrims, and I heard closer comms for the first time, and it was really good. So I just keep hearing his comms, and I try to copy his comms a little bit on my way, and yeah, I think his comms kind of helped me a lot. So I think my comms right now is pretty good because of it. One of the reasons.
I think he is a LCS caliber jungle, but I'm not sure if he has the right team to him, because he really likes to play aggressive, and Power Weevil is kind of like a more scaling and farming mid laner. So I don't think they will have the best synergy with their mid laner, and I think that can be a problem for them.
My expectation right now, I think I need to build my confidence up, I think, more. I think I can do that easily. And I think once I do that, the basic stuff, we make wrong, I think it will be good. And I think we're so much better roster, but I think some of my decisions are pretty bad, even its basics, and so I just autopilot. I think once we do that, I think we can beat anybody. And I mean, every LCS team is beatable for sure.
I think the teams weren't that even because he was in our academy team, of course, but he really likes to invade, and I just remember him dying in my jungle when my all laners have push, so hopefully he does that again.
Hopefully he invades with no pressure again. That, hey, maybe.
The understudy has now become a rival, though.
That's true.
This really felt like an older brother, younger brother video where Closer's like, he's
okay.
He's okay, but he's never going to take my starting spot.
Yeah, and even Kenvi admits like to learning from him for things like comms and whatnot, which is always going to be, I think, one of the big things that a younger player is going to have to level up in, right? Like you come from solo queue, you come from, full amateur academy, and the requirement on you to be coordinated with your team like goes up and up and up, and you've got to learn that as it goes. So hopefully his additional coach in Dardoch helps that out as well for Kenvi. But yeah, so far, unfortunately, I think this has been one of the flattest entrances for a hotshot rookie, because I had high hopes for Kenvi, and his first game is like he's on Talia, and I'm like, this is the way, right? This is the Immortals like vision. It's like he's on a carry. It's about Kenvi, and he's back on like Trundle VD like right away, and that sucks because I do want to see what a Kenvi comp looks like. We have not seen that since day one.
Yeah, I just want to see Immortals, play aggressively or do something really. He was talking about confidence. I hope that they have some confidence here. Just go out there, try and make some plays happen. Throw something at the wall, because the last few games, they haven't even done that.
Kobe, bongo comp.
Bongo comp, let's
go. We gotta bring back the bongo comp. That, I think, will help them.
And if they don't do anything, we're gonna use our crowd dark technology where they count down to force a kill.
All right, all right, here we go. Picks and bans are on. I mean, if all players should play Belveth, Kenvi,
I mean, they have, there's been a lot about talk about these do nothing comps, and those are generally the comps that have 0 winning lanes.
Yeah.
That is definitely a no-no for me. So Belveth is very much a farming jungler. So as much as I do want to see the new champion in play, actually don't want to see more things picked that incentivize them to just farm.
Okay.
I'd rather see some some aggressive plays, especially against Closer, because Closer is gonna go get a bunch of lanes ahead.
Yep. 100 Thieves knocking off Senna and Seraphine, actually. I wonder what kind of draft they're specifically going for. Immortals throwing out 380 carry bans themselves, so we'll see. This will be 4 in a row champions aimed at Lost and FBI. Maybe just a possibility.
And yet we still have Zeri up. Okay, so they banned the Yuumi instead of the Zeri, but as we know, you can also pair Zeri with other not quite as crazy scaling supports as Yuumi, but still very, very powerful. We saw the Lulu already.
Yeah. Actually, there's an interesting call here. It's like, if you think Zeri is always first pick, you can leave up Yuumi and go Twitch Yuumi as 1-2, and I feel like you've instantly won that side of the draft. Now, maybe they first pick Yuumi and they find the other combo, but like, just like in that microcosm, I'm like, actually, I really wouldn't have minded seeing something like that. Still, Zeri is grabbed again.
So no Belveth for Immortals, but what if?
What if?
What if for the side of 100 Thieves for Closer?
Yeah.
Would like to see that. Again, it's definitely a farming jungler, though.
Yeah.
So
I have a question, actually.
Yeah.
It's for I was gonna say for chat, but it's actually y'all like literally right here.
For
chat
live
as well.
chat.
For live chat as well as online chat. Do we get tired of getting baited by the Belveth hover where they're clearly not picking it?
No.
I saw some nods. Yeah, exactly. Why do you give them that attention? Like they're gaslighting you.
Meanwhile, I still love Volibear, so hope this one gets locked in there for Kenvi. And that's a champ that would force them to do something. If you pick Volibear and you don't go for early ganks, then you are hard trolling.
Well, this will be 7 unique champions in 7 games for Kenvi.
Yeehaw.
And he is going for the Volibear. Woo!
I did like. All right, settle down there, freak. I did like. Closer was talking about Power of Evil, though, because it's not just junglers talking about junglers.
Yeah.
And PoE for his whole career has been one of these. Selfish is a very negative tone to it, but like the mid laners that want you to play to them, and you want you to play for their farm and their plates and their mid priority constantly. He is that type of mid laner, and Kenvi has previously been a carry jungler that wants a lot of resources.
See, we've learned
teammates to play for.
I heard like only one of you cheer for the team hover because we know they're lying to us.
All right, I was in the middle of a story here as well.
I apologize. I apologize.
But these are the types of champions that are pointing towards. Kenvi's going to play for the PoE style. The Volibear to play to the lanes because you pretty much have to.
And it's going to be Jinx picked up here. All right, so this is the second time now we have seen Jinx be the answer into Zeri. And actually looked pretty good last time, right?
It was great when Johnson and Aphromoo picked it. That looked beautiful, especially if you've got a playmaking support there, just forcing over and over. And the Jinx rocket range really, really helping them out. So let's take a look at the top lane, though. Again, top lane being saved. Of course, red side always wants to save it for final counter pick. Requires the blind pick here from Immortals. They're going to take away the blind Fiora.
Yeah.
Good ban there.
The interesting thing is, I know Immortals throughout Spring Split, and I feel like this shit as well here. Like, they tried. Yeah, I think
I that's the other really good blind pick, and Someday really does like playing Ornn.
Right.
So I would say follow that with the Gnar ban.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point because it ties into the story, which is that, like, Immortals through Spring, like, really tried to play through Revenge. Like, everyone I've sort of talked to from them, like, Revenge is kind of like the guy they're like looking to in a lot of cases. And if we're like, hey, we need to find somewhere where we're going to play aggressively and we're going to play, like, kind of through Revenge and through Kenvi, like, top jungle can be that, right? Like, you can get a lot of pressure on those lanes and get stuff done. I mean, Immortals' one win is actually on red side, right, where you can kind of give them and counter pick. But if you're looking for, like, okay, how do Immortals find confidence? How do they get in? I know Revenge is confident. Like, he will keep swinging, he will keep going and keep trying. And then, like, if he and Kenvi can sync up and find a strong matchup and push pressure up there, like, that's kind of the place. And Volibear, right? By all rights, he should own almost every jungle matchup here. And so if you get anything half decent for Revenge, I think that can line up really well.
Interesting. They ban out the Someday Ornn that we're talking about. I mean, he did get multiple solo kills on a Gnar, too. So Someday Ornn definitely built diff. We'll see what if Revenge does end up just blind picking the Gnar. That would be the most kind of obvious generic blind pick case. On the side of the Hundi Thieves, though, we're going to back it up with some Renata here. Huhi, I remember when Renata was released, he was the first support I saw just chain spamming this champ, both in solo queue and champions queue. He was only playing Renata. It paid off. Definitely have liked it. And he locks it in again.
I like it. It's going to be a pretty strong bottom lane. I think Zeri actually, by the way, she's obviously fairly new to the meta, under a year in the game right now. I think she's actually a pretty decent weak side AD carry, where your support is like on Nautilus, just leaves because you can queue at like 800 range, especially if the minions are moving towards you. You can get some CS, you can kind of wave clear, you can survive a lot of stuff, and say, hey, Volibear's going top. Nautilus can roam top. Here's Gwen as a carry in the top lane. Like, I actually like this draft in terms of Immortals can, like, 3-man top lane. And PoE and Laos can wave clear, and they can play aggressively on a 3-man squad top side.
Yeah. Meanwhile, counter pick for top side does mean that Someday can lock in an assassin. I like the Akali into Gwen that people have been using sporadically throughout the lifespan of the Gwen. Being able to work around that missed range very easily for the Akali. You're still trying to farm it early. Just get to your level 6 at least before you can get to your kill pressure. But definitely like that level 6 power spike action. And you're talking about going topside. Akali also has a lot more safety from those support and jungle roams with the Shroud.
That's true, but I do think of Immortals draft, this is the kind of one that I want to see for the team identity. Kenvi wants to play aggressively, wants to play in the enemy's face. Revenge is always going to play the limit as well, and Ignar, on his best, is roaming, tank, engage, fighting. This is, to me, the Immortals look.
All right. I'd say the main danger for me that I see with Immortals is that when you are piloting a Volibear and a Nautilus, your main concern versus this 100 Thieves lineup is going to be, do not be a reset body for Bailout and for Jinx passive. Because this 100 Thieves bottom lane, when you pick Renata with the Jinx, you're really focused on all-inning that first target, that front line, that beefy member going to get a Jinx reset, and then you have Bailout to make sure that you can just fully commit to it. So that's going to be their main thing, because it's kind of hard towards the later stages for Volibears and Nautiluses to avoid dying, avoid being one of those dominoes in the reset city.
So my question is, who won the draft? Which of the twins won the draft here? Is it Freeze or is it Night End?
All right, well, you have to give them an opportunity. Let's go Freeze first. Okay. Who thinks Freeze won the draft for 100 Thieves? Okay, there's no.
Yeah, all right, everyone's on Immortals. I love it. We are on the Immortals side.
By default.
By default, yes, there we go. We are in on this one. Immortals with the dub in draft. Will it be a dub in game? Would love to find their second win of the split. Their first was a huge comeback up against FlyQuest. Hoping they can do something really strong here. 100 Thieves already aware that top lane matters. Running up there, putting a trinket ward down and saying, all right, we're going to make sure a little bit of extra control that we can always sell for a trinket sweeper.
100 Thieves believing. Trust in Someday and Abadage. Honestly, I have full trust in Someday as well. He's been playing really, really well all year long, and now he's got the counter pick, the Akali into the Gwen. He's looking for the level 6 to get your kill pressure. Pre-6, looking just to try and sustain good farm.
Yep.
And don't just let yourself get auto-attacked down.
Pretty safe stuff so far, I think. Okay, so Kenvi looking at what a delayed invade may look like. That ward lets you spot Wukong going for like one camp into Blast Cant in the blue. So that'll track some of those possibilities here. It is going to be a heavy leash here. We'll see if it's going to be a Nightshare div. Is it going to be the draft that gets them over the line? Kenvi can find something aggressive to do. Expecting Jinx for Nada to have lane control. Pretty standard to go for Guardian to make sure you can't be all in quite as easily.
Yeah. Especially since no leash, easy push on the first wave. See how quickly they can get those first melee minions on the second one, though. That's all that really matters.
And pretty docile. It is a full clear so far for Kenvi. Volibear actually a pretty fast clear overall. This actually red, Gromp, blue, so this actually allows him to path upwards, actually waste the least movement as last Huhi and FBI all trade blows. Looks like though, 100 Thieves getting the better side of it. So Revenge does his best to trade up, 5-3 in CS. Jumps in, level 2 spike, after both. That's gonna be a really nice shot there. E2 comes in, doesn't land all the snips here, so Revenge doesn't get that much health back.
Yep, the biggest part about playing against Gwen, get out of the center of the snip from the Q. That's where all the true damage is. Also, a lot is loaded on the last snip, so oftentimes you'll see the Gwen reposition with an E as the Q is already snipping and going, because they want to hit the last snip, the big chunk, right in the middle. So obviously, you would like to avoid said situation.
Indeed, but it is lane pressure right now. Now, Wukong is pathing back to the top side. Because he did red, Gromp blue, he's actually going to end top. He's actually going to end fighting for top scuttle, and with the possibility of ganking that lane. Because Volibear's doing the full clear red side, he's also going to end top side. So we are going to have the chance at a 2-on-2, potentially, if you want to burn TP, especially because Gwen is on her first recall. The few wave shove into first item.
Yep, like it, get your early recall off, get your item advantage. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we had checked in on PoE. Good job there from Abadaga, you know, shoving in on Corki, making PoE miss some CS early for Victor.
And with the stun, yeah, it's going to be Kenvi able to full clear into his 7th camp, which is that scuttle. He smited for clear speed. Closer actually, yeah, he hit smited as well for clear, so ultimately going to get nothing, but able to get the second Scryer's Bloom, and we'll actually see Wukong on Krugs knows, hey, I am over a full camp ahead of you. Volibear obviously does clear faster.
And when you Scryer's Bloom the Wukong, you also can see a CS. So he knows there's no Scuttle Crab CS there for Wukong. He's missing 4 CS. Bottom Scuttle Crab has to be up. So you saw him instantly turn around. That was just reading the scoreboard off of the Scryer's Bloom on Wukong.
Yeah.
And knowing that bottom crab is up, so he can go get another one.
That's going to be pretty good. Solid 8 camp clear for the first shot. And if you recall right away, you're going to be there in time for Krugs just about. He's at the campus already only 10 seconds away. Gonna grab his first item and yeah, off to the races. I don't think it ever feels bad. Like, I didn't get a gank off, but like, I'm up 2 scuttles on you. I feel like you won the first clear, you know?
Yeah, feels quite nice. As you said too, one of the big things about Volibear, the E does so much damage, percentage health damage, and it's AoE. It's like that thing by itself is just so good for your clear. Unlike a lot of other, you know, early playmaking or like some tank jungles, Volibear does have a very, very nice clear. Closer though with the deep ward on Raptors. They'll see the second spawn, just gonna give them info for placement though.
So interesting choice here. FBI actually takes his first recall for a cull, which I don't actually think is that much of an income item, because you can, once you stack it up, you can sell it back for 180 gold, which is nice. Like, you do make some profit there, but I think it's often bought as an extra sustain item, because you don't often love stacking Doran's Blades that. But, you know, he's not against a lot of poke, right? It's Nautilus Zeri. Like, the 3 at life on hit will almost never reply anything. Personally would have maybe liked moving toward the faster Noon Quiver, but won't be a very big deal. Just not a big fan of Cole's second in lanes where you're not getting poked.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a little bit of extra damage, you know.
Sure.
For the early recall. It always feels nice to pop it, at least.
It does.
A little pinata action.
Yeah. Well, that's what it looks like now, because the recalls come through for the mid laners yet again. Power of Evil. Probably, yep, all the way up to his first item. Lost Chapter is always what you're looking for on these mid laners, and will likely indeed burn the teleport to get back into the lane. Big recall out for the Volibear, does not find himself into a fight. though he was right there. They decided not to go for the play. I wonder if they could have gone for something there since he was right on the other side of the wall. Could have maybe walked around. But no aggression. Wukong, of course, was waiting around as well. It would have been a pretty bad fight.
Yeah. Docile has been your word of the day, and that's applicable to this game as well. Yeah. Maybe top lane. I'd say top lane is probably where we're going to get some action if we do.
Yeah.
Right now, though, both junglers looking mid, so maybe we get at least a Valkyrie out.
Nope. He's able to just float lazily away. Nice old Earth Corky.
Oh, what about this? Raptor fight.
Back, really good timing. Ult's on as well. Missed the first two ults on Revenge's side. Ignites are on. Still stealth. Will get the reveal. Doesn't find the rest of it. Gets a bit of health back down for Revenge as the dive comes in to fight for the jungle camps.
Yeah.
42 to 33.
I was looking at the Raptor fight on the minimap as well. Definitely a scrappy one there. PoE comes over to help out. The 2v2 Raptor fight freak. Only chicken death in the end. I will say, too, with the Gwen there, you do, even though Akali was inside the Shroud and you can damage her, you also get just resistances from being in Shroud, too. So if you can try and save Burst for after the W times out, you can help in trying to get that little bit of extra. But that was our moment, Freak, when I talked in Champ Select about the Akali level 6, looking for that kill threat. Yeah. That was our moment. We took our swing. Close, but not close enough.
But Sunday's already actually kind of clapping this lane. He's up 10 CS as the wave reset under tower, so he is just, at this point now, kind of slaughtering the 1v1 up there. I don't believe there's any turret play taken on either side, no, but 10 CS is, you know, on average about 200 gold. So just outright winning his lane.
Some daddy.
Yep.
Sad Father's Day. I didn't
birthday
get him,
today,
I didn't
actually.
get him any presents.
He tweeted at midnight a picture.
It's his birthday today?
He tweeted a picture of what looked like a bagel sandwich with a French fry for a candle, and he squirted some ketchup on to make the flame. I hope we can find that tweet and Reddit maybe in the post game. He's 26, by the way. One of the best birthday tweets I've seen. So happy birthday someday. Your present is a free lane.
You got counterpick.
Yeah,
that's
your present is counterpick.
That's what the present that most top laners would like. Like, give me counterpick, hell yeah! Happy birthday, me, baby!
Red side.
Happy birthday someday. Got counterpick. Very nice.
Yep. I really hope we get the picture of like it's actually a GIF.
Production also loves it when you put more pressure on them finding tools.
Yeah. So good luck. You know, I don't know if we even have a lower third for GIFs.
Dragon in Vision. Doesn't matter though. Good push up there by FBI and Huiyi. Again, they also have the slim but still there CS lead.
Indeed.
A couple more to pick up here on that last wave.
He's feeling good pretty much everywhere. Now, Immortals arguably getting the better of the two objectives. I don't know how teams actually feel about it. I think Dragon priority has certainly risen pretty substantially, but Herald typically has been the higher prized one. You would cross map for the Drake, but you would want Herald. Yeah. So Immortals will find a way to cash in some money. Kenby has not found himself a gank. He has found himself a 2.5 camp lead, which is pretty good. Hands off his own blue to power of evil.
Yeah. Honestly, too, Abadage farming up a storm in the mid lane on this Corki. Constantly has push over PoE. Sometimes we track this stat for mid laners especially. Well, mid laners and top laners mostly. Your time spent across the halfway point in Summoner's Rift. And my eyeball test says that it is 0% almost for PoE in this game here with Abadage constantly on the court, pushing up. He's also not dropping CS as he's pushing up. Plus, he got also the Cole there for the Corki, which I do really like in the Corki matchup for Victor, because Victor's not going to put that 100% kill pressure on you.
Yeah,
so
he's going to poke.
You're just going to get your value. You get your sustain with it all the same. Feels quite nice on him. So the double Cole pop for 100 Thieves.
Get ready. The gigantic power spike.
They're going to go up to top lane and pop their Coles for someday.
Just
to get the birthday cheers.
I like that. That's going to be fun. As we get lower, we've been counting down dragons, and I appreciate it for that. I want you to know, I appreciate the countdowns. We're going to be counting down Cole once we're down like the last wave, okay? It's going to go from like 9 to 3 instantly. It's going to be weird.
You want to do more counting?
Well, I feel bad.
Oh, sure, we do, sure.
Thank you. I feel bad for crushing the hopes and dreams of Teemo Hovers.
Okay,
like, I immediately regretted it. So, okay, well, we'll bring it back for Cole. You know, I think that's... We got a ways to go, maybe about 2 minutes.
I'm down as long as we do the Cole sound when it pops.
What's the sound, Kobe?
Well, you're going to have to wait till it pops. I'm just giving it to you early.
Okay, great. I am a Cole enjoyer. Yeah. As an AD carry, just only when I need sustain.
All right, well, let's see. Taking my bet. I'm trying to place a bet on where
the Coles popped,
or where the action. No, where the action's actually gonna pop off.
Oh.
I think we might wait all the way until that second dragon, because the package, you might just leave it there all the way, 2.5 more minutes until the next dragon. My other bet and my hope is still on top lane, still for Sunday.
Yeah.
But
it was close.
It's definitely hard here, as Revenge constantly also.
Ooh, he's zapped. Ignar has a pretty clean shot. There's the ward force and the flash out Abadaga. Nice try by Immortals.
I'm changing my bet. It has to be mid lane now. I'll kill this Corki. No flash on Abadaga. Volibear coming over with the Herald, with the ult ready to turn off the tower too. But all the 100 Thieves defense comes to help him clear it out. So should probably just be the 2 turret plates then for that Herald. Kind of your expected equivalent value. They did give up just the first dragon for it. Not too high of a price, I have to say.
Sure.
As you were kind of talking about, which one would you rather have? I personally, and I think most people will answer they would rather have Herald, so slight trade up.
Now, I do also want to point out one thing as well. Again, I agree with you, is that this now actually puts a pretty high price on second Herald, because with the little bit of chip that Pee-wee just did right there, it pretty much will finish killing mid-turret. And mid-turret's often very hard to kill. There's often so many wave the champions there that you just kind of can't get the way in, and it can be threatening to even try. So second Herald charge will be well over 2K, and cracking up a mid-outer actually gives you a lot of map pressure. And so I think Immortals would get a lot out of making a play for that. Again, they have been playing top side. And here we go, as we push lower and lower. Cole is at 6 for FBI, and they let's go.
I'm on Team Observers for that one. I like it.
Ha! 5!
I think the crowd's right, and you're one off. 350, baby.
You're right. He got one on the wave before this where we went down.
Crowd 5 head right there.
Crowd 5 head.
Freak, you're missing one.
I've only got 4. Standard smart. This wave will not be enough, by the way. He'll be at 2 if he gets it all. 7!
Well, I don't want to count the...
Oh, he got it. He's got 2 left.
All right, Dragon, though. Are you more excited for Dragon or the Cole Pop?
Oh,
Dragon
wait,
or Cole
3.
Pop?
What? Oh, no. Wow, I'm really bad at this counting thing.
Dragon positioning set up here from Immortals. Great.
2!
I'm just sad none of them went up to let Someday share in the,
I know.
In the noise.
Look, we're earning gold. Oh, no, hold on. We got him engaged right there. Klo's going to jump away. Klo going to take the damage. By the way, Someday's up like 30 CS in top lane. He's actually slapping up there now. It's like 129 to 99. So that is getting hopeless fast for Revenge. Hasn't gotten help in a while now. 100 Thieves ready to go for this play. 4 down in the river. Someday gonna hold top lane. Does have teleport, I do believe. And now we gotta see ourselves on this dragon. 14 minutes on, which means Unleash teleport is available. 2K help. Smite fight could be coming in soon. Here comes the dunk, trying to burst it. Wow. Closer claims the smite. The rest of the fight looks good. Ignar gonna flash away to safety. Closer still low. No kill
Someday's
just yet.
here.
The stopwatch buys a second. Someday has arrived, and Someday, happy birthday! Blood, and how about a second present?
Oh, look at the duel! So yes, that is a real support right there. He yoinks him back and force feeds another kill into the birthday boy.
Beautifully done. 134. Yeah. Get you a man who can win lane, who can double kill you, everything. It looks pretty great. And now here's a Herald as well. And 100 Thieves just own everything.
This has been the case for the last several Immortals games as well. This one, though, they did try and fight it. Really good zoning Renata ult, created so much space. Also, Abadaga hit a lot of rockets to set this up. So much damage. And so by the time Someday gets down here, Kenvi is already 300 HP and in Zonia. So he picks up that one. Huge chunks onto PoE. He barely gets caught in the end of the gravity field there, but doesn't matter because his boy Huhi has his back, hits the handshake over the wall onto PoE. And just like that, Freak, another game here where Immortals have to rethink everything. I like that one. That was an extensive emoticon
Yeah, I think
Happy
it was
birthday.
gonna like a cake or something, I want to say.
I wish I had more time with it because I only cut the last.
Well, there's the actual cake.
There we go. That's an actual cake. Let's go.
Yeah, good to see the support.
Happy birthday. No.
Yeah. Nah, yeah. Not my taste either. That's okay. Here we go, though. Closer. Gonna be able to grab Scuttle as well. Hey, and honestly, even Kenvi, you know, he, former 100 Thieves player, here you go, man. Have a first blood on me. You know?
Oh, I didn't even catch that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's next level.
Yeah.
So sweet. Honestly, though, 100 Thieves pushing out mid lane to then rotate down bottom and force away this Zeri. Everybody from Immortals, though, these are human wards. Everyone's just standing there trying to keep vision of the rotation there from 100 Thieves to buy a little bit more time for Lost. Trunk out a little bit of damage on that bottom tower. The battle wards, sometimes they're called, except for there was no battle. So
There was not. I mean, but there was the threat of one. You know, there is the implication that if you were gonna fight, they'd fight back. You know, so the ready to battle wards. I think,
spoiler though, they would lose.
they would.
So
Yeah, they, you know, who knows. Either way, Immortals now yet to find their first kill of the game. They are not perfect game. They did get first Herald.
This is I actually hate that this is our new metric we judge Immortals by. Are they getting perfect games currently? Well, no. I mean, but they've had some very close perfect games, and they've been perfect gamed already this season. So
Yeah.
definitely been a rough one for this squad.
Yeah, it has been rough right now, but Ignart looks to go for some wards. Control ward. Nah, sorry, buddy. Let's go to Huhi, but second Herald could be theirs. It wasn't actually taken down in the aftermath of the previous Dragon fight, and this should be enough damage to kill mid lane Outer. So Immortals are looking to play up, right? Not rolling over, playing for objectives. And yeah, this would easily kill mid lane Outer turret. Would be the first turret of the game. Kenvi grabs it.
He got FBI's flash there. POE with just a gravity field. That was very good. That's so rare to get it. 5-minute cooldown with a gravity field. Okay, here we go, though. That's going to be the mid turret without it.
Yeah. Raising reverse turret.
Let's go, Immortals!
Theirs. Okay, first turret of the game goes to Immortals. That's the 150 gold bounty for claiming that one first. Mid lane shoved down. No summon just yet. It's going to be Kenvi going back then to his side of the map. We'll need to control bot lane tier 2. Teleport would be up for revenge if he wants to go for that one. Otherwise, that is a wave just sacked under tower. So good split push by Abadaga. Denies some gold. Stone tower kill. Immortals will try to find the next move into this game. We are 1 minute away from our third Drake. Unfortunately, we seem to have overused the magic. It has not. Well, no, it did actually require action last time. The first one was a freebie, but the second one,
we got some good.
We got a kill out of it. So yeah, never mind. Crowd once again, superpower.
That was a birthday celebration.
It was.
That's what that was.
We got a twofer.
Yeah, we did. He's not even done unwrapping all his presents either. I foresee more presents in the future for someday.
Wow. Interesting.
Everybody coming down for this one, though. 33 seconds. We've got unleashed teleports from both top laners. Somebody going to push in the wave first, so again, another wave. The CS difference just continues to grow for top lane. It is a revenge coming over for the Dragon fight. You see him running through mid lane right now. But again, he drops another wave coming over for it. POE going to drop the Herald. Stay in range, by the way. Herald does not give you local gold. I just, it's very painful for me to see local gold not getting picked up when you can just grab it, and he does.
He claims the squad is ready to go. We have one holding the mid lane. Abadaga, package, but reasonably far away means maybe you can try to burn it. Would be a bit dangerous. Everyone is around, keep in mind. Can they pull it somewhere safe? Revenge still staying on a flank angle. But does he have a good target? I guess a flashless Jinx is a real possibility.
Well,
jumps into the pit.
Take some damage from this dragon.
Yeah.
Got some honey fruit.
Eat some honey fruit indeed. Abadaga, again, take a little bit of poke, but not a ton. Waiting for the engage. Now, the real hit is pretty much just Wukong, and he's not that tanky. More poke on Abadaga, well done here. It's ironically Immortals out-poking the Corki, though that's a pretty good loot shot. Zap hits Kenvi now as well, and it's getting a bit tougher. As they start up again, Package will zone them out. Now, can they burn in time? Revenge can immune it.
Didn't touch the dragon, so no extra damage on the dragon.
And now it's Package gone. Here's the flash engage. Closer. No teammates around us yet. Rock comes around as well. Ignar will stay alive. Berserk, but it's not going to matter. He'll come back up. So 5v5 still available. Kenvi looks for slow, won't find it. Drake once again reset. Someday far on the flank, but actually on a ward. They know he is there. They can mark him, but Kenvi gets lower and lower. Has flash, has smite, has ulti. Chunk to 300. Ults to safety. And here comes the rest of the fight. In goes Someday. 3 kills in a row so far. Looking for a bit longer. Dives in. He lives! Oh my gosh, you're kidding me. Revenge gonna drop as well. 100 Thieves, you saw presence in the future, and indeed, it's happened again. Someday on to 4, they have passed the 5 kill mark.
Let's go, and he lives in the end as well. Spoiler alerts for part 2 of our birthday bonanza at the Dragon.
Yep.
Seems like every 5 minutes we're gonna meet up for another party.
Another double kill.
Another party in the name of someday.
I like that one. And it was Immortals trying their hardest. I mean, they actually played around the first engage. They did their best, but unfortunately the gold difference, someday difference specifically, just way too much.
Yeah. Okay, so big part of it here. So they package to cut him off, but they're not going to burn Dragon because it doesn't touch there, and they're just looking for the engage. Closer dodges around, flashes forward to get the double knockup. Zeri also ults critically, because one of the big things for Zeri is extended fights can benefit her if you can keep your stacks up, but right now, her ult stacks fall off, and so you lose a ton of value with this champion there. Then it's up to, you know, like PoE's gonna try and carry. Kenby in their front line is just so low though, that Closer goes for the re-engage, and someday with the Zhonyas, knows you can just go back in, the assassination, he even bursts down Lost with the shield and all. Shield bow popped, kills him, he even lives with single-digit health.
Look at that, yeah. 30, 70 on the damage. Probably pretty similar to his gold lead over his opponent, honestly, at this point. He is just having a masterful game. FTX gold lead 4,000 right now is 100 Thieves. Just can count down 3.5 minutes until Dragon Soul comes in. Ocean make it even easier for Someday to survive these fights.
Yeah, it's actually so annoying on Akali because her gameplay pattern, buys so much time regardless, and she can get off little chunks of damage to proc the generation whenever. Kenvi
2.5
does clear the ward. Success!
Woo! Minor victories here for Immortals because the real ones haven't been coming for a while, unfortunately. Mid lane will drop. Oh! -1 in chat. PoE. That was a cannon, buddy. Worth the entire wave.
Can't catch a break. Let's see about the reset, though. While there is 3 minutes left on Dragon, maybe... I mean, 100 Thieves could just chill. They could actually just chill until then, because there's so much value there. But they actually have all options open to them. I would say try and push down mid-turret first. I like your kind of discussion earlier about the outer ring of defense, basically, when you can get all 3 down. Then you get to move your deeper wards in and take over jungle resources, too. So if 100 Thieves could focus down this middle outer tower next, then they really get to take away the response possibilities from Immortals. Move up your vision, and your neutral objective becomes so much easier to set up for. Especially since you have Corki, you've got the range advantage. You're just gonna push Immortals back into these small jungle corridors, poke them down with rocket damage, and go for the kill.
A little bit there for the wave clear. They're gonna try their best. FBI, a couple of shots to the tower. Feels reasonably safe. Even lends a zap for more. Yeah, turret down below half HP. Really pretty much fearless now. Look, I'm Jinx with no heal. Now we're good, no worries, and turret down about 35%.
Yeah, Corki showing on the wards up by Baron. Maybe Immortals looking for a possibility there, but as soon as they back off, it's gonna be, again, 1-3-1. Both side lanes pushed in. 400 Thieves will give them the first move again over to Baron. And that's why right now, during the 1-3-1, you see both Nautilus and Volibear trying desperately to keep some wards up around that Baron. They don't want to get pressured on both sides and then have to collapse into a dark Baron area.
No, you don't. That's gonna be the fight, right? There's always, it's interesting, there's always like the fight before the fight where it's like, look, we actually auto lose if there's no vision control because you have to walk into 17 boxes fog of war with the gold deficit and you just, one of those is gonna kill you. So you have to kind of play up at about this point, honestly, right? Like, a minute behind is when you recall for items. 2 minutes behind is when, like, your wards will at least survive until Drake spawns. 2:30 is the actual timer, but you need that wiggle room.
All right, who's ready for Someday's Birthday Bonanza Part 3? RSVP now!
All right, how many kills? Okay, we're gonna cheer. It's gonna be 1 kill.
Oh,
hold on.
starting free.
Yep, it's already starting. The Birthday Bonanza. Closer on the front with a clone. Gonna be able to walk away safely. Bit of a frenzy. Big damage on Ignar. And disengage for Immortals.
Yeah, again, a big chunk on the front line for Immortals. 40 seconds left, though. There is time to get back to base. 40 seconds with upgraded boots. You can get back out to the Dragon, but you'll be running in as it spawns, and it is very risky into a package. Nothing critical, though, lost by Immortals, so they can go back to base. Nautilus already walking right back out, so they can still make their date at the birthday bonanza. 100 Thieves take down the tower. And here we go. This one's for all the marbles.
Yep.
Ocean Soul on the table.
Will it be another double kill for Someday? Drake spawning. And the bonanza has begun. Package goes the wrong direction for Abadaga, and Kenvi now has to flash away to safety. They're gonna find a bit more. He gets one. Unstoppable, looking for more. There's the two that we looked for. Jinx is excited, and Gwen no longer. Okay, now she's immune. There we go. That was almost gonna segue. You didn't press the button in time.
Gotta be careful with that. Oh my goodness.
Hey!
Someday picks up 2 more.
And Closer picks up 2 assists, 1,000 on his career. Congratulations to Closer. Everyone's got a party. 3 double kills. He even gets a Dragon Soul. 100 Thieves spoon feeding the birthday boy.
All right, let's take a look at it again. Closer is the one to initiate. Package, a little bit of a whoopsie there. Don't worry, Abadaga, nobody saw it. Unfortunately, Feek called you out for it, so little bit, it's okay though. They chased them down anyways. They don't even need the extra rockets coming through. FBI's got those under control. I like also there's been perfectly allocated 2 kills for Someday each time. Baron though on the table now.
8,000 health, gonna be reset for now. A little bit of poke from Power of Evil as his Void Staff and Zonias are done. And it will force a disengage.
Freaking got him.
Yeah.
They're scared. They're shaking in their boots.
Oh, Closer. Gonna find himself knocked into the air. This could be one on the board.
He doesn't have flash.
And they're gonna get 1 kill, maybe, just maybe. Closer as Kenvi finally gets on the order to kill. A smite for the red buff. Is a 5v4 any good? Because Abadaga gets to hit Ignart, taking 1 down. FBI over the wings as well. Revenge is low. Someday coming in. Will he get it? FBI gonna grab. Here comes the fly forward. Someday would love to get yet another. Stays alive for now, pops the Zonias, and that's gonna be PoE dying now as well. Lost will try, Lost will fall, and that is IMT losing 4.
IMT, not quite lost yet. Kenvi is sticking around. Does he have a hero play in him? You literally have to walk inside though. There's no way they let a Volibear just slowly walk up and smite Baron, right?
Just says all chat, it's my birthday, and just you know, maybe.
What are our chances? Oh, he's gone.
0.
Yeah, he's gone. Congratulations, 100 Thieves pick up the Baron as well. All right, let's take a look at this chase, Freak. Let's take a look at the Immortals kill. And Ignart with the ultimate on the real Wukong. He's got no flash, he's got no W. He was gonna try and get in range to E over to the Krugs. It was just coming off cooldown, but Kenvi stomps on him with the ulti. Then here, Revenge was going to finish off, I think, the Nautilus, but the rocket came through from Abadaga. The Berserk there was very, very close to getting a funny teammate kill. Corki yoinks it though, and then PoE, even with the damage from the Chaos Storm there, Lost is unable to finish off another one.
He tries the hardest, but now 6-0-4 for Someday in the top lane. Rebel Baron power play just claimed recently 1,800 gold. Mid lane tier 2 should fall. Bot lane tier 2 should fall. That'll grow by 1,300. Basically double as that's gone. Someday will be unanswered. A lane to farm. Alone 16 Akali. 2 levels over Revenge currently.
It's actually such a fun champ to play too. So this is a pretty good birthday, I feel like. Super fed Akali, level 16. Everybody else on the enemy team is definitely killable. He pushes in bottom side. He's got Ocean Soul. No problems on the horizon here for Honey Thieves.
Yeah, level goes to 3 now. It's 11-1. And Someday dance around as Lost goes for damage in the minion wave, but mid lane will now fall. Turret gone, inhibitor gone, bot lane. When they want it, they can claim it. Not playing around top right now. It's just going to be pushing in, and then hey, a new wave. We can go ahead and 5v1 this turret now as well. Ignart not quite pulled back, but it should be enough now with Abadaga. We put some shots in. Corki, a pretty safe turret sieger. Jinx shows up well, does not actually get the attack in time to get excited, but it will not matter. This turret will drop, the inhibitor will as well. And now it's do or die. Immortals must fight here if 100 Thieves are willing to siege it. And they are. You are not allowed to lose a turret until you take a fight. It only gets worse from here if you keep waiting. So once they get in the range, that's when you pull the trigger. There's the first grab in. He grabs his own. Zabaraga ulted away, staying alive. Here comes Berserk. They're gonna get one though. The dive comes in for Wukong. Will it be a second? A trade back. And it's a two. 2 kills in for the Gwen. But Jinx is excited. Jinx is firing into the back line. Lost will barely stay alive, but no one else has. And someday, happy birthday, 6-0-8. A kill, a second place finish here as they end out week 3, 5-200 Thieves. Freeze will win the battle of the twins in coaching. Someday wins the battle of top lane. Happy birthday, Someday. 1,000 hits per closer. 27-year-old wins yet another game in the LCS.
And IMT lost. The only one left on your screen in the Zonios in the fountain. 100 Thieves racking up Someday's birthday presents. Every 5 minutes, another couple kills delivered, another dragon delivered.
Yeah, well, it was like some canned hunting, it felt like. There wasn't a lot of fighting back, unfortunately. It just felt like the countdown to extinction every time these breaks came in. And slowly but surely, Immortals got picked off. At least they stood up and fought. I think their comp was fine. They had a plan. 100 Thieves, of course, well done. Definitely superior team. Would have liked to see a bit more attention onto Revenge specifically to pay him back.
That was good. Did you hear the crowd singing happy birthday?
That was good. Thank you, crowd. You have been wonderful. Thank you so much for making these games that much more fun. You are a part of this broadcast, and we love you dearly. 100 Thieves. Yeah, here we go. There you go, put him. Yeah.
It's always so funny to watch. Like, all right, how do we pick him up?
Yeah.
What's the way to like not make him feel awkward?
Because like if you want to,
I feel like on the shoulders.
Yeah.
So you get to still, like sit up.
So the problem is getting him there, right? Because like with sack potatoes, right? It's just like, okay, we're gonna go here. I'm not really gonna pick you up, but it's like, just like, all right, we lift from down here, but then he's like over your shoulder and it's weird, right? Just like that was. So it's like, okay,
I actually was fully expecting you to just be like, whoa, here we go.
Just gonna lift Kobe on camera. I mean, we taught flossing earlier. I feel like that was with Jat, but just feats of weird physical comedy.
That was a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, that face said everything.
LCS dance instructions coming soon. That's a good content piece.
Definitely a possibility. All right, well, we are joining Emily and Someday for our Rise and Post interview. Check it out.
All right, I am joined here by the victorious Someday. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
생일 축하합니다.
감사합니다.
Happy birthday. You heard
Thank
the
you.
crowd singing to you. And also you had a phenomenal Akali performance today. So talk to me a little bit about what made you pick the Akali into the Gwen. Obviously, it's a really strong matchup, but how did your team facilitate a lot of your kills in this game?
Basically, our team gave me like last pick to counter enemy top, and they don't have like hard engage except Nautilus Earl. So I just pick it. So playing with confidence.
Okay. Previously in interviews, I know Huhi said that regardless of how the community perception is of 100 Thieves or whatever anyone else thinks, you guys are playing like you did in your championship season in terms of just team energy, team environment. Would you agree with that? And how do you feel like the team is performing?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Jay, and I think just most important is trust ourselves and then keep improving.
Okay. And then within the team, I think it's really important because you guys have known each other for a really long time. You've kept the same roster. How does feedback go when you don't perform up to expectations in the team?
Even though we playing together like long time, there's so many things we can learn, like new things came out too. So it depends on like meta, so it's kind of up to coaches.
Do you listen to your coaches?
Yeah.
Yeah? You listen to Reeford? Okay. That's good. I hear a lot of stories from other players that don't listen to their coaches. In terms of coming off, you guys are coming off of a really strong week, like 2-0 week going into the break. Overall, how do you feel like 100 Thieves is performing this summer?
I can say we have some up and down, so maybe it's not perfect to be like number one, but I would say we are kind of competitive team, so I want to be more higher.
Okay. And then in terms of finding a team identity, I know a lot of people have talked about how previously you guys were the dive team, right? Like you were TPing bot really early, you were always diving turrets. How do you feel like 100 Thieves has evolved thus far? Because I think you are making a little bit more early game moves as of late, especially in this past week.
I think it depends on like draft, but I would say like ball style team more like high value. So I wanna play like you can play around top, you can play around mid, you can play around bot, so and jungle. Yeah.
All right, cool. And then lastly, are you doing anything cool for your birthday? Because you guys have time off, right? Now, are you gonna go out and celebrate?
I didn't hear anything, but I hope so.
All right, well, let's send a message to 100 Thieves management and your teammates, so hopefully they'll take you out, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for
Thank
joining me.
you.
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
And we'll be going back to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thank you so much, Emily.
I hope so too.
Yeah, now I'm gonna be following up.
Yes.
To find out whether or not 100 Thieves actually took Someday out for his birthday. So happy birthday to Someday. Congrats to 100 Thieves on a pretty phenomenal win there over Immortals. Looking good. Emily will be rejoining us to fill that seat as we close out the day.
But I thought it would teleport.
Yeah. She can do a lot of things, Raz. Teleporting, I guess, is just outside her toolkit, her wheelhouse.
Okay.
But the LCS is doing something a little different this summer split. We're taking a week off this coming week. You heard Emily mention it. To Someday, the players will get it off as well. But therefore, I thought it would be kind of maybe a fun exercise to reflect on the whole of the 3 weeks of LCS content that we've seen so far, not just the day as we normally do. And stop.
How long?
49 seconds.
Nice.
On the dot. Sub 50 is pretty good. That's pretty good. We're going to see if she can do better. I was just kind of curious how long that move would take.
I was trying to count in my head. I got to 47. I'm actually really happy with
Damn, that was real close then. Yeah.
49.
It was
That's
49.79 in terms of the actual.
I didn't hear anything you said.
All good. I didn't really say a whole lot. That was important, if I'm being honest. A lot of that was like filling.
That's my relationship with Dash in general.
I mentioned to the audience we're off next week, so we're going to reflect on all 3 weeks of LCS play. And the way that I want to do that is I want to get 3 thoughts from the 3 of you. So 1 thought each. Jat, I know you're well practiced as you've now taken over for Emily.
Practiced.
Well, I know she's very practiced. I was just mentioning that you've taken over the 10 thoughts article on LoL Esports. Check those out if you haven't. But Raz, I'm going to start with you. I know this is a totally foreign concept to you.
Wow.
So good luck with putting together a thought.
I get to steal this one because I think everyone else would want to hit this. Oh, that's insane. Actually, I just got that. Sad. Ironic as hell. EG is the king. Like,
EG's the king?
They're at the top of the ladder. I know it was tied for quite a bit, but now they're just at the top of the table. So first thought comes to mind is the hangover is a myth.
You're saying the hangover's a myth, not that they beat it, just that
evil
the myth.
people.
To evil people.
Yeah, specifically.
If it's happened 6 times in a row, it doesn't happen the 7th time.
There it is.
It's a myth.
Busted.
Busted. Consider this myth
There it is,
busted.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I like it. I like
but no, that was fun for me.
EG are kings. They remain kings. Emily, what about you?
So mine is the flip side of Raz. What I'm going to say is that EG have an even higher ceiling than what we've shown. Because I can think of like some really specific times where sometimes they overstep, sometimes they misplay their composition. I'm thinking specifically of the Poke composition last week. But so I think this team is so good and so talented that we're only going to see them evolve as things go on, which is really exciting for me.
It's awesome to see them kind of pushing the limits of the league itself, right? Everybody else has a target on EG, and they're looking to hunt them down. Jad, I'm going to ask you to go somewhere other than EG, though, for your thought.
Okay. This is a tip for people to play with like other people rather than just solo queuing. If the game is going really poorly, you need to set like smaller goals for yourself. So let's say you're down like 12 kills to 0.
Okay.
The goal will become like, let's get a kill, right? Unfortunately, that's where I feel like Immortals is at right now.
Oh, no.
It's been really, really bad. They were shut out twice. They had 1 kill yesterday, and then it honestly looked like they just tried to get kills so they wouldn't get shut out a 3rd time. It is easier to be EG. They have to worry about like complacency.
Yeah.
Immortals now have 13 days to try and figure out how to get wins, how to be close to getting wins, because it's in terms of a team's relation to the rest of the league, I haven't seen a team perform this poorly, even though they have that one win in a long time.
Yeah. That's why this break is going to be really instrumental. Something that I always pushed every time when the LPL was in the Chinese New Year's break, reminding the audience that this is a large time of practice for these teams. So the teams that have been down and out, you expect them to level up. Like, speaking hilariously enough about like things like the hangover or something like that, when a team was really struggling, but you expected them to be strong, the break will do the trick for teams like that. So for Immortals, I think they're obviously coming into the split where they were already struggling spring. This time around, I think they will find at least one style. I know me and Emily did the 3 win cons for these teams. I still think it's relevant. And this game, they're going to be able to look back on it, really tend to focus on what they are great at. That's something. It's going to be hard for teams that tend to struggle at everything. But looking at last split, even end of last year, their strengths were in their split pushing, in their side laning. And I feel like right now they've been trying to do so many things and trying to work on everything that they've kind of lost that identity. And so this time of just being able to look back at it and think on something that they can work on will benefit them greatly.
I think just in general, this break is going to be very interesting to evaluate on the other side of it, right? Because it's going to, for every team, it's going to provide a different challenge. For the teams that are hot right now, it's about maintaining that energy and momentum through a dead period, through a lull, a period of time when you're grinding, but you're not putting it out into the world for people to celebrate and see. And so you kind of have to continue to generate that momentum and that hype for yourself. So the teams that are struggling, it's about, putting in the work and making it effective practice so that you come out the other side and actually start picking up those wins because you want to compete for a playoff spot.
I wonder if EG's just taking the week. Like, I feel like they probably should. They should
just take a break.
In reference to the MSI hangover, this may be the time.
Yeah, I think
they'll take a week off.
Yeah, I think teams like, they kind of mentioned that there was going to be periods where they'd be taking a break, so they did allude to that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of teams will and should take a break. And the teams that are usual grinders, whenever off-season comes in, you hear about like teams like CLG or at times Team Liquid. Actually, Team Liquid is a good example of it. They're like, oh yeah, we'll still be grinding during this period. So yes, that'll be the case. But for
13 days or whatever it is to figure out Belveth. So
that's a long time.
See it on the LCS
Let's
stage.
see this champion get played.
That's my petition. Please figure that champion out. All right, let's take a look at today's POG leaderboard, the top performers from all 5 games. It was Blue in game number 1, Inspired there for Evil Geniuses, Afro Moo coming in hot in game number 3 on the kill-stealing support, Bjergsen and Someday to close things out. Gotta love it. This is a pretty diverse group here.
You say kill-stealing? I say playmaker. The fact that they just straight up dominated bot lane.
They crushed them.
Yeah, we were hyping up Berserker and Sven, and then instantly the 2v2 Kings and Afromu, exactly, just popping them. So that was wild.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I'm also happy to see Blue there because previously we talked about even in some of Dig's losses, the fact that he's had some really strong performances, especially on the Azir. So it was really cool that he got that player of the game and also really cool to hear from him talking to Hai about it.
That is your pick. Watch out for it. But that brings us to our MasterCard Player of the Week. Second time already in summer.
He's on fire.
It goes to Inspired for Evil Geniuses. 10-1-10 KDA on the weekend. 3 weeks, 2
This man's
Player of the Week
is
victories?
actually just binary.
What's going on?
It is.
What binary number?
Monster
I don't know.
I don't remember it either.
2, 1, and 2.
That's nasty. That's nasty. What about, like, it feels like Inspired wasn't as much a talking point in spring, and that kicked up more so in MSI and has carried its momentum.
Oh, this is a
into
double
summer.
Viego wall.
Let's go.
We talked about this. I thought it was a bug.
Nope.
And there it is again. 2.
There's so many abilities flying over. I didn't even expect them to be at least in at that moment.
I'm gonna repeat my hot take that I had in spring. And it's that we've seen a lot more out of Inspired on this EG team than I think we did when he was on Rogue, winning awards in the LEC, just in terms of how he's had to, communicate and talk to his lanes early to mid game. And this team overall, obviously, like, Inspired is an engine for it, but just overall, their setup of how they facilitate their carries, regardless of whether it's Inspired carrying or he's helping JoJo or he's helping Danny or whatever they're doing, they just seem so strong.
The journey throughout the year for Inspired has been inspirational. I loved it simply because, yes, he came from the LEC as an MVP, right? And then during the split at the beginning of spring, like he had issues in terms of him and Jojo Pyong, because Jojo Pyong just came in, he just got promoted. And so the 2v2 was rough. And it always reflects bad on both when you're losing the 2v2s a lot of the times when you should be winning. And then like the champions, like picking Kha'Zix, obviously, like the draft's always been a question mark. And then they find their groove. They go into MSI. Inspired is the best player on that team in MSI. Come back into this split. He's the best player in the league coming into this split. So like
3 weeks, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's just been insane the moment this he has found the groove with this team, and the team has really like worked on gelling together. So he's definitely the player to watch in the LCS.
Well, as we know that their aspirations are, of course, to defend their title, but to eclipse their previous international performance now on the world stage again. He's going to have to keep playing like this to make it happen. That brings us, though, to our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for the week. Again, we track all 5 lanes, all 5 positions, I should say, and an interesting statistic in each of them.
Interesting to say.
Well, no surprise then, I guess. In Inspired's performance, he also still manages to be the first to 6 as well.
Yeah.
It's Contracts and Santorin tied there, yeah.
Ben's Yumi game where he got the win 5:19.
That actually might be the fastest I've ever seen.
Yeah. It's like you're just hitting the
That's
target.
Spell Thieves literally on cooldown.
It feels like it, yeah.
Wow, that's nuts.
That is pretty crazy. Another thing, too, is just giving the roses to the FlyQuest players. Philip being there for the 100 CS. Another one just being Johnson.
That was big
Johnson.
Yeah.
Johnson's huge, and I mean, the Twitch games in general has been something that we've been looking at. But for FlyQuest, when we look at the carries, it was going to be either Tukui or Johnson. Tukui had an amazing game today. Same goes for just Johnson so far this split. So it's really just really fun to be able to see the progression of Johnson's career coming in from Dignitas and the FlyQuest and now finding that groove once again. So it's going to be really fun to just see where this team ends up.
I'm sorry, I'm stuck on this Sven thing.
No, there has to be the
Yeah, minute and 40
today
seconds.
he died.
But it's absolutely
a
the
minute
Yumi
and 40
game.
seconds faster?
Yeah.
Great if we've identified that it's that. I think it's also, it just reminds me of the conversation of the role swaps. And I'm like, this is an 80 carry playing a support who's actually trading autos at every possible opportunity.
He needs to get
exactly. So he's like, I'm gonna farm. Just because I'm support doesn't mean I ain't gonna farm. I'm just gonna start here. I'm gonna sit here and auto.
The man did the impossible. He won the player of the game on Yumi.
There it is.
So good. It's so
amazing.
Good. Well, congratulations to those of you who earned bonus points on the LCS Sleeper Fantasy app for having those players in your lineup. That brings us, of course, though, to our standings where Raz mentioned it. It's EG alone in first place. They still run this league. 100 Thieves and Team Liquid Honda, though, they're hot on the chase. They're looking to take them down. CLG and FlyQuest slot in there in a tie for 4th before the rest of the league breaks down Cloud9 at 3 and 4, marking the beginning of the bottom half of the standings.
It's crazy how much this is like the end of summer. EG 1, 100 Thieves 2, Team Liquid 3.
End of spring.
And CLG
Sorry,
4.
yeah, the end of spring. At the end of
CLG 4th.
I was like, that is a very predictive, you're calling this is it for
this
summer.
This is finals weekend, man.
Yeah, this is, you're right. It's extraordinarily close. Obviously, CLG is the one that really throws all of that into kind of chaos.
And that's the thing, the word being that it is close. Like, a lot of these teams are really close to each other. There have been a lot of upsets, more than I have expected, right? So coming back
How
from
many
the
did you
break,
expect?
I didn't expect really much at all.
Yeah?
CLG shook it. God. C9, I think, they had a legitimate reason not having their bot lane, so that made it easy for teams to be able to take them in the first week. So, yeah, pleasantly surprised by FlyQuest.
Damn right.
Especially, and Philip. You know, round of applause to Philip for how he was able to come into this split and actually just plug into the team.
What was FlyQuest start in spring? It was 5-1 or 6-1? I think it was 5-1.
5-1.
It was 5-1.
Yeah.
I think 4-3 FlyQuest
looks
is
better.
actually better than 5-1
Yes.
FlyQuest.
There it is.
I like that
actually
take.
agree.
That's a good
I
take.
agree with that take.
Yeah. Oh, damn.
You didn't like
We all
my
agree.
take?
It's no longer
No, it was such a good
You're
take,
trying-
though,
you're
because
trying to make a bet.
nobody
That's
had
right.
thought of it, but then you say it, and it's like, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
All right, schedule for the next week of LCS, which, I know, a little confusing, is not next week. It's the week after that, July 16th. A Saturday will be when Week 4 kicks off, and we kick it off with 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. Then we move to Dignitas versus Evil Geniuses before that third game of the day, which sports TSM versus Cloud9, Immortals Progressive versus CLG in Game 4 before we close things out with Team Liquid Honda and Golden Guardians. Now's the point in the show that I want to take a moment to invite you to join myself, Raz, this week because Tigers is out.
Boom.
As well as Nightshare and Freeze in the Bud Light League Lounge. You can catch that on twitch.tv/Bud Light right after the highlights, or you could just wait here on this channel for the raid, and we'll send you over. But that's it for the LCS, so we're going to log off. Wish you a happy 4th of July. Be safe in whatever you're doing, and until next time when we see you, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other.
Oh, that was really
very close.
Yeah, very close. Very, very good.
But he won't be able to do any more. Now the Yumio flies out, and TSM's in a bad spot. Hoover's about to drop.
Oh, he's lost!
He's gonna get punished instead. A beautiful save coming out from Dig. Spico wants to get the execution, but Stopwatch says hell no. Blue goes unstoppable, and Maple goes 6 feet deep. Vance, Golden Guardians, what are we gonna do? Oh, we get both wind bros. Ole is first to die. The rest of the Golden Guardians will follow him into the grave. 1, 2, 3, 4, line them up, knock them down. Golden Guardians
Himself onto the rift we go. Cloud9 versus FlyQuest. And the teleport's there, and we got the fight. Hello, welcome to the LCS. And the solo kill. Penta. FlyQuest slam Cloud9. To Team Liquid to turn it back around. Now, 4-man stun, huge damage to the Wukong as well. They don't quite get the Volibear. Staying alive and sways the front lines with contracts. He's out. Luger, he's out. And then here comes the rest of it. Boom's gonna drop.
GG.
We handshake the chairs or what?
Yeah, I think so.
He's here. Stopwatch buys a second. Someday has arrived, and Someday, happy birthday! And how about a second present? Oh, give it to him also, yes! That is a real support right there. Safety, they're gonna find a bit more. He gets one. Unstoppable, looking for more. There's the 2 that we looked for. And Someday, happy birthday, 6-0-8. A kill, a second place finish here as they end out week 3, 5 and